Observatory Hall. This grand building, which had relocated to the South City District, merely a half-street away from the City Hall, had new various functional areas constructed inside. The chapel, office area, sanctuary, holy pool, dressing room, guidance room, living quarters, and so on. This magnificent and sacred building gradually gained more humanity. The newly established church department was nominally headed by Lapis, but this green-hand angel, named Lapis, had no experience. She merely served as a pure mascot leader for the salary. The specific management was handled by outstanding individuals selected from both the nun and the garrison. Yushill had distinguished herself among the nuns and held the position of acting bishop. She was different from most nuns. She had originated from destitute refugees and arrived at Tianyuan City over a year ago. Since then, her fate had undergone a dramatic transformation. She was a Knight student from the first session of Tianyuan Academy and also an outstanding graduate of the first session. Originally a nameless person, the name Yushill was bestowed by the Lord himself during the graduation ceremony. This was a rare honor for only a very few. The Lord only appeared at the ceremonies for the excellent graduates of the first and second sessions and bestowed names to only a select few. She was the first. It was said that the reason the Lord stopped distributing names subsequently was that many students who originally had names pretended not to have one, just to receive a bestowed name. The Lord couldn't stand it anymore. Yushill, exactly. I've decided to let this girl serve as the acting bishop, and if she performs well, she'll be promoted to the official bishop. What do you think? As Isloa said this, she simultaneously passed along Yushill's resume. Mu Yuan had some impression of the girl. After all, he had personally given her a name. It was also accidental. At the graduation ceremony, he found a nameless young girl looking uneasy. He casually gave her a name. Having started with one, there came a second, and then a third. However, Mr. Mu was terrible at naming. It was manageable to come up with a few names, but dozens? It would exhaust him. He couldn't afford to spend his precious energy on naming. Mu Yuan looked at the document in his hand. High-order nun Yushill's resume was indeed impressive. Initially, she worked as a laborer in the gathering, transportation, and construction crews and also spent some time as a tailor. Following her graduation from Tianyuan Academy, she served as an assistant to Dean Aileen for a while, concurrently worked as a clerk in the security bureau, and often did community work, settling disputes among neighbors. Mu Yuan nodded slightly. Because she had performed well, the organization offered her the opportunity to change her profession. She fortuitously changed her profession to that of a nun at a time-limited reclassification site in the wilderness. Later, nun Yushill joined Tianyuan Hospital and conducted promotional work at the security bureau on her own initiative. Isloa said, "This child is quite the devout believer. Now we can fully promote the doctrines of Tianyuan City. Sisters, there are many newcomers in the territory now. We must let everyone understand how superior the lifestyle provided by the Lord is, how great the Lord's achievements are, and how fortunate we are to have come here." In the dressing room, Yushill removed her everyday clothes and stored them in a wardrobe nearby, changing into a black nun's robe that tightly wrapped her entire plump body. As an old resident of Tianyuan City, who had studied, practiced, and even followed Dean Aileen to Tian City for further education, Yushill understood very well how miraculous it was to have built such a vast city and territory in just a little over a year. Many old cities that had been built and managed for decades could not hold a candle to their own Tianyuan City. Among the myriad miraculous territories, refugees could end up anywhere. The probability of being guided to Tianyuan City was less than 1 in 10 million. What incredible fortune! Yet many people did not understand. They just took the privileges of the territory for granted, not realizing the blessings they must have accrued over many lifetimes to have arrived there. Yushill could not allow such ignorance. She had to make everyone know how much the Lord had sacrificed and how arduous the journey had been. She had wanted to do this long ago and thus attempted to use the platform of the Security Bureau for promotions. But it was inefficient. Now, it was different. The working plan of the cathedral itself included this aspect. Perfect, of course, promotional work had to be conducted in a phased and gradual manner. Besides this, they also held the responsibilities of guiding the lost and listening to the confessions of the penitents. Today was the first day with a formal license on duty, and Yushil looked at the other nuns in the dressing room. Sisters, to proclaim the glory of the Lord is our bounden duty. Awoo! The well-dressed nuns filed out in order, rushing to their respective posts. Zhou Laoliu was a soldier who came from the Imperial Guard. However, he had a secret that he couldn't reveal. Because of this secret, he felt ashamed and restless until he heard that the newly opened church could provide guidance to lost lambs. He mustered the courage to come here. Nun, please don't be scared after hearing what I have to say. Zhou Laoliu swallowed nervously and spoke earnestly. The nun also looked serious. Don't worry, we are all professional nuns, certified, and absolutely won't be scared. Aren't you really scared? No, then I'll say it. Go ahead. Zhou Laoliu hesitated for about 10 seconds before finally making up his mind to speak. It's like this. Our brothers in the 6th Imperial Guard are all brave in battle, always charging to the front line to fight monsters in close combat. But compared to them, I am somewhat timid and have never dared to confront the monsters directly with a bayonet. But you still keep rushing to the front line to fight with the monsters, don't you? The nun said softly, bravery isn't just about being fearless. Being able to overcome your fear and firm up your belief to protect your homeland is also a form of bravery, and perhaps even more commendable. The Imperial Guard, Zhou Laoliu, hearing this, the look of confusion gradually faded from his face, replaced by a renewed firmness and confidence. The nun smiled slightly upon seeing this. The instructional manual was right. Being a psychological counselor wasn't that hard at all. With just a few words of guidance, she had reaffirmed a warrior's brave convictions. The nun also felt a sense of accomplishment, just like when she treated the injured, helping patients to start anew. But before she could finish with some encouraging words, the forbidden guard soldier named Zhou Laoliu said excitedly. I understand now. I will continue to stand by my way of fighting, sneak up behind monsters to deliver fatal blows to their weakest parts, and lurk in dung pits for 2 days and nights to create the perfect ambush opportunity. These are all correct, and in the future, I will develop more correct, brave combat methods. Hey, dear nun, what happened? Why are you moving further away? The young nun turned pale, facing a severe mental shock on her first day on the job. Seeing this, the supervisor Yushil had to take over the responsibilities of the young nun. Soon, a second lost soul arrived at the guidance room. Yushil observed. Sitting at the window was a middle-aged man with a full beard. According to the records, he was an ordinary worker living in the Dingxi residential area. Maybe this one's normal. Yushil wasn't worried. She often mediated for neighbors and had counseled many people while working at the security bureau. She was confident that no matter what oddities she faced, she could handle them alone. The middle-aged man looked uneasy, hesitant, and guilty, definitely showing the signs of a lost soul. He began, Dear nun, I need to confess. I have sinned. I have accepted a bribe from outside forces. Nun Yushil. What? This, she couldn't handle ORZ. Mu Yuan opened his panel. Through the panel data, he could see that the observatory hall had accumulated some power of faith. It seems gathering the power of faith is easier than I thought, or perhaps it's the merit of the legendary building. After today, I'm not sure how well the church department is functioning. From the data on the power of faith, it seemed fine. But he couldn't just look at the surface data. He called his assistant Mo Li to inquire. Mo Li understood him well, having already learned about the major and minor events of the church that day. Since the church opened, residents, especially those who have just arrived, have rapidly lost their sense of strangership, and they can integrate more quickly into the community. The guidance room has counseled quite a few people, mostly our legionnaires. Oh, Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. Mo Li wasn't surprised by his surprise, as she had been surprised herself when she first heard it. She said, a lot of warriors are confused about things outside of combat training. They're unclear about what they should do. Mu Yuan, stroking his chin, said, it seems that we need to carry out more spiritual and cultural development. Mo Li continued, but apart from these reasonable confusions, there were quite a few warriors raising bizarre issues. For instance, one warrior mentioned he really enjoys picking up soap in the showers, another said he likes being surrounded by strong men, Lord, what does this mean? New Yuan. New Yuan. It means they really enjoyed training. Is there anything else? Mo Li. Yes, today several territory citizens also came to confess, revealing that they have been acting as informants for outside forces. The intelligence department has investigated these issues, tracing the information to capture spies from the Shenyao Empire embedded in our city. The earliest spy was inserted more than half a year ago. This wasn't really a big deal. It wasn't a big deal, and that's why such reports would wait to be summarized before they reached him. He might even let Islo or Lulu handle it. As an independent lord with critical positions within his territory all held by direct lineage soldiers, there was no need to hire outsiders, so internal issues were unlikely. Lord Shepard was just diligent, always working. Otherwise, he could easily delegate all his work to Isloa, Lulu, and others. He really was too hard-working. Having asked, Mu Yuan then got the details about the situation. The status of the Shenyao spies wasn't high. They were just masquerading as ordinary territory citizens mingling in the residential area. Their levels weren't high either. Those who were high-level had been caught already. Some had tried to infiltrate the core zones or major military areas and had been captured. The rest were just Shenyao Empire lookouts or informers. Even though Tianyuan City had faced several great wars, these informants couldn't see much. What could a first or second-order professional see in a city during such times? They could only see the sky filled with fireworks and hear the thunderous booms. In most major territories, various spies from competitors, enemies, or enemy nations were hidden. In comparison, because Tianyuan City was in a dangerous area, the number of such spies was significantly reduced. Tianyuan City had countermeasures against these spies. The intelligence department led by Sophia, the prison managed by Rakshasa, and the surveillance department were all top-notch. Rakshasa would occasionally patrol inside and outside Tianyuan City using the slaying evil decapitating malevolence talent. However, it seems these spies were too incompetent, committing evils that were far from significant, so Rakshasa failed to notice them. Boom! The spy from the Shenyao Empire was locked up in the 9-story Bone Tower prison, in the area above ground. Not many people were imprisoned there. However, the Nether prison underground held a substantial number of creatures from the legendary realm. The strongest prisoner in the above-ground area turned out to be a man claiming to be an earl from the Tower Federation. However, today this middle-aged man was bailed out. A ghostly 4th-rank ghost general with green face and sharp teeth approached him. "Come out, someone has paid your ransom." The former lord obediently followed the ghost general outside. It wasn't that he was compliant, he simply recognized the sheer gap between their powers. There was a serious problem with this territory. What kind of city-level territory positions a 4th-order general at the registration desk and patrol team? He couldn't afford to provoke them, so of course he could only obediently follow their lead. The prison environment was a bit chilly, the food was bland, and the prison guards were all frightening in appearance, but without severe torture and with a place to eat and sleep, he somehow felt it wasn't so bad. The middle-aged man followed the ghost soldiers to the city center. Half an hour later, he finally met the man he had been longing to see, one of the 9 Tower Masters of the Tower Federation. A man who was called an alchemy master, magic barrier, dragonbane mage, among other respectful titles. His uncle, Weishen Tower Master Andal. Despite being in his 30s, the man looked much younger than his great-nephew. He wore a golden-red splendid robe, with long tassels falling slantingly from the collar, exuding a majestic presence stemming from a long tenure in a high position. Behind Weishen Tower Master Andal stood several impressive attendants, each extraordinary in their own right. In the Tower Federation, the 9 Tower Masters were the heavens. Each of them ruled a vast domain, wielding mysterious and immense powers. Nevertheless, his great-nephew was the only bloodline left by his older brother. As soon as he received the message, Andal brought several trusted generals and hastened thousands of miles to Tianyuan City. The middle-aged great-nephew displayed a tearful smile. With his uncle present, he had security, he had freedom, and he could finally let out all the grievances he had suffered. His uncle was one of the 9 Tower Masters, after all. "Uncle." He was just about to say something. A snap resounded in the reception room, a sound crisp and melodious, lingering for a long time. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Tower Master Endel spoke. Now apologize sincerely to the Lord of Tianyuan City. If you don't, then let's sever our familial ties. He was well aware of what his great-nephew was capable of. If he didn't slap him on the spot, he truly feared this foolish nephew would speak out of turn. It was one thing to stir up trouble on a normal day, but this was Tianyuan City. As one of the governors of the Tower Federation, he held high authority and immense power, having entered the God Soul realm at less than 60 years of age. His power was tremendous, his future limitless. However, Tianyuan City. The Grand Duke of the Hunt, Dark Teeth, who had once unleashed a great catastrophe in their Tower Federation, leaving many powerhouses dead, had perished at the hands of a Tianyuan powerhouse. Tianyuan City's giant spirit god Lulu. Moreover, he had vaguely heard that giant spirit god Lulu was not the strongest in Tianyuan City, or at least not the only one in that high rank. His future was limitless, yet the Lord of Tianyuan City was limitless times 100. How could he afford to provoke him? He needed to ingratiate himself. Endel said, "Our great-nephew has caused some trouble, and we truly apologize." Mu Yuan waved his hand. The young one is a bit naive, it's just a minor issue. Wei Shen Tower Master was formidable. The territory he governed was larger than that of the neighboring Gemstone Duchy and Golden Commonwealth. He himself was a well-known great alchemist across the nations. The Tower Federation was also located in the Twilight Dominion, not very far from here. Thereupon, Mu Yuan signed some trade agreements with Wei Shen Tower Master, and acquired a batch of legendary breakthrough material at a low price. Wei Shen Tower Master retrieved his great-nephew and also took this opportunity to establish trade relations with Tianyuan City. He felt it was very profitable. They both had a bright future. Ordering legendary materials from the Radiant Tower Master has further narrowed the gap in territorial needs. The compensation promised by the 6 dukes, along with Sario and the others' return, was poured into the warehouse. Mu Yuan pondered. The world's secret realm would soon allow entry to the legendary realm, and he needed to get the affairs of his territory in order before entering the second stage of the secret realm so that he could devote all his energy to exploring it. Having people from the Tower Federation come over, opening the church, resolving trivial matters like material procurement early, would be most appropriate. He opened the panel to check which legendary realm figures could be spared at the current stage. Some legends must remain at the main outposts outside, as well as within Tianyuan City. Relied solely on Lapis and several non-self-aware angel statues for defense? He couldn't be at ease with that. It was fortunate that he, Isloa, and Sophia all possessed high-order avatar skills. Even if their true forms were away, they could leave their avatars behind to look after things and coordinate commands in the territory. But in the event of important matters or during battles when full firepower was necessary, they might not be able to take the territory into account. Leaving behind legends, these legendary generals needed to have strong leadership abilities. Currently in the territory, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, myself, and Isloa are of the Soul Realm. If we want to enter the world's secret realm, we'll have to wait for the next wave. By then, people like 17, Xie Yi, and Laney who have returned from the secret realm can take charge of the territory. Once the Soul Realm could enter, 17 and the others would also face danger. It was different for legendary beings like Lulu and Rakshasa, who could continue to explore in the later stages without being recalled. Mu Yuan wasn't planning to risk his generals' lives anyway. Normal exploration carried very controllable risks with considerable benefits, so naturally, Mu Yuan wished his soldiers could go and mix in, gaining fortune regardless of the size, not missing out on any opportunity. Many fortunes within the secret realm could not be taken away and had to be accessed by entering it in person to gain benefits. But if it involved significant risks, then there was no need for that. In the following few days, aside from the 2 heavenly patrol squads that were still hunting monster legends, the Tianyuan generals who were out gradually returned to prepare for the coming battle of the secret realm. Among the heavenly patrol squads that are still on missions, it's Duo Lai and Sophia's team. Duo Lai is hunting on his own, while Sophia's team has changed personnel, with Lien Yu being replaced by Tree Demon Granny. What Sophia left in the outside world was an incarnation of the Nether Raven containing half of her energy. Her incarnation, holding the authority of the Lord of Crows, could continuously absorb energy from the outside world. As long as she didn't engage in desperate battles, this incarnation could last indefinitely. Surrounded by hundreds of black crows, tracking and scouting were not an issue with these birds around. Naturally, the combat power of the Nether Raven incarnation could never compare to her true form, so her new teammate Tree Demon Granny took on the role of the combat force. The Tree Demon Granny had superior combat power to Sophia. She was the strongest in the legendary Earth realm of Tianyuan City. Powerful enough to defeat abnormal-level strongmen like Sophia, Lulu, Rakshasa, Uda, and Lien Yu, her strength was indeed substantial. After all, Tree Demon Granny held the great power of the ancient trees. The life-bound seed avatar was said to wield only 90% of its power, but that power was the collective force of the Treeman forest. Even for Uda, victory was only possible if stationed near Tree Demon Granny's true form during combat. The combination of Sophia's incarnation plus Tree Demon Granny's avatar was enough to subdue world-class strongmen. And Tree Demon Granny was able to conjure up 3 life-bound seeds. Theoretically, it could assimilate 3 ancient tree avatars, as long as the energy supply could keep up. As long as it wasn't a major war breaking out in 2 locations, her energy supply could keep up. Even if wars broke out concurrently, it wouldn't be a problem in the short term. If it really came down to it, she could sacrifice the avatar that entered the secret realm. After all, it was just an avatar, and Mu Yuan wasn't clear if Tree Demon Granny could gain any real benefit within the secret realm. Alert! Your troop, Heavenly Fortune Fox Lady Daisy, has evolved to Epic 2 stars, Awakening Epic Skill, Heavenly Fortune True Words. Under this talent, the words spoken by Daisy have a mysterious influence. The more logical her words are, the more indisputable they become. Additionally, consuming a considerable amount of energy, Heavenly Fortune True Words can also manipulate matter, influencing reality. Alert! Your troop, Heavenly Fortune Fox Lady Daisy, has evolved to Epic 3 stars, Awakening the Epic Talent, Nine-Tailed Fox. Daisy, through absorbing high-order nutrients, can grow more life-bound foxtails, up to a maximum of 9. Currently, she has 3 tails. Daisy can detach her own tails and transform them into Heavenly Fox avatars. Moreover, if Daisy faces the danger of falling, she will autonomously consume, permanently use, one tail as a substitute to avoid a fatal calamity. After Lapis evolved, with the accumulation over these days and the extra income earned by Sario's squad in the Shen Luo domain, Mu Yuan had once again gathered nearly 2 million miracle evolution power. He then began to evolve his meritorious generals swiftly. The first was Daisy, who didn't want to evolve. Mu Yuan figured, Daisy evolving the ability to substitute her death with her tails certainly had something to do with her being cowardly, weak, and afraid to die. But aside from being cowardly and weak, Daisy's professional capability could be ranked within the top 3 in all of Heavenly Element. Her talent was actually quite formidable, easily breaking through to the legendary realm even with an epic 1-star form, surpassing 95% of the Tianyuan epics. But her combat abilities were undoubtedly subpar. Daisy had no plans to go to the world's secret realm, so Mu Yuan asked her to take over his duties in the territory for a while. It's totally fine, if any enemies dare to attack, HMPH, I'll immediately call upon our family's angels to strike them down, taking out pairs at a time. Bullying enemies with sheer power was something she was best at. She was brimming with confidence, and the 2 new heavenly foxtails that had sprouted behind her gave her ample self-assurance. She caressed them. The tails were fluffy and soft, and she couldn't get enough of them. Apart from Daisy, the nature spirits, Hua Ling, and Wood Spirit, had also evolved to Epic 3 stars, awakening the powerful skill, Nature Baptism. This skill could greatly accelerate the growth of plants and even benefited humans. Just like a heaven and earth baptism, professionals bathed in nature baptism could slowly improve their level. If Walling and Wood spirit were just a bit stronger, they might even be able to bestow the baptismal radiance on behalf of the heavens. Of course, nature baptism also had its flaws. This skill required the gathering of nature's power and would consume the nature spirit's own essence. After use, a considerable amount of time had to pass before it could be deployed again. These days, a new legendary had also been born in Tianyuan City. The Wings of the Wind King that Mu Yuan was looking forward to had finally produced a second legendary, and Tina, the nun at the registration office, had also stepped into legendary. The head of the registrar's office in Tianyuan City was now at a legendary level. If Tianyuan City were open to the outside world, bringing in a large number of foreign adventurers, one could only wonder what their reaction would be to such a scene. Unfortunately, Tianyuan City was situated in a remote location with dangerous commutes, leaving Mu Yuan unable to develop commerce there even if he wanted to. Tianyuan City could only rely on their own efforts, laying each brick and tile to build it up. The following day, Isloa emerged from the advanced mage tower. According to my divination, the world's secret realm will open up to the second boundary in as little as 12 hours, at most 24 hours. Mu Yuan nodded and began to rally his troops. In the military camp north of Tianyuan City, elite warriors swiftly took their positions. Skeleton Lord 100-man formation, ready to go. Bone 4 declared loudly. Fearless War Handsome, Arrow of Polar Star formation, ready to go. Lulu stated solemnly. Dragon Power formation. Snow Maiden formation. Ghost formation. Nun team. Nature Spirit team. Musketeer team. Warhawk team. One after another, battalions and squads rapidly assembled. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of fourth-order elites had gathered in this training field. Mu Yuan had recalled all the elite explorers who were out engaging with monsters, maintaining only the most basic defensive line in Tianyuan City. It wasn't that he needed these elites to bulk up his combat power or to cast a wide net for exploration through sheer numbers. He wanted to use this opportunity to allow his own elites to benefit as well. Inside the world's secret realm, there were places similar to Apocalypse Pillars that could enable fourth-order strongmen to achieve sudden enlightenment of their domains. Similar treasures on the outer fringes of the secret realm had already been used and depleted. But Mu Yuan believed that deeper within the secret realm, there were still many places like this. Fourth-order strongmen who wanted to visit such places must have a legendary backer. In fact, in the past few days, lords and professionals with connections had been constantly contacting their powerful supporters to seek opportunities. There were also legendary strongmen openly forming exploration teams, selling exploration team member spots at clear-cut prices. This was not a bad way to make money. However, the world's secret realm is not that safe. Even for legendary strongmen, without invincible combat power, they are still shrouded in risks and crises. Mu Yuan began to appoint his commanders. Lulu, Sophia, 17, Uda, the recently healed Jun. All 10 of Tianyuan City's heaven and earth realm strongmen assembled. The weakest among them, Lainey, also possessed a 3,000-meter level domain and was endowed with 3 epic skills. Besides these 10 strongmen, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, Milena, Irene, and other powerhouses also took their places one by one. Milena was accompanied by 3 legendary elves, as well as 24th Order juniors. Except for Daisy, Li Erniu, Butcher, and a few other legends who stayed behind, the legends of Tianyuan City poured out of their nests. If you include the other 3 legendary elves, the number of legends in their party was 34. Then, I declare, the grand campaign to explore the world's secret realm officially begins. All warriors, follow me, strike. The starry sky gate opened, Mu Yuan stepped through and disappeared inside. In the West Desolation domain, before the world's secret realm gate of the Shiji City territory. Compared to the previous days, more powerhouses had gathered here, and one by one, famous powerhouses were still rushing over. Linglong Radiance. It's Lord Linglong arriving. The Lord Linglong with 3 legends. The Lord Linglong who has slain 16 monster legends. Some exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the line of a dozen or so figures appearing in the distance. Flying with the power of heaven and earth, the leading figure was none other than the petite, delicate Lord Linglong, who carried a weapon larger than herself on her back. A sword's brilliance that lit up 19 cities? It's Lord Wuji. His domain might only have 2 legends, but Lord Wuji's own combat power is extremely terrifying. It is said he once fought a heaven and earth realm peak monster in dozens of rounds without falling under the wind. SS's ordinary professionals gasped in admiration. They are warlord-level elites, the elite of society, but they have never seen so many renowned legends. Even if they don't qualify to explore the world's secret realm, merely witnessing so many leaders with their own eyes makes the trip worthwhile. They'll have something to boast about in the future. The Deputy City Lord of Shiji City has also arrived. Following the Deputy City Lord are 4 of the top 10 powerhouses of Shiji City. The main force of the Sky Wolf Star exploration team has arrived. Their leader Sirius is a ruthless person. He once fell into the encirclement of over a dozen monster legends but fought his way out and counter-slaughtered 3 legends. Members of the first batch of exploratory teams from the Sky Wolf Star who had recently emerged from the secret realm hurriedly went to greet them. Their own big boss had finally arrived. They would enter the secret realm again later, but they must first leave and meet up with their own leader. Otherwise, once the second stage of the secret realm opened, a massive influx of legendary explorers would enter, and without the protection of a legend, they could be casually wiped out by someone. At this stage, teams without a legend's leadership will find it extremely difficult to move an inch. The Lord of Scorching Flames team, White Shark Group's first battle team, Taizan Liangyi's 6th exploratory squad, Tian City Academy battle team. One powerful squad after another arrived in succession. Threads of legendary might dispersed, leaping and clashing within the world, stirring the entire region into a frenzy, rendering the air so heavy it seemed to suffocate. The legends had actually restrained their coercion, but even the seeping trace amounts, once in sufficient quantity, still made the whole atmosphere seem to congeal. Dispersed teams without the protection of a legend had to retreat to the far outer edges. Not just anyone is qualified to witness and observe the legendary leaders up close. One must either possess considerable strength or have a strong backing. Suddenly, the earth rippled, and a massive stone amber flew into the sky. Its momentum was tremendous, causing gales and thunder to reverberate around it. But outside the secret realm, the legend's gaze was mostly fixed on the burly figure seated atop the massive stone amber. Giant Amber City General, Longchu Mountain Jingjing. The number of human legends and monster legends that have perished at the hands of this General Junyuan is at least in the hundreds. He is the Giant Amber City Lord's right-hand man. One who could build Giant Amber City in the chaotic neutral lands and make it the central hub of an entire region is surely no weakling. A presence from the Soul Realm. Some had serious expressions. Although there were not a few Taishuan legends present, none of them were from the Soul Realm. Of course, this didn't mean they were afraid of Giant Amber City's General Junyuan, but this was after all their Taishuan territory, and right now, they were being overshadowed in terms of momentum by an outsider, which was irritating. Giant Amber City's General Junyuan, leading his team, landed at an edge outside the secret realm, forcefully taking up a position near the entrance, and waiting with feigned slumber. Suddenly, this General Junyuan opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Some of the legends also looked in the same direction. At the edge of the sky, a hint of starlight blue emerged. Then suddenly, the sky grew dim, and stars shone in the curtain of night. A river of stars, gathered by countless stars, appeared on the other side of the heavens, coming in majestically. On this vast river of stars, which seemed to stretch across the entirety of the sky, stood powerful figures with remarkable poise, their hands behind their backs. White robes fluttering, cloaks billowing. The powerhouses of Tianyuan City. The armies of Tianyuan City had arrived. Tianyuan City's strong people have finally arrived. Someone muttered. It was no longer a secret that the Lord of Tianyuan City had chosen this secret realm entrance. An elite of Tianyuan was always stationed here. Everyone was quite looking forward to the arrival of the Lord of Tianyuan City. The legendary Lord, who had created miracles time and again, indeed came personally, only. Have the warriors from Tianyuan City come in quite a large number? The Star River had already flown near the secret realm, and people saw the warriors it carried, numbering immensely. Hundreds of elites. We're here to explore the world's secret realm, not to go to war, guys. The lords didn't mind bringing more Fourth Order elites, using this opportunity for them to train and transform. With one more person, their territories might eventually gain a genius with a legendary stature in the future. However, the secret realm was dangerous and full of lethal traps. Even the legendary realm might not protect so many Fourth Order strongmen. Don't you see that Reconnaissance Corps openly set their limits at 7 members per legendary leader? Any more? Even the Master Fourth Order wannabes aren't foolish? Moreover, bringing their elites or younger relatives was just incidental. The legendary lords were competing for their own fortunes. In such a situation, why would they go to great lengths to protect Third or Fourth Order professionals? That would be putting the cart before the horse. That's what people thought, but they just muttered among themselves. How the Lord of Tianyuan City chose to act was his own affair, they just couldn't quite understand. Don't understand? That's right, the Lord of Tianyuan City must have his reasons for doing so. Do you guys think there's a possibility that Tianyuan City brought many legendary strongmen on this trip? Like, if there are dozens of legends in Tianyuan City, a ratio of legends to non-legends reaching 1 to 10 is entirely possible. Dude, wake up, even the die-hard fans of the Lord of Tianyuan City wouldn't dare think that. Can your reasoning be a bit logical? The speaker chuckled, he was just looking for topics to liven up the atmosphere. He himself didn't truly believe any such improbable possibility existed. However, someone present felt that this possibility might indeed exist. Lord Linglong reflected, having dozens of legends sounds ridiculous at first and is indeed super ridiculous, but if it's about Tianyuan, this freak, well, it's not impossible. Tianyuan was someone she had watched grow up, proud.jpg. Although she had initially faced defeat in the secret realm of challenge while competing against Tianyuan at the same level. What of it? I once narrowly lost to Tianyuan. She had also visited Tianyuan City, and even together with Tianyuan, had defeated a massive wave of monsters. At that time, there were just a handful of legends in Tianyuan City, but they were already capable of defeating dozens of monster legends, creating the miracle of overwhelming the monster overlord. Now, after all this time, the legends of Tianyuan City from back then have become world-class strongmen. Saying that Tianyuan had nurtured dozens of legends, well, that isn't an impossibility. Besides, that guy Tianyuan is extremely cautious. He wouldn't have brought the core forces of his territory unless he was 200% certain. Compared to other forces with exploration teams of a few to a dozen, or at most around 40 people, the Reconnaissance Corps from Tianyuan City on the Star River indeed seemed much larger in number. Even setting aside the legendary strongmen, the Fourth Order elites he assembled were themselves capable of confronting legends. Other Fourth Orders couldn't lead a dozen assistants or 8,000 elites to resonate with the army spirit. They basically had no chance against a legend. Tianyuan's elites, while it's tough for them to confront a legend alone, forming a small team would suffice. The reason there hadn't been a super genius who could topple a legend with just a Fourth Order body was because all the geniuses had stepped into the legendary realm. Those still struggling at the Fourth Order limit were just considered mediocre. At best, they were within the top 200 or the top 100 on the Dragon Gate ranking. Mu Yuan exchanged greetings with the acquaintances he knew, Lords Linglong, Wuji, without much conversation. The secret realm was about to activate the second stage. At this point, the legendary lords aiming for fortunes were all making serious preparations. Time ticked by slowly. Mu Yuan didn't arrive early, only joining the last batch of explorers a few minutes before Yi Si's divination prophecy. He just had confidence in Yi Si. If quick, he only needed to wait a few minutes. If slow, perhaps just over half an hour. But the passage of time seemed particularly slow. The opening of the secret realm was expanding bit by bit, yet it hadn't transformed significantly. In the meantime, explorers kept jumping out of the secret realm. Some were in utter disarray. Others could hardly conceal their joy. The latter had evidently reaped substantial rewards inside the secret realm. At this time, no one paid attention to these explorers. Pairs of eyes were fixed on the gradually spreading fissure of the secret realm. Suddenly, buzz! As if some invisible ripple swept through, and akin to a crack in space, the portal of the secret realm, as if torn apart by some immense force, suddenly expanded from about 30 meters to 40 meters. The next moment it swelled once more, swelling to 60, 70, 80 meters. An 80-meter-long fissure in the secret realm, imbued with golden twilight, sparkled before everyone. The gate to the legendary realm of the world's secret realm has opened. Around the secret realm, each legendary strongman present held their breath briefly after a silent couple of instantances. Then a lone legendary soaring with the power of heaven and earth surged skyward. Pop! He passed through the secret realm's gate as if moving through the ripples of a water curtain. He wasn't repelled, he entered. Let's go, we're up to. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Time is money. Solo legends or small teams formed by several legends were the quickest, in comparison. Other Foss's legends still needed to harness the power of heaven and earth to lift their elites or juniors up. Coming and going naturally took more time, and they couldn't catch up with the fastest. Actually, there was no need to fight over these few seconds to tens of seconds. The secret realm inside was very vast, and it took quite some time to cross from the entrance to the outer regions. Let's start as well. Mu Yuan nodded to Isloa. Isloa was here only in an avatar form, but under the starry sky scepter and symbol of the stars, her power spread almost as much as if she were physically present. She controlled the vast river of stars to slowly rise and approach the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the river of stars, Lu Lu, Deng Long, and Lian Yu, each a legend, took to the sky and entered the secret realm first to observe the situation on the other side. Skeleton Battalion, Ghost Soul Team, Garrison Team. Team after team of elite troops successively stepped through the secret realm's gate. The legendary figures were the last to follow. Soon, the entrance area of the secret realm that had gathered numerous legends started to quiet down. On the mountain peak occupied by Tianyuan City as a temporary camp, only Mu Yuan and Isloa remained. In the distance, the team from Jupo City and General Junyuan Longchu Mountain closed their eyes again, quietly waiting. The hustle had shifted from outside the secret realm to within. Mu Yuan sat on the river of starry sky and also closed his eyes to make contact with his own division generals inside the secret realm. World Secret Realm, inside, at the entrance. Here, it was much more bustling than the outside. There were 6 entrances within the Tai-Zan Alliance's territory to the World Secret Realm, and countless more within the whole Eternal World. Comparatively, the starting point area inside the secret realm was much less. Often, several or even more than a dozen entrances converged at the same starting point, which couldn't be anything but bustling. The starting point area was chaotic. There was no such thing as a safe zone here, and the area around the starting point also gathered strong figures from various countries, even different racial forces, which normally could easily cause friction. But it was not the case now. There were no monsters around, and the legends who had entered the secret realm had mostly their own targets, turning one by one into streaks of light, disappearing into the expanse of heaven and earth. Roar, 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 we need to move fast too, roar. Lian Yu was anxious. Lu Lu was organizing various small teams and said, proceed as Lord initially arranged, and contact us immediately if you encounter any unforeseen circumstances. The legendary figures of Tianyuan City were mainly divided into 2 parts. One was the generals leading and protecting their own elite troops. Lu Lu, Bone 3, Bone 4, Hong Yi, 17. These powerful figures were among them. Of course, besides being protected and seizing opportunities, the elites also played a significant role during exploration. But the elites were ultimately 4 order and couldn't fly. If the legendary figures all moved with the 4 order elites, they would inevitably lose the initiative. This was the moment just after the Gate of Legend had opened, and speed was of utmost importance. Therefore, another group of legends would quickly travel, crossing the outer regions to enter the inner circles with lightning speed. And the core of this racing team was, that's right, it's Mr. Falcon himself. Rakshasa, Sophia, Lien Yu, Uta, Shi Lu, Grass Twig, Gibby, Bone 2, and other legendary figures quickly climbed onto the spacious back of Jun. Let me show you the ultimate speed of Mr. Falcon. Jun spread his wings, soaring like a rock, and vanished from everyone's sight in an instant. The fierce wind howled, but it didn't affect Jun's sharp vision scanning over the land. Distant mountains and rivers came into view. These terrains were shrouded in a faint mist, making the entire Secret Realm world seem somewhat unreal, blurred, as if separated by a layer of obstruction. That was indeed the case. With the Secret Realm's mysterious fog acting as a barrier, even epic treasures failed to reveal their brilliance. They were only noticeable when approached closely. The perception of legendary figures was also significantly weakened. In such an environment, pure eyesight could in fact see farther, even though it was hindered by the mist when gazing far. On the ground or in midair, one after another, exploratory teams dashed, their figures reflected in Jun's eyes. He also used the vision-sharing ability, sharing what he saw with Sophia and others, as well as Lulu and others who were further away. Jun had tried to share his vision with the esteemed lord, but had failed. Vision sharing after all was merely an ordinary level skill. Despite its strong practicality, limitations still existed. Even when used by a contemporary strongman like Lord Jun, it couldn't transcend the barriers of the world's secret realm to share visions with those outside the secret realm. Thus, Mu Yuan, through Black Crow's vision, obtained a view of the inside of the secret realm. The entire world was tinged with a faint white, as if everyone were in a water ink painted world, not so real. In fact, the Vanguard exploration team had done simple sampling research, and the land and trees within the secret realm were indeed not real. These materials would dissipate and vanish the moment they were taken out of the secret realm, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Otherwise, within the secret realm, there were still many special soils and rocks extremely hard, and explorers who had not yet thought of dismantling and moving the entire secret realm away. Within the secret realm, only treasures and opportunities truly existed. As Jun sped on, landscapes unlike the normal mountains and earth also continuously appeared in his field of vision. There were fiery magma burning grounds, formations of bizarre standing rocks, and huge obelisks. Jun didn't stop. By now, in this outer periphery of the secret realm with special regions, it was almost impossible for any treasures to remain, and the mystical power contained by the lands of opportunity had mostly been exhausted. Even if there were remnants, they weren't worthy of making a special descent to inspect. Jun felt the wind around him. The wind gradually became orderly at his command. It was time. Mr. Falcon is going to speed up, soaring 9 heavens. Trying to maintain stability, the entire giant bird merged into the storm, soared upwards, and with one flap of its wings, it covered a distance of 180,000 kilometers. The racing team sped by, and legends flew. Those who commanded the wind and thunder, like lightning and light, were rapidly left far behind in the blink of an eye. This was the gold standard of being the fastest in Tianyuan City. Jun was constantly surpassing others, on the vast land, fog-hazed. A figure turned into a streak of light, tearing through the fog and air, breaking through circle after circle of white ripples. Extreme Wing Bird Mach, he was a legendary strongman from the Yongxing Empire. His combat power wasn't formidable, only middle-ranked among many legends, but he still made a resounding name for himself within the Yongxing Empire. The reason was simple: he was fast. Speed was the true logic of this world. He had once been targeted by a Soul Realm beast yet emerged unscathed because the Soul Realm beast couldn't fly as fast as him. My combat power isn't strong, I can't face those monstrous legends directly, but I don't need to. I just need to enter the inner circle of the secret realm at the highest speed and quickly sweep up high-level treasures. The advantage is mine. When the legend gate of the secret realm opened, he quickly flew into it. He was among the first batch of starters, and at this moment, he had already left the other legends far behind. He was the undisputed first, having left the second place far behind to the point where even a shadow was not visible. The extreme winged bird thought so, looking behind him, and indeed not seeing any pursuer's tracks. Shadow? Whoosh! A gust of wind roared, and a huge figure flashed by from above. And in front of him, rapidly shrinking in his field of vision. Extreme winged bird. The world is vast, indeed there are stronger beings. His energy surged, lines of light scaling his cheeks. Simultaneously, the three pairs of light wings that had spread behind him continued to extend, becoming narrower and sharper. Extreme winged bird lightspeed form. Rumble. The heavens and earth seemed to hum, and the space was etched with shallow lines. However, the large bird shadow still disappeared from his view at an unreachable speed, too fast even to consider pursuing. Seems like it's been 200 seconds since I last encountered a legend? Jun muttered. He had surpassed all the leading legends in the first 30 seconds. Amid the vast heaven and earth, only one giant bird rode the storm soaring high above, Lonelila tossing the clouds behind it. 400 seconds, 600 seconds, 800 seconds. In the 800th second of entering the secret realm, he finally saw the boundary land that separated the periphery from the inner circle, mentioned in the intelligence. Mountains hung upside down, waterfalls flowed in reverse. An illusionary mirage-like scene appeared in the distant azure sky. That mountain range stretched endlessly, and the waterfall flowed upward into a vast lake. Inverted mountain. It marked the boundary between the outer and inner circles of the secret realm. This was not so much an obstacle, but rather, the realms inside and outside of the secret realm were inverted. They needed to cross from this side to the other, flipping into another piece of inverted land. Separated by a great distance, there was considerable pressure in between. Even feathermen, birds, angels, capable of flight at the fourth order limit, could hardly fly over this chasm. Only those in the legendary realm, wielding the power of heaven and earth, could cross it. And even for them, it wasn't easy. Carrying others with them made it even more difficult. Newcomers to the legendary realm were not even qualified to watch over others. Shri, Jun, in full song, cried out as its wings beat and it passed through leisurely. Several times in the middle, it experienced the disorienting sensation of the world turning inside out. This was the difficulty in crossing the crevice. But to the experienced driver, Jun, it wasn't just fast but also stable in flight. Understand that the fastest in Tianyuan and a former early mount of the Lord, held value in gold. Whoosh, the wild winds began to ebb as Jun descended into the lower altitude regions. Its eyes sharp, Jun spotted a glint of light amidst the hazy white fog not far away. It was an object wrapped in a blue light ball, resembling an ancient-looking scroll. Miracle blueprints. Blank, impression, grade, excellent. Description. Can imprint a miracle building of no higher than superior grade and generate the corresponding blueprints. This was a rather nice treasure. The value of miracle blueprints was already several dozen or even hundreds of times more than materials of the same tier. And this blank blueprint could theoretically select any superior building. Its worth was even higher, nearly comparable to a more common epic treasure. To find such precious treasures upon entry, truly worthy of a world secret realm, love it. Jun's merit +1. Then, we shall part ways here and wish everyone great fortune. Should any mishaps occur, or you discover some unique chances, contact us immediately. Sophia said. Taking a ride on Jun was for rapid transit to this region, but upon arrival, naturally, they would no longer stick together as a team. Jun would no longer use soaring 9 heavens. Such speed would make it impossible to find treasures, plus utilizing soaring 9 heavens required soaring high above, not low altitude fly sweep. Exploring alone was the most efficient choice. Of course, this also meant the leaders of Tianyuan City were confident enough. Even the weaker ones among them, like Gibby and Grass Twig, were top-tier powers within the legendary realm. The group dispersed, each beginning their exploration in their preferred fashion. Jun took to the skies, deciding to fly deeper before starting a slow search. Rakshasa transformed into a wisp of gray-brown smoke, swirling toward the distances in the mountains. Grass Twig, a spirit of nature, burst into the vegetation and shifted continuously through the woods. Gibby split into countless bats and scattered in all directions. Around the same time, a prompt, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, resonated continually by Mu Yuan's ear. Prompt. Your hero, Rakshasa, has obtained superior grade material, Dragon Gall Whiskers. Prompt. Your hero, Sophia, has obtained superior grade weapon, Heavenly Thunder Needle. Prompt. Non-hero units' treasures would not trigger immediate prompts, but through the web of spirit. Mu Yuan stayed in constant contact with everyone within the secret realm, well aware of their plentiful harvests. It was like picking up money with a sack, of course. Higher-level treasures weren't just about bending down to pick them up, for explorers would face layers of challenges and hurdles. Without sufficient strength, even if one arrived here at the fastest speed, they might return empty-handed. This is an illusion. Sophia stood in a dense forest. She had been circling for tens of seconds before she barely noticed something amiss. Too natural, without a trace of illusion technique workmanship. Should I say it's a naturally formed illusion by the world itself? She hadn't noticed before, but once she sensed something was off and observed with her phantom night eyes, she could glimpse the paths through the illusion. Just the paths, though. She couldn't destroy this illusion. It was connected to the entire world, and even if she used great force, the illusion would reconstruct itself within seconds. Quite fascinating. Maybe Hong Yi could come and take a look. Sophia chose to mark the location. The rule's power in this secret realm was strong. The Lord's talent could not extend here, but they each had a spirit seed planted within, essentially acting as signal beacons. They could serve as individual coordinate points, and distances could be roughly estimated by comparing multiple times. Sophia thought, already moving through the illusion area. Before her lay a clear lake, and above it hung a treasure glowing with purple radiance. Without any further incident, Sophia's avatar flew up to retrieve the treasure bead. Heavenly Illusion Treasure Pearl. Grade. Epic. Description. Greatly enhances illusion ability and has the capability to restore broken illusions within a short period. A precious treasure, now in hand, in another place. A wisp of smoke touched ground, reforming into the dark-skinned, muscular figure of Rakshasa. He looked ahead. In the center of a desolate, broken rocky terrain stood a grand gray stele towering above. Treasure location. Heavenly Revelation Tablet Dark. Explanation. Touch to gain special enlightenment. The higher one's innate talent, the deeper the enlightenment. Remaining enlightenments available. 200. Rakshasa stepped forward and pressed his hand down. Wung, the world turned upside down, and he found himself in a gray, foggy landscape devoid of life and silent, with white bones continuously spreading out before him, forming a gigantic mountain 10,000 meters tall. Dong, the bell tolled, and Rakshasa's mind returned. Not bad. To him, the treasure land's effect was quite weak. The highest enlightenment it could provide was the 10,000-meter mountain, but his own insight was already several tens of thousands of meters high. But for the skeletons and specters who haven't entered the legendary realm, it seems quite good. It could help them establish their domains. Rakshasa thought and marked this location. He thought for a moment, then grew 2 additional pairs of arms from his back. 6 large hands grabbed the gray steel and he pulled with all his might. Boom! The ground trembled and dust flew, but the steel did not budge an inch. As expected, Rakshasa wasn't too surprised. He didn't linger any longer and, in a flash, turned into smoke and headed deeper into the exploration. Tread, tread, tread. Uda walked barefoot on the barren, rocky ground, his gaze sweeping round. His luck seemed a bit poor. He had been searching for half an hour and still hadn't found anything. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, a purple glow appeared within his field of vision. An epic treasure? He was also somewhat excited. He didn't need any treasures himself, confident that his fists and feet were his strongest weapons. But Uda was well aware that his own territory was in desperate need of treasures, and many companions also needed weapons like the epic treasures. He stepped forward briskly, and just as his rough palm was about to grab it, the light of will suddenly sent a warning. Tap! Uda's muscles tensed instantly, and though the ground didn't crack, his body had already appeared 100 meters away. He frowned as he watched. There, a golden spear was stuck in the ground, half its shaft buried, and the surrounding ground was rapidly turning golden and quietly, in the blink of an eye, it disintegrated into nothingness. Uda's eyes bulged. He didn't like to use his brain when fighting, but that didn't mean he didn't have one at all. He had a bit of one at least. His body was very tough. Superior weapons hacked at him could only leave white marks, and even withstanding legendary attacks with his body wouldn't cause too much damage. But just now, he felt a deadly threat. This inconspicuous spear throw, which only shattered a few meters of ground, was something his body couldn't withstand. Uda was familiar with such cheat-level killing power. It was a concept. He looked on. On a small hill thousands of meters away, there was a legendary youth clad in golden armor, holding a spear with both hands, still in the pose of a throw. Uda has encountered a strange powerhouse? Mu Yuan had instructed his division generals to report back at all times for coordination. With the web of spirit connecting all sides, Uda and the others could convey their messages instantly, without affecting normal exploration or combat. But, to encounter other explorers at this point in time? Jun was aware of how much faster he could fly compared to other explorers. When flying long distances, the speed difference was dozens of times. The other legends were still huffing and puffing in flight at this time. Mu Yuan wasn't too surprised either. Wings of the Wind King were not unique to him, although not all Wings of the Wind King could awaken abilities like soaring 9 heavens. Apart from the Wings of the Wind King, other epic lives or epic treasures might also possess similar divine speed abilities. Not to mention distant possibilities, anyone possessing an upper epic treasure with the concept of divine speed could already fly extremely fast. Mu Yuan never dared to underestimate the people of the world, especially with the world being so vast. SSSSSHHH. Golden spears fell like rain, instantly bombarding the entire land, turning it into a land riddled with 1,000 holes. The earth cracked inch by inch, and the flying rocks turned to dust in midair. But within this golden curtain of rain, a robust figure moved freely and effortlessly. Many times, although the golden spear rain was but half an inch away from the figure, the macho man would pass by unruffled. This was absolute confidence. Uda's strength was not just in his mighty power, nor merely in his solid flesh. His formidable strength came from day after day of training, from one life and death battle after another. His power was never unfounded, even when bathed in the glorious light bestowed by the Lord. He would double, even decouple his training efforts to prove he deserved such power. He was able to completely control his own body, stomp. Uda stepped on the air, creating booming sounds. He soared into the sky like ascending a heavenly staircase, heading straight for that legendary figure in golden battle armor atop the mountaintop. Golden spear sky suppressing strike, the mysterious legend uttered in a low voice. His muscles swelled, surging energy spilling out, and veins crawled up his cheeks. The golden spear in his hand suddenly grew hundreds of times larger, becoming a golden giant spear that pierced the sky and earth, and smashed down through the air. In an instant, even space seemed to solidify, spreading with flecks of gold. It was as if the entire heavens and the earth were to be gilded and shattered within. Boom! The next moment, the static space cracked. Swirling around the sinewy macho man was a wisp of red flame. His hair stood on end, while the space around him trembled, spreading an aura as terrible as a god demon. With a flash, he appeared before the young man. Serious punch. Clang! A hexagonal black shield, large enough to cover half a person, appeared out of nowhere, standing right in front of Uda. The fist, wrapped in a crimson aura, surged forward, shaking the black shield inscribed with countless mysterious runes. The residual impact was enough to collapse the entire mountain. The remaining force shoved the shield and the young man, sending them flying tens of thousands of meters away. The young man's complexion changed yet again. Seeing the fiercely swift macho man pursuing through thin air, he did not hesitate, half-crouched on the black hexagonal shield, and zipped away as a streak of light disappearing into the horizon. The speed with which he fled was so quick, and his retreat so decisive, that even Uda was caught off guard. He's gone? Just like that? Weren't they just in the heat of battle? Should a true macho man not continue fighting? Uda was dumbfounded. wondering where the martial spirit of his opponent had gone. The young man in golden battle armor controlled the hexagonal shuttle, not daring to stop for a rest until he had flown hundreds of kilometers away. Out of breath, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. This guy is definitely a monster. The golden war spear in his hand was an upper epic weapon that was not only exceedingly fast but also possessed the conceptual ability of gold transformation, along with space sealing, size alteration, and many other effects. In the past, even those at the peak of the heaven and earth realm couldn't withstand his spear. Yet that monster was too fast. Compared to speed, the monster's attacks were savagely overwhelming. If I hadn't entered the secret realm and the Elder hadn't given me the upper epic treasure, Infinite Sky Shield, which allows for flight and autonomous protection, I would probably have already perished. His golden battle armor would have had no chance of stopping it. He didn't even have time to react. Even with the Infinite Sky Shield, he didn't think it could fully protect him. He very well knew how terrified his soul was when that punch came thundering through. It's true I had some trump cards I didn't have time to use, but the young man did not believe that he would have won even if he had used all his moves. After all, the muscle-bound monster had yet to even use a single epic treasure. With 2 upper epic treasures in hand and rightfully considered among the chosen few, he had thought himself unbeatable on the battlefield of the heaven and earth realm. But to his dismay, he had suffered a heavy blow not long after entering. Who exactly is this person? Is he a secret weapon cultivated by the Yongxing Empire, or a young prodigy from the Holy Griffin Empire, or perhaps a favored one by some ancient god? The youngster from the Myriad Phenomena Empire did not know. He was only sure about one thing. This was an opponent beyond his strength. Oh, right. The youngster quickly took out a communication treasure ball and sent a message to his peer elites from the same faction. What made this communication treasure ball sophisticated was its ability to transmit images. He solidified memories of the encounter with the sinewy macho man into the ball and sent it to his comrades with a warning. This man has god-demon-like martial prowess. If encountered, do not engage in combat. Outside the world's secret realm, various countries, powers, and territories. Countless people were paying attention to the developments in the secret realm. If previously, the Fourth Order explorers had gained quite some benefits in the secret realm, now, with the entry of legendary lords, the real game had just begun. Epic treasures, epic buildings, advancement baptisms. There were far too many great opportunities. Inside, there were chances to overtake on the curves, even to ascend to heaven in one step. Of course, a legendary realm is no comparison to a Fourth Order leader. At the Fourth Order, attaining a bloodline transformation to progress to epic could be considered ascending to heaven. In the legendary realm, epic bloodlines and epic treasures were of course incredibly precious, but they still did not offer a step to heaven. For a legendary realm to achieve a revolutionary increase in combat power was almost impossible. But they could gamble on a future. A single treasure, a bloodline transformation, a miracle building could all potentially allow someone to go further in the future, to enrich their dominions. Having cultivated to the legendary realm, were they content to be constrained by potential and talent, to stagnate? They wanted to see the scenery from higher vistas. In the secret realm, there were great opportunities, many chances. But corresponding to the opportunities were myriad risks within the secret realm. Monsters, competitors. The lords looked forward with anticipation, yet could not help but worry. After all, the primary explorers were from the legendary realm. The legendary realm was already the pillar of combat strength for most powerful territories. Even for top lords like those of Han Yu, losing 1 or 2 legendary realm members could be described as bone-deep wounds. Not to mention, those who personally entered the secret realm were legendary lords themselves. The exploration strategies of these lords were both brave and cautious. By cautious, it meant they needed to keep their eyes peeled to avoid powerhouses of extreme peak combat strength. Leaving aside the monsters, the explorers from different countries, even if bloodthirsty, wouldn't waste time dealing with other legends unless they bumped into each other. So how could they avoid these powerhouses of extreme peak strength? Intelligence was extremely important. They could retreat to avoid, or advance to strike and win. At this moment, numerous lords from great powers and countries were continuously sending messages, exchanging information, a benefit of leading a great power. Or rather, a benefit for those great power lords willing to share intelligence. Mu Yuan was holding a heavenly patrol mirror, on which flickered messages. The technology from the Supreme Mysterious Research Institute appeared to have had another breakthrough, allowing the heavenly patrol mirror to now accommodate dozens of users communicating simultaneously. Of course, there would be some delays, and if separated by a secret realm enchantment, the delay could become very severe or even result in disconnections. But for the lords, such delays in exchanging information were unimportant. I encountered a powerhouse from the Yongxing Empire, wearing a red feather crown, with extremely terrifying arrow skills. If I hadn't used a life-saving item, I definitely would not have escaped. A message slowly drifted by. Speaking was a lord named Ba Tian. True to his name, he was a strong figure among the legends, yet still he was overwhelmed, which spoke to the fearsomeness of that Yongxing powerhouse. I ran into a trio from the Shi Mo Empire, one of whom could summon hundreds of near-legendary creatures, while the other two were guards, also at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. We simply couldn't confront them head-on. A squad from our Qingxin city also encountered a strong figure, a lord from the Holy Griffin Empire, accompanied by 6 angels. 4 with 2 wings, 1 with 4 wings, and 1 with 6 wings. Our team was somewhat injured before they managed to escape. Hiss, 6-wing angel? This was an epic 3-star life, and moreover a person from the Holy Griffin Empire. To encounter such a strong figure and still manage to escape unscathed was definitely worthy of being people from Lord Qingxin. There were many big names in this exchange group. Lords of Han Yu City and Qingxin City were in this group, though it was unclear why these 2 big names had joined this group. But with big names in the group, they could get first-hand information faster, which was something everyone desired. Also in the group was the Lord of Tianyuan City. The rank of Lord of Tianyuan City might be half a notch below the previous 2, but among those at the heaven and earth realm level, the Tianyuan guy might command more strong figures. At least, certainly more than Han Yu City. They were looking forward to it. Since most lords had shared their intelligence, Mu Yuan naturally wouldn't be stingy, even though 99% of this shared intelligence was of little use to him. But for something so easily done, he was happy to do it. He pondered for a moment. In the secret realm, as time passed, Sophia, Rakshasa, and others gradually ran into other explorers. It wasn't that there were conflicts each time. If no treasure was involved, at this time, no one wanted to deal with an unknown strong figure. Up till now, their generals had only experienced a dozen or so fights, which might not necessarily be considered battles. To filter out noteworthy strong figures from these encounters? That was indeed difficult. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "There's a legendary figure in golden armor who is quite troublesome. He possesses 2 upper epic treasures, whose abilities are." Across the communication group, the other lords were immediately alarmed. 2 upper epic treasures? Especially that golden spear, which had the ability to turn touched targets into gold. To confront it meant a brush would wound, a touch would kill. Without preparation, even veterans of the heaven and earth realm could easily fall to this golden spear-bearing legend upon first encounter. This piece of intelligence was invaluable, extremely useful. Indeed, fitting of the Lord of Tianyuan City. Even his division generals seemed not to suffer losses against that golden spear strongman. Mu Yuan continued. There is a deep blue water element lord that is quite powerful, able to withstand the burning of the red dragon's true flame for a good 10 seconds and even transform into countless water flows to escape. There's also a cyclops wearing a crown, able to manifest a kilometer-high form, proving to be extremely durable. Oh, right, there was a 6-wing angel whose wings shimmered with thunderglow, very formidable indeed, and especially fast at escaping. The lords. Is there something wrong? Aren't we discussing and sharing information about powerful competitors? Well, the Lord of Tianyuan City did use words like troublesome, impressive, and hard to deal with, but why does it feel like the strongmen he talks about don't seem very strong? This is too suspicious. Time passed, and the main forces of the legends continued to enter the inner circle of the secret realm. The conflicts among the competitors became increasingly fierce, with energy clouds erupting in different parts of the secret realm, and thunderous noises deafening. Of course, there were also many explorers who were more restrained, seizing opportunities where they could, and leaving when they couldn't. Another failure. A legendary figure sighed. He had brought along 3 outstanding juniors on this trip, but none of them could establish a domain upon touching the steel before them. Opportunity, opportunity, so often it stands right in front of one, yet only if you are able to grasp it does it truly matter. Suddenly, not far away, another faint domain power burst forth. A passerby legendary looked towards the large team of several dozen people, his eyes nearly popping out. In just this short time, how many of that team's 4 order had established their domains? 20? 30? The legendary looked at his own juniors, growing increasingly disappointed in these ineffective young ones. From now on, your allowance is halved. The juniors felt wronged but had nothing to say. The world outside, the strongmen outside, were too terrifying. 233 4-order elites have established their domains already? Not bad, Mu Yuan thought to himself. Of the 3 key elements, establishing a domain is the hardest, relying entirely on enlightenment. However, many dimwits, even with epic rank, just can't learn if they can't learn. Of course, the time the elites have stepped into the epic life is also just a few months, at most a year. Epic life often also requires accumulation and can't be accomplished overnight. The opportunity in the secret realm has greatly shortened that time. Time is the most precious, the most important resource at the moment. The elites have already entered the inner circle under the leadership of strong figures like Lulu, 17, Hong Yi. With many elites in hand, their efficiency in exploration is actually much higher than that of individual legends. The elites are not all idle. If the elites weren't restricted from going far from their leading legend, this efficiency of exploration could be doubled several times over. And naturally, Sophia and the others, who entered the inner circle earlier, have already reaped a great harvest. For the treasures below the epic, including materials, blueprints, weapons, remnant souls, we have obtained a total of 36 items. And for the epic level gain, the epic treasures obtained include Heavenly Illusion Treasure Pearl, Evil Slayer Sword, Great Angel's Staff, Vampire Sword, Madman Armor, Extreme Star Shattering Bow. This batch of epic treasures gained is already equal to the total held by Tianyuan City previously. Mu Yuan's upturned lips were hard to suppress. Can only say, they truly deserve to be epic. Each one quite extraordinary, even if there are no upper epic level treasures among them. The most precious, or rather the one that Mu Yuan saw as having the greatest value, was the Madman Armor. Madman Armor can greatly enhance the vitality of the wearer and, in times of non-combat, provides a powerful self-regeneration ability, allowing for quick recovery even from severe wounds and near-death states. This treasure was what Uda obtained after repelling the Golden Spear Strongman, an epic item. You should keep the Madman Armor for yourself. If you're not accustomed to wearing armor, you can integrate it into your body for a powerful self-healing effect, Mu Yuan said at the time. Uda scratched his head. I don't need armor either. I'm quite used to getting hurt. Wouldn't this armor be more suitable for someone else? Mu Yuan. With the Madman Armor, the injuries from breaking your physical shackles can heal quickly, enabling you to sever the fleshly shackles over and over again. Are you sure you don't want it? I, Uda, believe in the supremacy of fists and feet as weapons, but this Madman Armor. It's truly irresistible. Other epic treasures also significantly enhance the combat power of the users. The Madman Armor offers far more than that. This treasure is a perfect match for Uda, the best possible fit. Uda's combat power has always been terrifying, with a serious punch able to explode the soul realm. Giving him the chance, it's not impossible for him to blast away a world-class strongman with a single punch. But Uda lacks endurance. If he breaks all of his fleshly shackles, he can only maintain that state for a few seconds. In his usual battles, he dares only to break the first 2 or 3 shackles. Just like not long ago, when he encountered a golden spear wielder, If his combat power had been fully unleashed, there would have been no chance for the enemy to escape. But if he had used his full combat power, he would have been weakened after the fight. In the secret realm, it was obviously not an option to do that. It used to be not an option, but that may not be the case in the future. The Uda Madman Tower was officially born. While Tianyuan powerhouses were exploring all over, other explorers within the secret realm also made impressive gains, and a very few of those in the legendary realm gradually revealed combat power at a ruling level. In a certain place, at the base of a stairway to heaven, several figures flew in from afar. At the front was a young man with a stern face. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. On both sides, 6 angels shrouded in dazzling holy light flanked him, making him appear divine. The young man looked toward the staircase where a boy was ascending step by step, moving towards a treasure. "Leave the treasure behind, and then scram." The boy looked at the newcomer and revealed a simple smile. "A 6-wing angel? A being of the same rank as me." His sword drawn from its sheath, the blade seemed to flicker with the shadows of towering figures of past generations of exceptional swordsmen. That was the shadow of swordmasters throughout the ages. Clang! The sword light cleaved through the sky. A dual-wing angel perished on the spot. A 6-wing angel lost 3 of its wings. The prince of the Holy Griffin Empire fled in a panic, leaving behind nothing but broken feathers and his golden red blood, scattered far and wide. 6-wing angel, is that all you've got? Another location within the secret realm. A descendant of the Myriad Phenomena Empire? It's ultimately a fallen weak force, not worth a strike. The earth crumbled and split apart. The young man holding a golden spear, bathed in blood, gasping, and stricken with fear, looked toward a distant figure. A vast domain with a 15,000-meter radius spread out. One after another, giant dragon phantoms appeared behind that person. They struggled and roared, serving his will. "You are from the Dragon Banquet ancient country." Elsewhere, representatives from over a dozen forces, 20 or 30 legendary strongmen, stood on guard against each other while greedily eyeing a piece of epic blueprint in front of them. Suddenly, a massive object flew from afar. "This treasure, we of the Mage Alliance claim it." It was a towering structure over 100 meters tall, a magnificent tower gleaming with silver-white radiance. The tower was adorned with a vast array of magical glows. A suffocating oppression enveloped from above, solidifying the space of the entire heavens and earth. "This is the Epic Mage Tower." The 20 or 30 legendary strongmen were shocked, and in perfect unison, they attacked the tower's protective barrier but couldn't even make a dent. The next moment, 1, 2, 3. Numerous large-scale spells bombarded in succession, forcing dozens of legendary beings on the ground to retreat in disarray, without any power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the Mage Alliance's strongmen had secured their victory. Wielding the Epic Mage Tower, we are the strongest here in this secret realm. The division generals of Tianyuan City had not yet encountered those abnormal level powerhouses. But Mu Yuan had also heard of them. Not to mention others, he was all too aware of the combat power the Epic Mage Tower could unleash. Even if it could only be used to its satisfactory standard, it possessed a force far surpassing the heaven and earth realm. If the power hasn't reached a certain level, no matter if there are 20 or 30 legends, even 10 times more would probably be futile. Against this level of combat power, even strong figures from Tianyuan City like Shi Lu and Hong Yi would be insufficient. After all, there are still many T1 T2 level division generals in Tianyuan City whose domains are just a kilometer level. The realm is just too far apart. Even for legendary beings like Lulu, Sophia, and Rakshasa, in Mu Yuan's view, their domain realms were not high enough. His target was a perfect domain of 50,000 meters. Everyone else was far from it. Without enough opportunity, even legendary lives would need considerable time to break through barriers and reach perfection. He was in dire need of an opportunity to rapidly advance his domain realm. Mu Yuan had always been instructing his people to focus on finding such opportunities. And now, I've finally found it. The miracle building that could swiftly elevate one's level from the first to the fourth order, the pure soul source pool, was indeed one of the best. There were quite a few opportunities that could grow the legendary domain realm without side effects when one looked towards the vast eternal world. These opportunities varied in strength, and the Four Extremes Ascension Altar was one of the top entities among the many opportunities for enhancing the domain realm. Just as Lord predicted, this secret realm does contain the Four Extremes Ascension Altar. Sophia's black crow caught sight of this miracle building. She immediately spread a pair of black wings behind her and flapped towards the target location. Before long, Sophia arrived at this special building. In front of her, shrouded in a light white fog, stood a massive square altar that was over 100 meters in length and width, rising from the ground. The altar was approximately 3 meters off the ground and was approached by 10 layers of steps ascending in succession. When Sophia arrived, 4 legends had already gathered around, one of whom was climbing the steps, attempting to reach the altar above. The Four Extremes Ascension Altar can significantly increase the domain realm of whoever obtains the opportunity. Historically, this miracle building has appeared 4 times within the Taishuan territory and then disappeared after some time. There have been Taishuan legends who have benefited from it. The most benefited legend had his domain realm soar by 6,000 meters on the spot and attained God's soul. It's true that the Four Extremes Ascension Altar has a reputation of leading one step to heaven, but such an opportunity is not so simple to grasp. Not everyone who is a legend can ascend the altar and benefit from it. Yes, only those who climb the 10 steps to the altar can receive the opportunity's gift. Sophia murmured softly. In the distance, the legend who was climbing the steps had just reached the 6th tier when his expression suddenly changed, and with a bang, he was flung away by the power of the altar, crashing to the ground. He had failed. At this moment, the power of the heaven and earth rules surrounding the Four Extremes Ascension Altar slowly receded. Other legends could now attempt to ascend the altar. The 3 legend explorers exchanged looks that were solemn, guarded, tense, and eager. They both wanted to be the first to ascend the altar yet feared they could not. Climbing these 10 steps was much harder than climbing a mountain of 10,000 zhang. At that moment, they sensed something and turned their gaze to the side, only to see another contender emerge from the white fog. The newcomer, cloaked in a black robe and hood, could barely be distinguished as a female legend. "This place, I'm taking it." Arrogant, the 3 legends' gazes sharpened. One of them shouted lowly, feigning anger but not attacking on the spot. To make such a statement, one is either arrogant or confident. In the world's secret realm, the latter is more likely. Even so, with fortune at stake, the 3 exchanged glances. Thud, 3 domains unfolded, and 3 figures shot forward explosively. But in the next instant, domains shattered, and the figures froze in place. A tremendous domain spanning over 10,000 meters in diameter was enveloping and sealing off the land. 10 seconds later, 3 different styles of heavily scorched life-saving treasures clattered to the ground. Sophia ignored the legends who had already escaped. She walked around the altar to observe it. This heaven-ascending altar has been used twice. Fortunately, it seems like there are quite a few uses left. Energy is, after all, conserved. Such opportunities, if used by too many, the miraculous power upon these miracle buildings would be swiftly depleted. It would take a long time to recover. There were already too many from her own territory who needed to use this altar, and the remaining miraculous powers might not even suffice. How could she let others step on it? From this moment on, the heaven-ascending altar was entirely booked by Tianyuan City. Sophia did not step onto the altar. Instead, she took out the epic treasure, Great Black Crow Canopy. Black branches planted into the earth, slowly growing outwards. In the blink of an eye, the illusion sky curtain enveloped the entire heaven-ascending altar. This sky curtain could trap enemies within and naturally also block outsiders. This way, it might prevent certain legends with extreme speed from breaking into the altar while she was not paying attention. When a legend starts breaking through this altar, there are heaven and earth rules that separate the inside from the outside. Sophia sat beside the altar, waiting quietly. The first Tianyuan division general to reach the heaven-ascending altar naturally, inevitably, and as expected, was Lord Jun. Jun landed on the ground, flapped its wings to greet Sophia, caw. Sophia. Why speak in bird language again? There were not a few strong individuals in her own territory, but there seemed to be many problem children as well. Go and attempt the heaven ascending altar, see what the effect is like. Caw. Leave it to Mr. Falcon. Jun flapped its wings and walked confidently towards the altar. At 3 meters high with 10 levels of steps, at first glance, these steps appeared much smaller than Jun's talons. But when, as Jun's talon touched the first step, it was as though it had entered a vast land, like an insignificant ant on the wide steps. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, a wall towering over 10,000 meters high stood. That was where the second step was. Caw. A mere 10,000 meters, of course, cannot stop the first bird of Tianyuan, Mr. Falcon. With a single flap of its wings, Jun flew up the 10,000-meter high wall. To the outside world, to Sophia, in New Yuan's Black Crow's vision, Jun had stepped onto the second tier. Following that, came the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level. The sixth step that had just made that legendary challenger's face change drastically and unable to maintain his shape, couldn't stop Jun for even a moment. In just a few blinks, Jun had crossed 10 steps and ascended to the heaven ascending altar. Its wings spread out as it cawed loudly. Above the altar, the immense heavenly and earthly great power began to descend, nourishing Jun's body. Jun's domain spread involuntarily. The 3,990-meter level domain broke through the 4,000-meter mark in the blink of an eye and continued to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of its expansion was not inferior to the surge in domain realm during the evolution into the legendary status. Of course, the explosive growth of the domain was just one of the many enhancements bundled with the evolution into legend. 6,000 meters level now, Mu Yuan murmured. At this moment, Lien Yu, who was closer, also arrived outside the altar and was squatting on a large rock, looking up in observation. Jun's domain continued to rise, with no sign of slowing down. But at this point, Jun's gaze had already become a lot more solemn, with sweat faintly emerging on its forehead. The prerequisite to enter the heaven ascending altar is to climb 10 steps. Indeed, the strength of the baptism effect of the heaven ascending altar is related to one's own potential, but willpower plays an even greater role. Standing on the heaven ascending altar, bathing in the blessings of fortune as a creature of the legendary realm, the longer one remains, the greater the pressure one will face. When the pressure exceeds the threshold, reaching the point where the bather can't bear it, the bather will be ejected by the altar. At that time, the opportunity would come to an end. The longer one stays, the greater the improvement of the domain realm. You must hold on, Mu Yuan murmured. 3 minutes later, Jun's domain realm had grown to an 8,000 level. But by then, the bird's entire body was sprawled on the altar, unable to rise. After all, it had risen by more than 4,000 meters. I, Lord Jun, am already very strong. But is being very strong really enough? Jun recalled the past. As an elder of the Tianyuan city from the ancient times, its early wild explorations relied solely on this pair of sharp eyes. Back then, it ventured deep into dense forests and flew past the harpies' nests, surviving one deadly situation after another. Many of its kind didn't make it, failing to survive to the present when their territories had grown powerful. Now that its territory has grown strong, Jun no longer needs to carry the heavy burden. But truly, is it not needed to carry on, or is it that it has become too weak? No, it isn't strong enough, it's no longer capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Jun actually yearned for strength. Among its contemporaries from the Tianyuan elders, Boss Deadbone ranked first. Duo Lai was able to maintain second place, but only it, Little Jun, kept dropping in the rankings. It had no chance to overtake in the past, and that's all right. But now, the opportunity was right here. Would it, Mr. Falcon, willingly give up just like that? It wasn't willing. Screech. Jun's pupils dilated, filled with an unyielding belief and a determination to push forward. Far from fainting, it actually forced itself to slowly rise. 9,000 meters. 10,000 meters. But Jun's sturdy body began to crack, with golden red blood constantly seeping out. Had it reached its limit? Jun clenched its teeth, glancing inadvertently to the side. There, a black crow stood still. Juan vaguely saw the figure of the Lord in the crow's eyes. The Lord was watching. Jun could still hold on. 12,000 meters. 13,000 meters. Time passed, and Jun seemed to collapse time and again, yet it persevered each time. Finally, when its domain realm had grown to the 14,600-meter level, it finally fainted from exhaustion and was transported out of the Four Extremes Ascension Altar by the heaven and earth rules. Its nearly dead posture also quickly recovered, reverting to the state it was in before stepping onto the altar. Mr. Falcon had come back to life. Only then did Jun have the energy to check its own state. Its bodily constitution, its spirit, and energy had all grown stronger with the improvement of its domain realm. The core domain realm had increased by more than 10,000. 10,000, the growth. This was the strength of Mr. Falcon. Who else? From today, Mr. Falcon will reclaim his lofty position in the high skies, ascending to the throne of the top 10 or even top 5 in Tianyuan City. A few minutes later, Woo, I can't do it anymore, AWOO. Watching Lian Yu collapsing to the ground, having been teleported out, Jun's eyes widened. How much had Lian Yu's domain grown? 12,000. What is Lian Yu's domain now? 16,000. It seems Mr. Falcon has once again plummeted from the high skies. Jun. Noah, life is a bird, better just lay down. After witnessing Lian Yu's breakthrough, Jun spread his wings and flew away. It wasn't that he couldn't handle the disappointment, but rather that he needed to make the most of his time to explore. Regardless, Jun still remained the fastest expert in Tianyuan. Following Lian Yu, Sophia stepped onto the Four Extremes Ascension Altar, with Lian Yu guarding nearby. In the meantime, naturally, explorers discovered this bizarre place shrouded under the black crow canopy, wishing to break in, only to be scared off or outright killed by Lian Yu in a few moves. Sophia persisted for a much longer time than Lian Yu or Jun, significantly longer. Admittedly, part of this was because she was a legendary life, but more importantly, Sophia had gone through many hardships in her past life. Her will had been tempered time and time again, becoming as cold and firm as frost. In the end, Sophia's domain realm expanded to the 45,000-meter level. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to elevate straight to the perfect domain realm. But for Sophia, this wasn't really a problem. It's the experts who get continuously stuck at bottlenecks who need to seize opportunities and chances to break through one obstacle after another. Being a legendary life, she could naturally progress to the perfect domain realm through hard work alone. Taking advantage of opportunities was only to shorten the time required. Now, having achieved her objective, she had saved at least half a year to a year's worth of arduous training. After Sophia finished her ascension, Lian Yu left on his own, leaving Sophia alone to guard the area outside the altar. She was the most suitable candidate. Guarding and exploring were two tasks she could do without error. Time continued to pass, and more strange creatures appeared within the secret realm. Sophia repelled or killed the invading monsters and other living beings who came in competition several times. Shi Lu, Grass Twig, Uta, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, 17, Sario. One after another, Tianyuan division generals arrived at the heaven ascending altar and began to climb it steadily, accepting the miraculous blessings of its power. Perhaps having heard that Jun had increased to hold 10,000 meters, nobody wanted to be left behind. Even if they couldn't hold on, they gritted their teeth and persevered. In the end, the worst result among the Tianyuan division generals was a 10,000-meter increase. Each and every one of them had advanced to a heaven and earth realm peak 10,000-meter level expert. Oh wait, there was one exception. It was Uta. Uta held on for an exceedingly long time, even longer than Sophia had stood on the altar, but his domain had increased only from the 900-meter level to the 1,900-meter level. Practically nothing. It's alright, Uta doesn't rely on domain for fighting. He will find his own path, even if it leads nowhere. Mu Yuan mused quietly. Above the Four Extremes Earth altar, a vast domain spread out, resonating with heaven and earth, dominating and symbolizing the ultimate purity and completion. Perfect Domain Realm. The domain, which seemed like an endless battlefield with countless soldiers charging into battle, rapidly contracted until only a 10-meter radius ring remained. The commander of the Guardian Army of Tianyuan City forged a perfect domain. Sometime later, the second perfect domain was born. Around them, ancient trees towered to the sky, as if stepping into an ancient, gigantic forest. Tree Demon Granny, with the ancient tree avatar and the power of the ancient tree authority, received the energy from this fortunate land without incurring any damage, culminating her own domain to perfection. However, at this moment, the radiant light rapidly faded from the precious Four Extremes Ascension Altar. The altar remained protected by the rule's power, immune to destruction or relocation. However, when explorers stepped onto the altar, no more divine events occurred. Not long after, a figure leading 4 six-wing angels, with an exceedingly revered status, descended to this place. Finally found you, Heaven Ascending Altar, he walked up to it. After a moment, his expression changed slightly. After pacing back and forth, up and down the staircase over a dozen times, the slight change in his expression finally turned into complete shock. The legend gate to the secret realm has been open for less than half a day, and the power of the Heaven Ascending Altar has already been exhausted. Bullshit, this is too unreasonable. Outside, the entrance to the secret realm hovered in midair. Exploratory teams, one by one, emerged from within, with legends coming out one after another. Without exception, these explorers were all injured. They hesitated, conflicted, and ultimately decided to leave the world's secret realm. The number of powerful beings we encountered inside the realm is increasing, but the treasures are rapidly dwindling. Venturing out for exploration now is no longer worth it. Our squad managed to seize 3 treasures before. It's wise to stop while we're ahead. Otherwise, staying on and suffering grave injuries or even death inside the secret realm is just not worth it. But such opportunities are rare in a century. If we miss this, there may no longer be a chance to leap across classes. Those who stepped out of the realm converged with the powerhouses from their own forces stationed outside, or, some, quietly and swiftly departed. Mu Yuan could guess that for most explorers, the journey back might not be so tranquil. After all, treasures move the heart. This area, being on the very fringes of the Alliance territory, is inherently unstable and dangerous. With the environment getting more perilous and disasters frequent, the Taishuan officials lacked the necessary manpower to maintain order. Of course, the wilderness was a place without order to begin with. All professionals venturing out knew well that it was akin to risking their necks. Those who feared death never dared to take even a single step out of the city. Stepping out might indeed lead to quicker deaths, but also held the potential to truly seize control of one's destiny, rather than merely wailing and complaining when disaster struck. In this area near the entrance to the secret realm, with Mu Yuan himself seated here, it seemed unlikely that any conflicts or distasteful incidents would occur. Further afield, matters of life and death were left to individuals, something Mu Yuan could not manage. His focus was still concentrated on the secret realm. At that moment, Daisy from Panchi City spoke up. Boss, take a look at the data I've sent over. The trade markets across the country have seen major changes in the past 2 days, with a multitude of high-level treasures flowing into the market. I think we could set up a spot outside the secret realm, directly purchasing treasures from explorers, bypassing middlemen to avoid their markup. Otherwise, most of the treasures obtained by explorers will end up sold to the large trading guilds or traded to the Taishuan Covenant platform. That was indeed true. The treasures obtainable in the world's secret realm were at least high-order materials, but their considerable value didn't necessarily mean they were coveted by the explorers. The vast majority of explorers would inevitably need to sell the treasures or exchange them for what they needed. Of course, they wouldn't possibly bring out epic treasures. One must not flaunt wealth. Most people couldn't bear parting with their epic items, and even if they did sell, they would go to the most high-end auction houses. But Mu Yuan was well aware that what he was planning to purchase wasn't epic treasures, but various types of high-order materials. Like the legendary breakthrough material, main and auxiliary materials required for constructing blueprints of excellence and epic, all of which he could potentially purchase on the spot. That's a great idea, you'll have full authority to handle it, he said. Alright, if the traders have any concerns, we can promise them that once the Secret Realm exploration ends, they can travel with our main force to Shiji City. This was just a matter of convenience for him. It was as if he was maintaining order for the Taishuan Lianji and the region. Of course, the people who traded might not want to travel with the Tianyuan City team. Whether to travel together or not was up to the traders themselves. Daisy exclaimed, "Brilliant, just brilliant, boss. You really have a knack for cunning." Mu Yuan. No, where was he cunning? And where was the brilliance in this? He felt like they were not quite on the same wavelength. Soon, the Tianyuan City trade market opened for business. Daisy called over a dozen elites from the Merchants Guild, quickly set up the venue, and designed several eye-catching signs. Of course, signs and slogans alone weren't enough. The items for trade were high-level treasures, which were seldom priced directly in soul crystals. They were either valued in contribution points or bartered for other items. Daisy then displayed one after another the treasures for trade, Tianyuan's special produce. Items like high-order soul remnants, holy water, dew of life, and even droplets of life. Especially the holy water and dew of life. These were high-end healing treasures with powerful purification properties or effects that could quickly restore the gravely wounded. In the current turbulent times, such strategic resources were even more coveted. As for droplets of life, this was an epic treasure capable of resurrecting the dead, mending bones, and even healing conceptual injuries. Damn! A legend who had just emerged from the secret realm exclaimed. There were too many treasures on display. They hadn't seen this many treasures even after days of exploration in the realm. Conducting a trade with treasures out in the open? Who's got a death wish? This is the Alliance's frontier. And there's no shortage of people with bloodshot eyes from killing in the secret realm. It's Tianyuan City's market, it's the Lord of Tianyuan City. Well, that makes sense then. Behind this marketplace stood the man who is the Lord of the Epic Heroes, Regional Commander of Shattered Isles Warzone, Sky Patrol Warlord, the fastest advancing lord in history, a young generation leader, one who commands the Nether Raven and Giant Spirit God, a man who has repeatedly performed miracles, Tianyuan. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. The word Tianyuan placed here deterred most people from causing trouble. If it were anyone else setting up a trade market, it would have been overreaching and self-sabotaging. But with the Lord of Tianyuan City establishing this trade market, it was seen as thoughtful of him. Didn't you see? The Lord of Tianyuan City even promised that afterward, they could return to Shiji City together with the main force of Tianyuan City. Let's go check it out. Me too. Many lords were interested in trading. The squads prepared to follow the main force from Tianyuan City to Shiji City were unexpectedly numerous. Far beyond Mu Yuan's imagination. How come no one seemed to worry that he might kill and rob them on the way? He truly was an upright, incorruptible, noble, and righteous lord, deeply respected by all. Deserving of me indeed. Mu Yuan looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The crack hovering in midair had extended further on both sides, its expansion speed faster than in previous days. According to this rate, in about 4 days, the world's secret realm will expand enough to accommodate beings from the soul realm. Now, it was the 3rd day since the Legend Gate had opened. The duration of this second stage of the secret realm was significantly shorter than the first stage. However, conversely, the legendary beings flying in exploration speeds were far beyond what any Fourth Order could achieve. Mu Yuan fiddled with 2 epic treasures that had just been delivered. They were recently sent by Sophia. Inside the secret realm, near the entrance, she had left her incarnation of the Nether Raven, and using the power of the Lord of Crows, she transferred both her physical form and the treasures at the same time. This was a small manifestation of legendary power. Without legendary power, even someone 10 times stronger than Ice Burial Duke in the Law Realm could not instantaneously traverse thousands of miles with a single thought. Oh, not anymore. The substitution ability of Sophia, Lord of Crows, now spans a distance equal to domain levels times 1000. When she had just evolved to a legendary status, she could traverse 5,300 kilometers in an instant, and now, She could cross 45,000 kilometers. Principal inscription Thunder, Law Tablet Earth. Mu Yuan examined the two treasures in his hands. They were of the same type as those from his territory, Law Tablet Fire. If he could gather a complete set of law tablets, could he create a top-level law cultivation site? He wondered. Suddenly sensing something, he looked toward the distant opening of the secret realm. He saw filth seeping out inside the world's secret realm. Legendary beings erupted in battle from time to time, unleashing massive surges of energy. But most legendary battles didn't last long. They either exercised restraint or quickly finished off or were finished off. Most squads also tried their best to conceal their movements during exploration. There were many legends inside the secret realm, but the secret realm itself was vast, veiled by a white mist. Explorers, being cautious enough, didn't necessarily have to engage in combat. That was the case, until a certain moment. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled, strands of red mist infiltrated, and appeared strikingly distinct against the blanket of fog. Suddenly, monsters. A monster tide, monsters everywhere. Inside the secret realm, most exploratory teams had legends among them, and were not afraid of a monster tide. But what accompanied the monster tide were dozens, hundreds, and even legions of monster legends coming in waves. Dozens, tens of dozens, even groups numbering in the hundreds of legendary monsters were approaching. Their resonance shook the entire heavens and earth, unleashing a terrifying oppressive force. And this was just one of the many overlord powers of monsters invading the world's secret realm. There were various powerful beings inside the secret realm, including high-ranking heirs, disciples of legendary beings, princes and princesses of vast empires, or wielders of massive power. But even these powerful figures did not dare to face hundreds of legends directly. Retreat, retreat. Our epic mage tower has endless energy, but it can't withstand the relentless assault of hundreds of legends. Hundreds of monsters together? Ha! I don't need to clash with them head-on, let's bypass them this time. I wondered why we seldom saw any monster legends before. Turns out these overlord powers were preparing something. Now, they've finally shown their fangs. Look, there's red mist drifting in the secret realm. Some areas are starting to show signs of corruption. Powerful teams might still manage to withdraw smoothly and hide into the vast white fog. However, many teams, and even lone legends, inevitably clashed with the monsters. Under the surge of the great tide, they had nowhere to hide. In front of legends, they had no way to retreat. Run, run, ah. Quick, quick, use the teleportation scroll, Captain. Our teleportation destination is inside another swarm of monster legends. Ah, screams, wails, helplessness, panic. In just the blink of an eye, what had been a grand opportunity that stirred countless people and powers had become a disaster. Countless teams were fleeing. If before, many legends harbored hope, thinking that they still had a chance to seize the treasures, now, everyone had sobered up. They had to sober up, or they would soon be gone. Under the pincer attacks from the monster waves and numerous monster legends, they could hardly think of searching for treasures, let alone surviving. One team after another was swallowed by the tidal waves, perishing at the hands of monster legends. In just a short moment, countless legendary strongmen had fallen. Mu Yuan's expression was solemn. To think there are so many monster waves. This was unexpected by everyone. These waves were the key to the countless legends' demise. Explorers of the secret realm had always been mentally prepared to encounter monster legends and had countermeasures in place. Hidden under the dense white fog of the world's secret realm, even if they couldn't defeat the monster legends, escaping and avoiding them was not difficult. However, now, with a vast number of monsters flooding the secret realm, there was nowhere for the legends to hide. At least, the difficulty of evasion had increased 100-fold. What perplexed the legends was, why were there so many monsters? The entrance to the secret realm was only so large, it was impossible for hundreds of millions of monsters to surge in. Mu Yuan was also at a loss. He didn't contemplate it. Now was not the time to think about these things. All teams converge nearby and retreat outward. All individual exploring legends, follow the prearranged plan and assemble into teams. Many legendary strongmen could not escape the encirclement of the great monster wave, let alone since the exploring teams of Tianyuan were numerous and especially conspicuous. Now was the time for a strategic retreat. He had let the Fourth Order elites dabble in the opportunity, and their goal was more or less achieved. Mu Yuan had prepared dozens of contingency plans. Although he had not anticipated the influx of a monster wave, he had envisioned similar situations. The division generals were not panicked, smoothly altering their tactics. Elsewhere, several figures were fleeing in a wretched state. "I say, Dad, we might really perish here," the young man carried by the middle-aged man lamented. "Yeah, turns out I'm still too weak. If I were in the legendary realm right now, it still wouldn't be much use, even Dad is struggling."
Zhang Luoxing sighed. His attitude was quite optimistic, but besides being optimistic, he could do nothing else.
He just hoped his dad could pull through. Although from the current situation, that seemed unlikely. "Your dad was just careless just now, didn't dodge, that's all." A surge of monster wave appeared ahead, with several monster legends suspended above it, blocking their path. They were doomed. Suddenly, to break the enemy lines, charge ahead. Boom! A magnificent golden giant cleaved the earth, and a troop of several hundred elites tore through the monster wave. "Go! Let's break out, elsewhere." Shen Linglong and several legends she met halfway were fighting ceaselessly through the monster wave. However, they were still far from the exit of the secret realm, without any assurance of escape. Suddenly, a torrential gold stream surged up high into the sky and the distance. Shen Linglong looked in that direction. "Let's head there." At the entrance of the secret realm, team after team leapt out, all in a terribly wretched state. Many teams had lost personnel, not to mention entire teams buried within the secret realm. Mu Yuan, holding the heavenly patrol mirror, was communicating with other lords in his group. Is this a conspiracy by the monster overlord, using the chance of the secret realm to eradicate strong living beings? I'm afraid not. The monster wave surging in, contaminating the secret realm, these might just be the initial conditions. The monster's goal was in the deepest part of the secret realm. This was his strong intuition. Shiji City region, the entrance to the world's secret realm. Ripples spread through space, golden lights shimmering, as one legendary after another leapt forth from it. These legendary strongmen, each a ruler of a city or a great general, usually traveled with many followers, every movement exuding nobility and grandeur. However, at this moment, whether bathed in blood, with tattered armor, or as if they had just rolled in mud, there were few who could still maintain the demeanor of a legendary. Legendaries, after all, are just powerful humans. To ordinary people, they are like god demons, grand and lofty, but when faced with danger, they try just as desperately to survive. Not to mention, Mu Yuan himself was no different, but he was more accustomed to making thorough preparations, taking a stable approach to avoid reaching the point where he must fight desperately. From these surviving legendaries, Mu Yuan learned more about the inside of the secret realm. Indeed, these waves of monsters appear abruptly, suddenly emerging within the inner circle of the secret realm. By the time they appear, they are already fully spread out, otherwise the legendaries wouldn't be in such a sorry state.
Dragon Sleep Valley, Firmament's Hand, Chomping Insect Swarm, Shadow City, one after another, these top overlord powers have made their appearance, perhaps deploying hundreds or thousands of legendaries.
The Crimson Dragon is a hallmark of Dragon Sleep Valley. Firmament's Hand, Chomping Insect Swarm, and other top overlords are also relatively easy to recognize. It might not be just this one group, but when dozens or hundreds of similar legendaries gather together, that is indeed a unique hallmark. The combat power of the Crimson Dragon is comparable to epic beings of the same realm, and the other top overlords' legendaries also possess a combat advantage far above ordinary legendaries. Legendaries of living beings are often stronger than monster legendaries, which is the general case. But for a legendary of merely superior grade profession to defeat an epic Crimson Dragon of the same realm is asking too much. It's not impossible, just that the vast majority cannot achieve it.
Legendaries entering the secret realm, facing the monster waves and countless monster legendaries, are already at an absolute disadvantage in numbers.
Facing these monster legendaries born of top overlord powers, without any individual combat advantage, unable to escape, they fall one by one. Niu Yuan was not sure how many legendaries had died in just this half-day. Of course, after digesting the gains from this trip to the Secret Realm, there will inevitably be a large group of fourth-order limit-breaking legendaries, with many advancing further. In the Secret Realm, the Tianyuan Corps withdrawing towards the entrance were met with significant resistance. Luckily, with Lulu, Sario, Bone 4, Laney, and 17, these powerhouses leading, the Corps did not get stuck in the mire but instead continued to break through the waves. In the process, more and more monster legendaries set their sights on this large group. But likewise, many familiar or unfamiliar exploration squads joined them. For them, since they couldn't hide or avoid in the monster wave, it was better to move closer to other teams and follow them out. While doing so exposed them to more monster legendaries. Still, this team is too strong. Who is the lord of this corps? To dare bring so many fourth-order tagalongs into the Secret Realm, they must be truly capable. This must be a combination of armies from several territories, isn't it? With the undead system, forbidden army system, nun system. Legendaries within the Secret Realm come from all over the world. Many of them are not from major countries and are more isolated in information, naturally not recognizing the Tianyuan Corps, which is only famous in Taizan. In the team, only a very few, like Zhang Luoxing, Shen Linglong, and a few Taizan lords, were aware that this was Tianyuan City's core. They certainly wouldn't speak up, only cursing in their hearts. After battling for most of the day, the Tianyuan City army finally managed to leave the Secret Realm. Boom! Hundreds of elites leapt out from the entrance to the Secret Realm, their bodies covered with monster blood, and an intensely thick aura of ominousness pervading them. Breaking through dozens of monster waves to return to Taizan? It was nothing to boast about, merely basic training. The returning soldiers of the Taizan army did not exhibit joy from surviving disaster. Instead, they returned calmly and silently to their temporarily constructed camp to rest. Most of the legendaries and exploration squads who had returned with the Corps did not show up here. They entered through other entrances to the Secret Realm and would also return through those. Only Shen Linglong and her division generals also returned to this place. Lulu, 17, Sario, and other Tianyuan powerhouses did not exit the Secret Realm through the entrance. After escorting their elites, they wanted to continue exploring. A mere monster wave, a few legendaries, how could they stop the advance of the Tianyuan powerhouses? This was also the thinking of many legendary strongmen. Some exploring legendaries fell, some withdrew, and yet others, overly confident and haughty, perished at the hands of powerful monsters. But there remained a top tier of real legendaries.
They were either unmatched in combat, capable of entering and exiting amid monster waves and monster legendaries, or they had unique methods that allowed them to move freely within the monster waves.
Among the Tianyuan city's strong people, Sophia, transforming into the Black Crow, blended completely into the monster wave. Instead, the tide served as her cover. Rakshasa incarnation turned into a wisp of gray smoke, moving unobstructed through the tide. Ordinary punch, ordinary punch, ordinary punch, boom. The fierce punch shattered the earth before it, creating a 1,000-mile-long, unobstructed avenue. Uda stepped over the avenue, and in no time, he had completely broken free from the monster tide. There were no obstructions ahead, only a vast expanse of drifting white mist. Several hours later. World Secret Realm, deeper inside. I haven't found any treasures for hours now, could I have gone the wrong way? Sophia walked on the desolate land, constantly looking around. She kept advancing deeper into the Secret Realm. After breaking through all the barriers of the monster tide and continuing deep inside, she no longer encountered large groups of monsters. Her speed was incomparably faster than the spreading tide of monsters. However, the deeper she went, the scarcer the treasures became. Sophia began to doubt her life choices. But returning was even less likely, as the rear was already submerged by a massive monster tide, and any remaining treasures had fallen into the hands of monsters. All they could do was to quickly seize the treasures deep within the secret realm. And according to normal logic, the deeper one went into the secret realm, the more precious the discovered treasures should be. Only Sophia hadn't discovered anything yet, let alone Uta, Lien Yu, and others. Through the eyes of a certain black crow, a burst of energy light was spotted in the distance, with particles of elemental energy surging between heaven and earth. There was a battle. That was almost equivalent to the presence of treasures. The black crow's wings instantly lengthened, the whole creature soared through the air like a fighter jet, yet without a sound. In a blink, Black Crow perched atop a withered giant tree, its cold, gloomy eyes looking into the distance. There, figures at the legendary realm were confronting each other, but the fluctuation of the confrontation had attracted one legend after another, forcing them to cease their battle. Each legend cautiously, with greedy, desirous eyes, turned their gaze toward the center. Treasures? No, not just that. 4 treasures? Sophia was also surprised. The previous treasure lands they had found contained only a single treasure or chance. But here, ancient altars above, floated 4 splendid light balls. 3 of these light balls were enveloped in deep purple light, symbolizing epic objects, and possibly, not just ordinary epic ones. Deep purple. The last light ball did not shimmer with purple, nor did it have gold, blue, or green luminescence. This was a much larger bubble compared to the others, semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see the treasure inside. And this treasure, Sophia happened to recognize. She had just used it not long before. A square altar, 4 pillars bearing the sky. It was the 4 Extremes Ascension altar. That light ball represents the Heaven Ascending altar, this special building? Mu Yuan was surprised. He was very eager for the 4 Extremes Ascension altar. Yet it was a wild miracle building, being the highest level of regulative building, completely uninfluenced by anyone or anything. The vast Tai-Zan alliance couldn't keep such a top-level miracle building, and Mu Yuan wasn't so arrogant as to think he could manage it. But this is also a treasure to be obtained? It must be taken. Clearly, other figures at the legendary realm thought the same. Even if the Heaven Ascending altar's function was merely to enhance the domain realm, it offered no help in the cultivation of the soul realm or law realm, but it was still the highest level of cultivation treasure land. After all, with the aid of the Heaven Ascending altar, a peak legend might ascend to be a 10,000 meters legend, and top talent might break their own limits, forging a perfect domain. Mu Yuan whispered. He had long seen the best use of the Heaven Ascending altar, to be tried when a strong person was stuck at a bottleneck, with no progress possible. If a super legend was stuck before the 40,000 meter level, they might be able to refine a perfect domain with the help of the power of the Heaven Ascending altar. This was a step to heaven. The use by the Tianyuan division was too wasteful. But they had no choice. This kind of opportunity didn't offer the user any choice. Being lucky to come across it was already good. But if it were in my own hands, I could leave the opportunity for the most suitable time. Outside the super treasure land, the grand epic Mage Tower hung high on the left, casting divine light across the sky. This was one of the 2 parties that had just clashed. On the right, opposing the epic Mage Tower, was an elephant man shimmering with brilliant gold, his muscles knotted and physique robust, seemingly containing energy comparable to a vast lake, pressuring the surrounding space to stagnate. The other legends who came to the exterior of this treasure land, several teams included, were not weak either. Either they were born in top territories, or they were princes and princesses of the empire. Or they apprenticed under a being from the law realm. In total, there were 8 forces represented. Sophia also arrived here. Dressed in a black robe, she did not bother to conceal her powerful aura anymore. Hiding her aura had become meaningless. After all, a battle was inevitable. A youth spoke up. I am a prince of the Shen Mu dynasty. I suggest we use the ancient battle will format to decide the ownership of the treasures. The strongest side gets to choose first, followed by the second, third, and fourth. How does that sound to everyone? If we delay any longer, we may attract more competitors, or even monsters. The others showed signs of agreement. Then the Elephant Man said, we can't delay any further, that is true, but why should I share the treasures with you weaklings? He sneered, "I've never had the habit of letting go of treasures." His body shone with golden light, and in an instant, he appeared beside a legendary figure. With a massive palm swing, bang! The legendary figure in front of the Prince of Shenmue didn't even have time to react, and his body exploded into a mist of blood. A peak of the heaven and earth realm fell. The great battle erupted once again. A legendary controlling the epic mage tower shouted, "Everyone, let us drive this monster out." 6 forces made their move. However, this golden body elephant man was like a god demon. He ignored the domains and continuously charged through, even ignoring the deadly moves shot by the surrounding legends, either ignoring them or smashing them with a single punch. On the other hand, other legends who faced the Elephant Man were injured upon contact and died upon collision. It's the Divine Court Dragon Elephant Golden Body Statue, a legendary level inheritance. This guy must have encountered an opportunity left by a legendary life, or perhaps, even more likely, he apprenticed under a legend. The storm surged. Sophia stood there with her black robe billowing. The surrounding legends were utterly embarrassed. Only the epic mage tower could actually confront it head-on. But at least it held on. The one controlling it spoke up, "You cannot defeat us, do you still want to continue fighting?" The Elephant Man grinned, "So what, my senior brother is already on the way." Was there even more terrifying existence? If this Elephant Man apprenticed under a legend, it wasn't impossible. In the midst of the confrontation, the various legends turned their gazes to Sophia and the surroundings. They were well aware that there were still some legends hidden around, waiting to play the role of a cuckoo. Now was the time to force them to join in. They directed the fight to one side. Sophia finally spoke, "Actually, I would like all the treasures here. I wonder if you could bear to part with them." While speaking, she stretched out her hand, and from her palms surged waves of crow feathers forming into a black river. Within the river, netherworld flames eerily devoured everything. Swish! A legendary realm figure, who was about to divert the disaster elsewhere, didn't even have time to struggle before being swallowed whole. Dissolving, annihilating, Sophia's 40,000-meter domain spread unreservedly, even stronger than the golden body Elephant Man. A disciple of a legend? She was the legend, at that moment. Zing! A sword light came from the west, and upon it manifested numerous majestic figures. The sword light pierced the sky. Even the epic mage tower, which stood untouchably high in the azure sky and possessed endless power, couldn't repel the golden body Elephant Man. Its outer energy barrier was instantly sliced open.
The epic mage tower trembled, with stones trickling down.
In the next moment, the tower hurriedly fled far away. The surrounding legends also quickly took flight. They couldn't win, not at all. Were they really at the heaven and earth realm level? A young man holding a sword arrived at the scene. The previously domineering Elephant Man now showed a look of respect, "Senior brother. There are quite a few people peeping around here."
Just as Sophia was about to make a move, she suddenly broke into a smile.
Swish! A silver figure appeared beside her. It was Lian Yu. Stomp! Another sturdy figure ran from afar. It was Uda. Uda, watching the two from a distance and fearing the perfect battle opponents might be snatched away, immediately said, "Lady, let me handle these two." "And me, meow." Lian Yu raised his hand. Sophia had no objections. She wasn't a battle maniac, and for her, a non-combatant like herself, dealing with those two opponents was indeed a bit of an effort. Leaving it to her teammates was more than appropriate. Outside the land brimming with countless treasures, a storm was brewing, and the killing air of decay permeated the world. It was as if thousands upon thousands of sword and blade edges were piercing the skin, causing the powerful legends lurking nearby to wince in pain. This can't still be the heaven and earth realm. I feel like I'm facing a world-class strongman directly. Some legends trembled, but the brief skirmish had made them understand what a gap truly was. They were already standing at the very peak of the heaven and earth realm, hoping to further their gains from this journey to the secret realm. They thought they were the strongest in the heaven and earth realm, fearless of any opponent, never expecting there was a higher sky beyond their own. Even within their own powerful countries, being the strongest of the young generation was seemingly not enough when considering the world at large. The major powers were indeed the rulers of the eternal world, but beyond these nations, there were reclusive strongmen, unsung yet supremely powerful. Yet, I, holding 3 great epic divine skills, am also a professional of the epic 3-star rank. Why can't I withstand a single blow from that elephant man in a head-on clash? They were able to briefly contend only due to the advantage of numbers. In an environment like this, the epic mage tower indeed possessed an invincible position. If it were one-on-one, the Prince of Shenmue was confident he would be defeated within 3 moves. This recalled to him the god of slaughter he encountered 4 years ago during the strife at Dragon Court. Is the teaching of a legendary life truly that powerful? The Elephant Man calls the young swordsman, senior brother. This young man must indeed be a more powerful figure of the heaven and earth realm. I also vaguely heard that Prince Yeoguang of the Holy Griffin Empire suffered a great loss at the hands of a young swordsman. The Shenmue dynasty had friendly legends, and as a prince, he had personally met legendary life and received guidance. But where could he know the vast difference between a legend's casual guidance and a full-hearted imparting of knowledge? Legends wield great power. Their bestowal is not merely in skills or knowledge. It contains opportunities that could utterly transform a person. And among legends, there are also disparities. Sophia was very aware of this point. The gap between her and Dead Bone was huge. Even Dead Bone and Duo Lai were merely nascent legends, their legendary power still far from fully developed. What kind of power a fully realized legendary life possessed, she was unclear. She was only certain that a fully realized legendary life was surely of the Saint realm, and even among them, one of the strongest. Such beings couldn't possibly cultivate any weak individuals. She too, only had a slight edge in her life status to be confident in defeating such formidable foes. However, even though Sophia was confident in her ability to defeat 2 opponents steadily, she saw no possibility for a quick victory.
After all, she hadn't mastered any powerful killer moves, and of course, her arsenal was not limited to Dark Crow Storm. Since entering legendary status, some time had passed. Even though the legendary power, Lord of Crows, did not directly enhance her offensive capabilities, she had still developed a new killer move based on it.
Otherwise, relying solely on Dark Crow Storm and numerous Black Crows defeating such enemies would not be easy. The most important thing is, there's no time to be wasted. Having Uta and Lian Yu deal with the competitors while I take the opportunity to retrieve the treasures is the correct choice. Sophia walked towards the treasure land and was met with resistance, unable to advance any further. This was the barrier of the treasure land. In the world's secret realm, the higher the rank of treasure or opportunity one wanted to take, the greater the power required. If one could simply reach out and take the treasures, the legends would not be clashing around them. They would have long fought desperately for the treasures, snatching whatever they could get. It's the most basic form of repulsion. Sophia touched the air in front of her and instantly judged. But this repulsion is very advanced, almost as if it's an entire territory, the repulsion of a secret realm. As if there is an overwhelming great force of a territory rolling out. To cross this repulsive zone and take the treasures, one must step forward steadily, 1 footprint at a time. If you surge too forcefully, you'll face a stronger repulsion. But even if you walk forward step by step with firmness, you still need enough strength, otherwise you'd be repelled and sent flying, and injury would be inevitable. She briefly simulated crossing this repulsive barrier, finding that she needed to take at least 81 steps, spending a minimum of 100 seconds. And during this period, she could not be disturbed, as disruptions could easily lead to accidents. She glanced to one side. She believed in the strength of Uta and Lian Yu. However, if we can easily accomplish our goals within the rules, we follow the rules. But if not, then the rules can be disregarded, the Lord had said. The rule of this treasure land was to move against the repulsion. But repulsion is also a form of power, energy, if that's the case. Whoosh! A tide of black mist surged around her, with countless black crows flying out from the mist, instantly creating a dark crow storm that swept through the 4 corners of the world. The storm roared incessantly, endless, slamming directly into this treasure land that had previously been unaffected by the myriad of energy shockwaves. Boom! Boom! The storm continued to crash, with black feathers shattering and dissipating within. The storm seemed to shrink a bit, but in the next moment, the dark crow storm absorbed the repulsive power it had shattered and dispersed, along with the surrounding torrential energy tide. The massive black storm grew larger and continued to hammer towards the treasure land. At the same time, the 2vs2 skirmish had already begun. The mysterious woman in the black robe was indeed strong, but in the eyes of onlookers, she still appeared less formidable than the Elephant Man, who seemed invincible and overwhelmed everything with his presence. Clang! Sounds of metal clashing echoed outwards, as the formidable Elephant Man was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, crashing through countless mountains and rocks, leaving behind a long, narrow trail of turbulent clouds. At the original spot, a muscular man wearing close-fitting armor, accentuating the dragon and serpent entwined muscle lines, stood there maintaining the pose of a punch he had just thrown. Just one punch. Those hidden in the shadows, belonging to the legendary realm, widened their eyes in shock. The next moment, the Elephant Man, who had been blasted away, returned from the void with a clear fist mark on his chest, his face flushed red with raging fury. He let out a great roar, and the dazzling golden light on his body surged again, transforming into a majestic golden elephant Dharma form that stood several dozen meters tall. The Elephant Man Dharma stood upon the earth, with heaven-earth elemental force from tens of thousands of square meters pooling into the palm of his hand. His golden palm swept forward, causing the entire space to crack and compress inch by inch. This strike was like carrying the entire world forward, leaving no place to hide. But in Uda's dictionary, there was no word for retreat. His eyes sparkled with joy. This was the excitement of encountering a worthy opponent. Physical shackles, first stage, second stage, cut. Serious punch. Bright flames soared upwards, making his short hair stand on end like a hedgehog. The glowing red flames, like the blood of a god demon, whirred with every muscle and cell in his body, slowly converging. He punched out, and the blood flame fist power roared like a giant dragon opening its mouth. First, it penetrated the stagnant space, then it struck the massive golden palm imprint. There was a slight pause, a thousandth of a second of stillness. In the next instant, the golden palm imprint cracked, shattered, and exploded violently, while the undiminished blood flame fist power continued to pound outwards. Jung! A streak of sword light came through the air, colliding and neutralizing with the blood flame fist power. In the midst of the explosive aftermath, the golden Elephant Man was sent flying backward. "You're not his match," said the young swordsman, "let me have a go at him." The golden Elephant Man, though reluctant, was well aware that his brother was telling the truth. Defeated head-on in the same realm? This was unbelievable. How exciting! If it were not for the contest for the artifact, he would never yield such a formidable opponent, but now, he could only start by crushing the seemingly frail human woman. HMPH, so skinny and weak, obviously a loser. The opponent switched. Uda gazed at the youth before him, intuition telling him that this young man was very dangerous. If it were up to his fighting preferences, he'd rather clash with the Elephant Man, enjoying the visceral satisfaction of fist against flesh. But after all, this was about the contest for the artifact. Bare-knuckle fighting, he could experience any time in sparring with Rakshasa and Lulu. Facing a sword saint who had attained divinity and swordsmanship was a first for him. Uda grinned, already thrilled, every muscle and cell in his body exhilarated. As the young sword saint raised his sword, an immense oppressive force enveloped heaven and earth, causing tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of meters around to tremble. Most in the legendary realm, even witnessing this scene, had no idea what was happening, only a very few with extensive knowledge recognized it. There were some present, and more than one. Is that the perfect domain realm? The perfect domain is invisible, yet it can truly control everything. With a single thought, it can make countless legendary realm beings kneel. Ordinary legendaries can't even withstand a glance, and even those who have cultivated their domain to 49,999 meters, a supreme existence, would see their combat power significantly reduced under the perfect domain. In this invisible domain, Uda felt as if the entire world was rejecting him. But the next moment, physical shackles, third stage, cut. Blood flames stretched across the sky, a demonic shadow like god demon's reflection standing behind Uda. Uda was already stepping forward in a charge. One serious punch after another. Blood flame fist power clashed with the radiant sword light in the sky, like mountain ranges colliding in the air. Constantly colliding, constantly shattering, the elements and space of heaven and earth seemed to wail, as if they could not withstand the power of these strikes. To wield such power, you must also have inherited from a legendary life. The young sword saint was even more elated. Uda remained silent. What legendary inheritance did he have? He just often sparred with legendary lives, and would evolve into one himself in due course. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves without a clear victor. No, perhaps Uda was slightly superior. All he needed to do was dodge the slashes imbued with conceptual power. All other sword light and aftermath he could afford to take from time to time. Wearing the madman armor, he could even directly soar through various forms of energy torrents. On the contrary, the young sword saint had to continuously dodge Uda's fist light and had to slash and tear through the violent energies. With this kind of power and physique, I have never seen anyone stronger than you in the same realm. I am willing to call you the strongest. He felt a kinship with Uda. He thought Uda would say, "You're also the strongest heaven and earth realm fighter I've ever met. I'm willing to call you the strongest." But no such words came. Why not? No. But Uda was an honest man, and in the rankings of strongest in the heaven and earth realm, this young man surely could not be listed at the top. Meanwhile, on the other side, so fast, so fast, so fast. The towering golden figure stood tall on the land, yet it could never catch up with that streak of silver light. Occasionally, with a flash of silver light, the Dharma that could withstand continuous attacks from the heaven and earth realm without a scratch would be cleaved open, leaving a deep mark. The Elephant Man legend widened his eyes and pursed his lips, remaining silent. Confronting the epic mage tower, he could not win, which was all right, considering he was pitted against a massive super war weapon by himself. When he faced a human legend of the same realm and was defeated on the spot, he began to doubt his life. And now, another strong opponent above me? Isn't this secret realm only able to accommodate those in the heaven and earth realm currently? Wasn't I invincible against all but my senior brother in that realm a long time ago? As a result, he completely became a target, even more aggrieved than before. After all, he could at least enjoy the thrill of fist-to-flesh combat earlier, but now, he was being hit, and still getting hit. His 40,000-meter level domain shook heaven and earth, as vast energy surged forth, and a golden palm several hundred meters long stamped down from the sky. Space froze, locking down all directions. All things under this killer move would shatter, crumble, and be utterly destroyed. This was his tactic, a hidden move he had kept for a long time. The crescent moon giant wolf did not possess the wild, unparalleled strength like Uda. Thus, she vanished. The giant palm stamped the ground, but the crescent moon giant wolf was gone without a trace. The disappeared wolf, in the next moment, leapt out from the bright moon hanging high in the azure sky. As an elephant man who was a disciple of a legendary life and had extensive knowledge, he naturally spotted the wolf girl's weakness, the bright moon. However, that was a conceptual moon. Even ordinary beings from the law realm couldn't destroy such a moon, let alone him, who was merely a heaven and earth realm warrior with a trace of conceptual power. You are very strong, second only to my senior brother and that distant monster. He acknowledged the wolf girl's combat power, which surpassed his own. Awo, you are also very strong. The crescent moon recognized the opponent. The Elephant Man legend said, I used to think that in our realm, only my senior brother was stronger than me. It seems now I have to settle for fourth place for the time being. He lamented but also felt a new motivation to surge forward. Otherwise, his undefeated life except for his senior brother didn't actually give him much drive. Now, well, to defeat this wolf girl first, then take on that distant monster. He had a new goal, but as soon as the Elephant Man finished speaking, he realized the wolf girl didn't seem to agree with his statement. A thought crossed his mind, and he widened his eyes. Have you encountered other indomitable beings of the same level? The crescent moon nodded honestly. Yes, AWO. The invincible Elephant Man. He was a disciple of a legend. What he had seen and heard was always at the top of the world. He couldn't possibly be someone with a narrow view of the world. He trembled slightly. Is there one more, or two? The crescent moon halted her assault. After all, this big guy was really tough, and chopping him down was particularly strenuous, possibly having a tenth of General Lulu's hardness. She wouldn't be able to finish him in a short time, and Sister Sophia only asked her to hold on. So she stopped and began to count on her fingers. About 9? 10? I'm not even in the top 10 over our place, AWO, she said honestly. The Elephant Man widened his eyes in astonishment. Could the world actually be so vast? Impossible, absolutely impossible, he didn't believe it. You don't believe it? Crescent Moon was getting angry. She wouldn't tell lies, AWO. Commander Dead Bone, Elder Duole, Big Sister Isoloya, General Lulu. There were 7 legendary lives in Tianyuan City alone, and then there was the Invincible Lord, as well as Uda, who she clearly couldn't beat. Plus, the Angel King Lapis, who had risen beyond the standards and took the top spot in the Tianyuan powerhouse rankings. That made 10 people already. Others like Milena, Xie Yi, Hong Yi, Shi Lu, Sario, she didn't have the assurance of victory over them either. Counting these, she couldn't even get into the top 10, AWO. This Elephant Man really had no idea, AWO. Seeing the wolf girl's contemptuous gaze, the invincible Elephant Man started to doubt his life completely. Around the epicenter, the elements of heaven and earth were in chaos, space constantly breaking and healing. This unimaginably powerful and illogical battle had already made many powerful beings question their existence. The battle still had no outcome, but at this moment, pop! The sound like some barrier being shattered rang out, and the black storm enveloping the epicenter began to dissipate. Sophia stepped forward quickly, reaching out to grab the treasures that had incited the fierce competition among numerous extreme peak powerhouses, and they all fell into her own hands. The 4 Extremes Ascension altar is finally mine. These were treasures Lord greatly desired. Having confirmed the treasures were in her possession, Sophia couldn't help but reveal a smile. She was about to order Uta and Lien Yu to retreat when suddenly, Lu Mei's brows furrowed. Swish! A piercing sound cleaved through the air, but faster than sound, was a resplendent golden spear. This golden spear tore through space, piercing straight through the black-robed figure standing within the epicenter. Strands of hair drifted in the air. Immediately after, a figure riding a shuttle whizzed past, and within a fraction of a second, appeared beside Sophia, reaching for the storage ring. Clatter! The body that had been pierced by the golden spear, which had not yet turned completely golden, exploded into countless black feathers. The mysterious woman who had been hidden under the black robe had already reappeared hundreds of meters away, completely unharmed. It's a body replacement technique, I was careless. The wielder of the golden spear lamented in the dark. He had failed to achieve his objective with a single strike and had no intention of pursuing further. In the world's secret realm, he'd been hit too many times. Even though he wielded 2 upper epic treasures, he was still defeated again and again. Defeated by a monstrous strongman, defeated by the powerhouses of the Dragon Banquet ancient country. That monstrous strongman was still in the distance. The wielder of the golden spear dared only to stealth attack. No matter how much he coveted the treasure, he dared not confront head-on. Go! He stepped onto his flying shield, ready to tear through space and flee tens to hundreds of thousands of meters away. Suddenly, space solidified and the world, filled with vibrant streams of energy, also suddenly dimmed. In the darkness, only the bright moon hanging in the sky and the distant resplendent golden sword light were able to shine forth some brilliance. And also, the hundreds, thousands of black crows surrounding the epicenter, previously inconspicuous. Their crimson eyes shone brightly, like red stars twinkling in the night sky. An invisible force linked all the black crows together, same frequency, resonating, merging into one. A terrifying momentum surged towards the high heavens. Above the thousands of black crows, a venerated shadow of the Lord of Crows, difficult to describe concretely, mysterious, grand, terrifying, and too intense to gaze upon directly, suddenly materialized. Was this the coalescence of the army spirit? It seemed to be more than just the army spirit. This was Sophia's newly developed killing move, barely enough to make up for her deficiencies in offensive power. This move was based on Dead Bone's technical experience. Otherwise, having ascended to legendary status less than a month ago, with her daily schedule so hectic, consistently going out on missions, crafting black crows, managing territorial intelligence, hunting powerful monsters, and so on. Without sufficient reference, she would have struggled to perfect this combat method in such a short time. And now, the Black Crow venerates Shadow, symbolizing concepts such as Lord of the Black Crow and Darkness, its forehead writhing and splitting, grew a third eye. This crimson eye suddenly opened wide, and in an instant, an eye resembling a blood-red moon was suspended in the night sky, staring down at the figure in the golden battle armor. Legion technique. The eyes of the Black Crow, the bearer of the golden spear, caught off guard, left bloody tears in his eyes, making a hoarse, rasping noise. The hexagonal flying shield beneath his feet also became covered with a layer of blood-red light. The shield made cracking sounds, but it was imprisoned within it. The next instant, a shadowy claw, as large as to blot out the sky and burning with a cold flame, struck down from above. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 30 strikes. The ground trembled, continuously shattering. After a short while, the dust and mist dispersed, and within the huge paw-shaped crater, the breath of life had vanished more than a dozen breaths ago. By this time, only a body with mangled flesh remained in the crater, along with 2 precious treasures scattered beside it, still unharmed. The golden spear, the hexagonal flying shield. A nether raven descended, seizing the 2 treasures in its grasp. As for the other equipment on the legendary figure, the golden battle armor and the storage ring had been destroyed and shattered under the bombardment of the black flame claws, and the items inside the ring had probably been swept into the spatial turbulence. Sophia felt somewhat regretful but not remorseful. After all, if she hadn't gone all out, she might have let that guy get away with a moment's carelessness. She was well aware of the intelligence, which is why she took decisive action and struck precisely at the right spot. That upper epic treasure had an incredibly fast escape speed. Sophia immediately checked the treasures. Eternal Golden Spear. Grade. Upper epic. Description. This treasure possesses the ability to vary in size, pierce through space, and infinitely split. Additionally, the Golden Spear can impose the goldification concept upon its target, turning any sturdy body or enchantment into gold under the might of the Eternal Golden Spear. This was the conceptual power of turning things into gold. Although gold is practically worthless in the legendary realm world, the conceptual power of goldification is terrifying, capable of easily breaking through all defenses, possessing a lethal effect similar to instant death, decay, and annihilation. Infinite Sky Shield. Grade. Upper epic. Description. This treasure automates the protection of its master. When defending, it can deflect 99% of the impact force, and moderately reduce conceptual damage. Additionally, its user can ride the Infinite Sky Shield for long-duration high-speed flight, or achieve a flight speed capable of piercing through space within a short duration. This was a very powerful and practical upper epic treasure.
It could be used for defense and also for flying and escaping, and its speed was exceptionally fast.
The Infinite Sky Shield has a barely weak point when it comes to flying mode. The treasure autonomously protects its owner but may slow down significantly. Sophia judged. But whether it's fast or slow, strong or weak, ultimately depends on the user. The Golden Spear powerhouse was just too weak. Other than these 2 upper epic items, he had no capabilities of his own. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Getting these 2 upper epic items isn't a loss, no, it's a huge, bloody profit. I always feel that the drop rate from hitting people is much higher than from fighting monsters or exploring. Why don't we find a few wealthy individuals to hit? Sophia was really a bit envious. There were too many wealthy people in this secret realm, and her own Tianyuan city didn't yet have an upper epic treasure, while several in the secret realm possessed such treasures, far more than just Golden Spear. Each of them was a moving treasure chest. It's a pity, those who possess upper epic treasures are all top powerhouses. I must put in real effort to possibly take them down, but the combat power when I go all out is too obvious, otherwise. She indeed had thoughts of hiding her identity and striking covertly. For now, she could only fish subtly. She glanced around. A few breaths ago, when she counter-killed and killed the Golden Spear legend, those concealed around who were secretly watching, also thinking of becoming opportunistic, were greatly shocked and left without hesitation, fearing they might be too slow and fall prey to this terrifying presence of the Nether Raven. This is too terrifying. The heir of the myriad phenomena empire had no power to resist. I seem to have heard of this powerhouse, known as Nether Raven, adept at commanding overwhelming black crows, but I didn't expect her to be not in the soul realm, but only in the heaven and earth realm? Her domain cultivation is above tens of thousands meter level. Her upfront combat power is already not inferior to regular soul realm. Moreover, the span of Nether Raven's domain realm is clearly far more than tens of thousands meters. What's more terrifying is that this Nether Raven and the other two powerful beings in the distance seem to be in the same group, coming from the same power? This world's secret realm has exploded with many big fish. It's still unknown how many more big fish and whales will appear after the soul realm exists can enter. The young sword saint and the golden body elephant man, without a doubt, are also among the big fish. Let's go. Seeing the black-robed woman easily obtaining the treasures and that there were still two more powerful individuals across, being slightly stronger than his own side, the young sword saint did not hesitate. With one sword, he split the space and leapt into it with his junior brother, instantly disappearing. After a while, watching the two leave, Lian Yu reverted to human form, while Uda's blood vitality, burning like Dari, quickly receded. His body even cracked open with streaks of blood spurting out, and soon he appeared utterly depleted. But in the next moment, the battle-wounded Uda began to heal, his vitality slowly returning, as if he would completely recover soon. This guy is very strong, really strong, Uda was delighted. The Great Lord, who had been observing through Black Crow's vision, also realized the terrifying strength of that young sword saint. Even though Uda held the upper hand, the outcome of a real fight would still be difficult to predict. He thought to himself. Uda indeed still had his Fourth Order's shackles unbroken and hadn't much used his combat wool armament. But his full burst state could last only for a short time, and it wasn't a certainty that he could defeat this formidable adversary. The young sword saint probably also had his trump cards and killer moves. After all, he was the disciple of legendary life. Randomly a disciple of legend capable of fighting Uda toe-to-toe comes out. Indeed, there are many strong people in this world. Though he hadn't encountered other strong players as such yet, Mu Yuan pondered that there surely were, and if playing it safe, it would be accurate to count them by the tens or hundreds. Indeed, Uda's combat power was considerably superior among those of the same realm and position. By comparison, he could far outpace powerhouses like Bone 2 and Difu by at least several streets. Even Dead Bone's frontal burst power wasn't near Uda's. Of course, whether Dead Bone or Uda, both didn't stay in the legendary realm and epic 3-star position for a long time, so their accumulations weren't deep. On the other hand, even if the young sword saint was very young, he definitely had been practicing for more than just a year or two. He belonged to those of exceptional talents. Mu Yuan considered that many of his division generals couldn't compare, so it might be better to wait until everyone evolved to legendary status before outright overpowering them. The three Tianyuan powerhouses separated and continued to explore deeper. Sophia also began to check the 4 epic treasures she had just acquired. Ding! Mu Yuan received the notification from heaven and earth at the same time. Notification. Your hero, Sophia, has obtained the special building, 4 Extremes Ascension Altar. 4 Extremes Ascension Altar, category. In classified special building. Description. Capable of sharpening the trialists, enhancing their power within the heaven and earth realm and domain realm. Note. The divine power of the Four Extremes Ascension altar can only recover slowly over time, or be replenished by very few sources of great power. Current divine power, 100 100s. 100 units are not enough to supply to 100 legendary beings. The greater the elevation in the domain realm of the Trialists, the more power will naturally be consumed. This limitation was within his expectations. Rather, the ability to replenish it through certain means was an unexpected pleasure. This ascending altar is a clear box, the remaining 3 are blind boxes. Hint. Acquired a special treasure, Law Tablet Light, Epic. The tablet is also good, even if future cultivation surpasses the law realm. Law and concept are still of paramount importance. Hint. Acquired a life class building, Heaven and Earth Vine, Epic. Heaven and Earth Vine, description. A special entity between life and building, its very existence is miraculous. The Heaven and Earth Vine has the ability to open a secret realm and draw on the power of heaven and earth to continually expand the secret realm. Simultaneously, the Heaven and Earth Vine can utilize the power of the secret realm to exert vast energy. The descriptions of the Heaven and Earth Vine itself didn't seem very powerful. Of course, opening and expanding a secret realm is an incredible power in itself, and the Heaven and Earth Vine itself is a great source of combat power, infinitely useful once cultivated. To say it's ordinary is only in the eyes of Mu Yuan. However, this is a life class building. As long as it is alive, it can be bathed in the evolutionary miracle. The only legendary building in Tianyuan City was evolved from it. Otherwise, there would be no shadow of legends. He had heard of very few legendary buildings. This treasure truly brings joy. The third epic light ball was also quickly opened. Hint. Acquired a miracle building, Angel Tear Spring, Epic.
Angel Tear Spring. Category. Production class building.
Description. Angels have tears, and tears are treasures. The Angel Tear Spring can continuously produce superior treasures, angel tears, which have the miraculous effect of rapidly restoring one's own energy. Mu Yuan had some memories of this treasure. It was quite a superior recovery item among the legendary realm. The recovery effect was fast and without side effects. If the consumption was too great, one could even gulp down several drops at once, allowing one's depleted energy to recover rapidly. In a life and death battle, the outcome of one side recovering energy goes without saying. The only pity was that the angel tears were a specialty of the Holy Griffin Empire, exceedingly rare in the outside world and expensive. This building is not bad. Sophia quickly sent out the treasures through the Nether Raven. Mu Yuan quickly transported the treasures back to his own territory and rapidly constructed the Angel Tear Spring. The appearance of this building was a statue of a female angel, hands held to her chest, with tears flowing down her face. The statue would drip tears. Tears gathered in the hands on her chest, gradually accumulating and forming a small spring. This was the Angel Tear Spring. When the building was constructed and the tears began to fall, Mu Yuan received a new heaven and earth prompt. Ding! Hint. The assistance of a legendary angel can accelerate the production speed of the Angel Tear Spring building. At the same time, there is a small chance to produce quasi-epic treasure, Angel's Tears, and a very small chance to produce an epic treasure, Great Angel Tears. Such miraculous effects? Is this the special feature of angel buildings? Mu Yuan pondered. His true body was still stationed outside the gate of the secret realm. In a few more days, the divine soul realm would be accessible, and he was also looking to find a few opportunities beneficial for strengthening his divine soul. Suddenly, boom, the clear sky sounded with thunder, and the entrance to the world's secret realm was suddenly torn open into an even larger rift. The repulsion from the secret realm weakened. With only 3 days left until the legend gate opened, the divine soul realm gate unexpectedly opened early. The sudden opening of the divine soul realm gate took many by surprise. By estimates, this phase should have required a few more days. But no matter the surprise, the temptation of the world's secret realm was irresistible. Any strong man who could spare the time wanted to enter. Dangerous? Isn't every place in the eternal world dangerous? Now that the great disaster was imminent, They were even more determined to compete, for only through competition could they find more chances to survive. Unlike the time when the legendary Realm Gate had opened, at this moment, there weren't many coming and going at the entrance of the secret realm, with only a handful of God Soul Realm powerhouses hurrying over from other places. The number of those in the God Soul Realm was far fewer than those in the Heaven and Earth Realm. But if among 10 or even dozens of the Heaven and Earth Realm beings only one could become a super strongman, then the ratio of ordinary strongmen to world-class strongmen in the God Soul Realm was much smaller. Few legendary realm beings were preparing to leave the secret realm at this time. After all, the world's secret realm had only recently faced a massive monster tide, the onslaught of monster legends, and the legendaries who didn't think themselves up to the task had already retreated. Those who remained in the secret realm and had the ability to continue surviving and exploring were not worrying about the mere God Soul Realm. Nearly all of them were at the peak of the Heaven and Earth Realm, even tens of thousands meter-level powerhouses. Many of them had enough confidence to step into the God Soul Realm. They were not breaking through so quickly simply because they wanted to make their foundations more solid so that they could go further in the future. The division generals from Tianyuan City also continued to explore. However, to be on the safe side, Mu Yuan had T1 level strongmen pair up in teams of 2, or one T1 strongman teamed up with 8 or 9 T2 T3 strongmen to form a mid-size squad. The teams also maintained a certain distance from each other to facilitate timely support. This was the advantage of the mental Skynet: precise positioning even in unfamiliar environments. Moreover, I can enter the secret realm now, and the capabilities of the mental Skynet can be fully utilized. Mu Yuan didn't wait for Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and the others to arrive. He stepped into the void and entered the secret realm. Not a bit cowardly. After all, this was just a secret realm that, at most only the God Soul Realm, could enter. Lord Shepard prided himself on his combat power, which was not afraid of 99.9% of the God Soul Realm, and he held more than one trump card in his hand. Very steady. Upon entering the secret realm, outside the distorted spatial bubble was the surge of the monster waves, with visibly floating red mist over it. There were at least 20 or 30 monster legends squatting outside. Mu Yuan also sensed some monster legends speeding outwardly, probably in pursuit of the God Soul Realm beings that had entered the secret realm earlier. There were no other living beings around, so be it. Mu Yuan raised his palm high, the mysterious mark on the back of his hand appeared and shone with a cyan divine light. Thousands of threads of cyan divine light intertwined, enveloping his entire figure. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a majestic cyan divine bird with wings dozens of meters long. Wind King's Wings Ah-Sun Plus version. Ah-Sun was just an epic 3-star life. After the Lord's power was promoted, Mu Yuan could not only exert most of the capabilities of epic skills, but when he used general skills, talents, he could also achieve 120% effectiveness. 120% times 99% is still far higher than 100%. Not to mention, Mu Yuan's own basic 3-dimensional, will, God Soul, and domain were all far beyond Ah-Sun. Of course, if he used the powers of Dead Bone or Duo Lai, that would be the beggar's version, albeit not as powerful as before. The appearance of the magnificent bird caused torrents of the wind element to surge throughout the entire expanse of tens of thousands of meters. The pure and intense storm arrived later but hit first, shattering the power of heaven and earth gathered by the monster legends. Immediately after, Mu Yuan let out a breath, as if a divine spirit were sighing, profound and lingering, starting as a soft murmur then rising to the sound of thunder. The sighing wind swept through the heavens and earth. One monster legend after another froze midair, their entire bodies completely shattered, and under the gale, they quickly scattered like sand, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Gurgle, a God Soul Realm being who had just entered the secret realm, watched as the 20 or 30 monster legends, one by one, turned to dust in the wind, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Such preposterousness was unheard of in the God Soul Realm. Even targeted by several Heaven and Earth Realm attackers, one could only beat a hasty retreat. What kind of being could wipe out countless legends with a single sigh? The outside world was too terrifying. Was venturing into the world's secret realm a bit too risky for oneself? Mu Yuan glanced at this unfamiliar god-soul realm being and paid him no mind. In an instant, with the thought, his massive body ascended like maneuvering a Super Wind King's wings mech and disappeared into the storm. At the same time, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Isloa were also passing through the starry skygate, speeding towards the entrance of the secret realm. The Ah-Sun vessel was bringing back several injured, out-of-sorts legends from Tianyuan City and picking up Deadbone and the others. The outside world of the secret realm needed legendary realm beings for protection, after all. Though, with hundreds of Tianyuan City elites, more than half possessing domains, working together, they could take on not just 1 or 2 legends but could even handle 10 or 20 with ease. At the same time, shortly after the gate to the Soul Realm had opened, at various entrances to the world's secret realm within the Red Mist Land, many God-Soul Realm beings arrived. Among them, there were not a few world-level powerhouses. The path to advancement for monsters was different from that of living beings. Among the first stage of legendary monsters in the Heaven and Earth realm, there were no particularly outstanding strongmen, but it was all different when it came to the second stage of the God-Soul realm. The strong and the weak, the mediocre and the exceptional, became very clearly distinguished. Only a very few outstanding beings have the chance to step into the Law realm, and even, to ascend to even higher places. That's why the Dragon Sleep Valley established honorary titles like the Hunting Duke, the Blood and Flesh Wall, the Chomping Insect Swarm, and the Shadow Duke, which symbolize the titles of world-class strongmen.
Take Hunting Duke Pupil Blade. For example, his combat power is only slightly superior to an ordinary soul realm, not by much, but his standard killing move, the Pupil Blade, can very easily slay those in the Heaven and Earth realm, as effortless as slicing vegetables and chopping melons.
He can swiftly kill a great number of Heaven and Earth realm beings. Therefore, he's a world-class strongman and has earned his honorary title. At this moment, in various places in the Red Mist Land, there are world-class monsters breaking into the secret realm. I, Pupil Blade, have returned. The Pupil Blade Duke roared, his eyes shining with golden light as his petite body swiftly flew into the secret realm. Somewhere, a giant serpent with a massive body is clacking its way into the entrance of the secret realm. This is the giant serpent, a fallen god's servant. For the great snake god, in the territories of the Dragon Sleep Valley, adjacent to the area of the 10 Directions Island domain. A dragon beast with an exceedingly huge body lurked within the dense red mist, its eyes blazing like 2 suns. Fire Winged Duke. He cast his gaze to the south as if to cross the domain barriers and land on the vast lands and cities. But he was only in the Law realm and couldn't cast his gaze across domains. The gate to the Divine Soul realm has already opened. Now is the weakest moment for that human lord's Tianyuan City. In the past period of time, Firewing Duke had already made many preparations. The best strategy, the middle strategy, the worst strategy. The strategy of failure. Using the opportunity of the Sky Rift and a certain level of sacrifice and planning, he was confident that his true body could descend upon the 10 Directions Island domain. Even so, he was still waiting for a more appropriate moment. The opening of the world's secret realm was when both the timing and geographic advantage were in his hands. Just wait a bit longer, just a little longer. When the strong from Tianyuan City delved deeper into the secret realm, then he could begin to execute his plan to annihilate the human lord's Tianyuan City. Perhaps he, Firewing Duke, wouldn't even need to act personally. Human territories. In reality, a mere human lord simply wasn't worthy of being targeted by their Dragon Sleep Valley. What if the Heavenly Child Lord had created miracles time and again? This human, even if he could become the very top of the Law realm, or even if he could step above the Law realm, wouldn't have that big of an impact on the overall situation. If it weren't for this Lord Tianyuan thwarting their plans multiple times, the royal capital wouldn't have known about such a minor lord. Annihilating the territory is the middle strategy. Firewing Duke muttered to himself, this may not be as one shot as the best strategy, but it's more reliable and there's more chance of success. Moreover, the miracle lord's rise in speed is related to heavenly fortune. By annihilating this territory and offering the Lord's altar as a sacrifice, it's equivalent to cutting off some of this human's heavenly destiny. From then on, he will no longer be able to proceed as unstoppably. Many living beings start off advancing rapidly, but after a major setback, even if they can recover later, they tend to become commonplace, no longer possessing that exceptional grace. Fire-Winged Duke planned for such a long time not simply to strangle a human genius lord, but what he wanted more was sacrifice. Tianyuan City has developed rapidly and must be a miracle territory favored by the world. If such a territory were sacrificed, I, the Grand Duke, would receive countless benefits and perhaps, in the future, there might even be a chance to reach the Saint Realm. Mu Yuan was unaware that Fire-Winged Duke was poised to strike, but if he did know, he would surely welcome this old chap heartily. He was currently charging headlong through the world's secret realm. Even if he only took on the form of Jun, with his own extremely high 3 dimensions, perfect domain realm, and perfect divine base, there was no one who could match him in a fight. Steady, steady. The urgent matter at hand is to find a cultivation treasure land that can enhance the god soul. He examined his own body. Atop his impeccable shimmering golden divine base was a god soul that resembled a golden longsword. This god soul was already not weak since it originated from the perfect domain realm and perfect divine base. But it was far from growing to its limit, not even 1/10 there yet. Theoretically speaking, he was merely a newly advanced soul in the god soul realm. The stronger the god soul, the more god soul incarnations it can split, and the more power it can wield when descending. Moreover, with the enhancement of the god soul, the perception of the legendary realm will be significantly improved, as will the light of will and the light of the spirit, both of which will undergo a certain degree of enhancement. The latter represents the manifestation of combat power improvement in the soul realm. Enhanced perception allows avoiding danger, expanding the realm of elements under one's command. The light of will and the light of the spirit enhance certain resistances. But unless one possesses an epic ability to utilize the light of will, indeed, the combat power increase of the soul realm compared to the heaven and earth realm is not substantial. It is a transitional stage. Even so, before I fully strengthen my god soul to completion, it's impossible for me to break through the law realm, even though I already have the key to enter it. This barrier, said to be even more formidable to break through than the legendary realm's natural moat, seemed virtually non-existent in his eyes. He could even forcefully break through right now. But such a breakthrough would be akin to severing one's own roots, cutting off one's own future. There isn't much in the way of cultivation treasure lands for the soul realm within the Tai Zan Alliance, and such cultivation treasures are few and far between. If I don't want to spend a large amount of time on the soul realm, I'll have to find the corresponding opportunities within the secret realm. Be it treasures or treasure lands, either would do. Among the treasures he had acquired in the past few days, there actually were items suitable for cultivation. Epic material, extreme divine water, a consumable that could continuously strengthen one's god soul. Its value was not as high as a true epic treasure. What's most important was that there was too little of it. What could a portion of extreme divine water accomplish? It wasn't even enough for one person, let alone, he had a whole bunch of people at home to provide for. As he leapt over the wave of monsters and entered deeper into the secret realm, Mu Yuan dispensed with the power of Wings of the Wind King, Jun, and switched to using Sophia's power instead. Countless black crows fluttered and flew towards all directions. At this point, treasures and treasure lands were much rarer. Even employing the power of Sophia, he was unable to swiftly locate treasures. He had simply picked up an epic treasure, Law Square Steel Wind, along the way. Ding ding, the spiritual link suddenly trembled, a message incoming. A division general had found a chance treasure land. As expected, having many capable subordinates of my own really makes a difference. I don't need to tirelessly search on my own. In this secret realm, at this stage, he reckoned there couldn't be many domains that could form more exploration teams than his own. After all, he had a dozen teams. The one who discovered the chance treasure land was the Sario team.
The Sario team was composed of 9 great legendary realm members, including Sario himself, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, Gibi, Bai Li, and Sangan.
They were currently stationed in front of the Chance treasure land, having already fended off 2 groups of explorers trying to snatch the treasure land. Suddenly, a ghastly, enormous serpent head emerged from the red mist, followed by a serpentine body several times larger than an entire building. He revealed his form, his large and small serpent pupils glittering like the sun and moon high above, overlooking the figures below. It's the fallen god's servant Python, the formidable being that wields the power of gravity and devouring. A legendary realm being who had just pierced through the fog and seen the treasure land, but also the shadow of the giant serpent, spoke tremblingly. No sooner had he spoken than he ran off into the distance without looking back. Python. Among world-class strongmen, he too was a strongman. His projected image was the nightmare of countless ordinary lords. The number of miracle lords that have fallen to Python's mouth could be in the thousands, even tens of thousands, possibly more. This being is a supreme and terrifying existence. It's the fallen god's servant Python, Rar. Sario shook its tail, speaking spiritedly. Their team, originally, had targeted the very Python of the Shen Luo domain. For this, Sario even ecstatically rolled on the graveyard soil and rehearsed several times the mock battles against Python. Unexpectedly, they didn't find it in the Shen Luo domain, but encountered it in the secret realm instead. Wonderful! Several Tianyuan powerhouses let out excited roars. Roar! In the depths of the world's secret realm shrouded in white mist, the deafening sound of a dragon roar pierced through the azure sky. A supreme frost dragon overlord lifted the white fog of frost, striking at a far more immense body, resembling a demon god of the world, the giant serpent. However, the soul-chilling white fog fell upon the colossal body of the serpent and could only cover it with a faint layer of frost, which was quickly dispersed. The fallen god's servant Big Snake was slightly surprised. In the distant land of opportunity that the Big Snake cared little for, its divine envoys had no need to bolster their god's souls. However, the legendary creatures guarding this treasure were tempting appetizers to it. It had not expected that a mere heaven and earth realm would not only refuse to flee from me, Big Snake, but also dare to attack first? Its eyes, like the sun and the icy moon, gazed down coldly. The next moment, a dark domain spread out. This was not a domain. Big Snake had neither the need nor the capability for one, possessing instead a divine domain bestowed by the snake god. Heavy water divine domain. Unlike the intangible domain, the divine domain of the Orochi servant directly interfered and altered reality, resembling a piece of territory that could manifest at any time and travel with its bearer. A radius spanning tens of thousands of meters of the heavy water divine domain unfolded, and bead-like droplets of black water floated up. Each of these droplets, tiny yet substantial as mountains, contained a terrifying and boundless force. The Orochi servant itself possesses the heavy water divine domain, with each of these heavy drops carrying the force of a full-powered blow from a heaven and earth realm peak. And around us, there are hundreds of thousands of them, and within the divine domain of the Orochi servant, these heavy waters will continue to be created endlessly, Bone 4 said calmly, adjusting the frames of his non-existent glasses. The fallen god's servant Orochi was among the elite at the world level, and information about it was plentiful. In the Taizan alliance alone, there were no fewer than 10 lords who had faced the true body of Orochi in direct combat. Lords and division generals of the Lord's family who had battled with the manifested Orochi numbered well over 1,000. Also, another significant advantage of Orochi's true body is that its massive size contains an energy that, even compared to other Soul Realm masters of the same realm, is hundreds, if not hundreds of times greater. Even General Duo Lai in Tianyuan City, who boasts of holding the energy of a great whale in his small body, probably couldn't match this Orochi. After all, Big Snake was empowered or, rather, morphed by the fallen, snake god. Big Snake was not an ordinary soul realm being. The droplets hovered high, then fell like a flurry. Each drop, like a meteorite crashing down. At the same time, a terrifying force of gravity enveloped everything, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Everyone's body grew heavy. The weaker Qing Shuang and Gibi could barely stand upright. Such was the might of Big Snake's true body. Even as the information about the Orochi servant was almost public knowledge, and larger forces were well aware of this terrifying entity's deadly abilities and fighting style, the majority of those in the legendary realm did not qualify to face it directly. Those of the legendary realm without sufficient combat power couldn't withstand even a single blow from the Orochi. And under such torrential meteor-like attacks, numbers meant little. Open, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 made their moves simultaneously. The three of them had stepped into the epic realm quite some time ago, and through continuous development, the Dead Bones territory had grown vast. At that moment, a vast plain of stark white spread out, forcibly carving out a territory unaffected by the heavy water divine domain. The black droplets had their spatial distance stretched, and the immense gravitational pressure was significantly reduced. In the next instant, Qing Shuang and Han Shuang clapped their hands, and with a thunderous boom, crystalline ice sprung from the ground, erecting two pure white fortresses atop the stark white plain. Standing above the fortresses, they summoned a storm of ice and snow. One after another, huge ice walls more than 10 meters thick rose rapidly from all sides. Crack, crack, boom. The ice walls under the black rain cracked, shattered, and quickly disintegrated completely. We are completely outmatched. But isn't it impressive to have blocked one attack? From a distance, a legendary realm creature couldn't help but glance back, then quickly disappeared into the mist, fearing they would become the next target of the Orochi after these living beings perished. As expected, the might of the fallen god servant, worshipped by countless monster tribes, was fearsomely apparent. The ice walls rose, but the speed of their formation was far slower than the rate at which the drops fell. If it were only Qing Shuang and Han Shuang, they could at best hold out for a few seconds before they would be crushed by the overwhelming heavy water. So this is the might of a world-class strongman? Fine, they weren't too shocked. They weren't like those legends who relied solely on secondary information and realized after a confrontation that they had overestimated themselves or underestimated the enemy. They were accustomed to facing the power of entities on this level, and they had mentally prepared for a variety of scenarios. Besides, they weren't the only ones there. We've been waiting. Sario roared, his massive wings whipping up a fierce storm, which contained frost, decay within the frost, and out of decay sprang more frost, ceaseless and endless. With the heaven and earth realms' vast ice and snow at his aid, Sario's frost and decay grew mightier, rolling forward inexorably, obliterating droves of droplets and continuing unfazed onto the body of the servant python. This time, it was frost and decay imbued with conceptual power. The white frost spread across the giant body, simultaneously causing the entire serpent to begin to decay. This was a conceptual assault, and the true body of Orochi, which had yet to master the laws, was absolutely incapable of negating the power of concept. However, Orochi roared, even though its body was covered with frost, even though it was beginning to decay, it still possessed overwhelming power. Its energy, vitality, and body were too strong. This was a simple, numerical strength. Even though the conceptual power had indeed wounded Orochi, it was very difficult to achieve significant effects in a short time. The giant serpent's mouth opened wide, like a black hole, seemingly containing a terrifying world within. A fierce suction enveloped the surrounding area. Broken trees and shattered stones flew up continuously, being devoured by the gaping maw that resembled a black hole. This was another of the Orochi servant's deadly moves. Devouring Big Snake Black Hole. It had a record of devouring and annihilating world-class strongmen. Once a world-class strongman was devoured, their survival was not guaranteed, let alone the 9 Tianyuan division members present, who were still a significant distance from being world-class fighters. They couldn't be devoured, they had long-prepared tactics. Bone 2 seemed unable to resist, its entire body lifted by the violent airflow, rising into the air along with countless broken plants and rocks, heading towards the black hole. The next moment, crack crack crack. Numerous broken bones also rose, but instead of being swallowed by the black hole, they combined in midair. Gigantic arms of bone. A towering body encased in thick bone armor. A pale and enormous skull. A giant human of death remains, larger than even the true form of Orochi, stood upon the earth, blocking the great open maw of the serpent. Ghost General Bai Li, unleashing a psychic attack on Orochi with the intent of Sanghun. Vampire Gibi moved to the side, his long sword piercing through the scales, his blood-red blood continuously pouring in. Bone 3 circled to the rear of Orochi, holding a bone spear and thrusting it fiercely. Bone 4 made its own bones sharp, piercing into the massive snake's body. Desolate Gray Bone. This was an extremely sharp method of attack, carrying the conceptual harm of desolation. Orochi's hard scales indeed could not withstand, and rings of gray began to spread across its body. But this guy is truly massive in every aspect. Bone 4 looked up. Once their desolate gray bone pierced through, even warriors of the Soul Realm would be severely crippled. But this Orochi was too resilient, so meaty. However, Orochi was just enduring. This terrifying world-class fighter, which made numerous domains shiver, was now at a disadvantage under the clever cooperation of the 9 from Sario. Even though among these 9 fighters at the Heaven and Earth realm, some had domains that broke through the 10,000-meter level, they were still only at the Heaven and Earth realm. And it was a noble servant of the gods, an entity that accompanied the great divinity at their side. Roar! Orochi roared angrily many times, but it was still trapped and increasingly wounded. However, Sario and the others dared not be careless. They had a slight advantage, but this was established under the condition of perfect cooperation. Their actual strength was far behind that of Orochi. If there was a lapse in their coordination, the advantage could instantly turn into a severe disadvantage, putting their lives at risk.
They had enough understanding, a web of spirit with the same frequency thought process. Under normal conditions, there would not be any problems with their cooperation.
But here and now, in the ever-changing world secret realm, if the battle lasted a bit longer, it was very hard to guarantee that no accidents would occur. Orochi was well aware of this. It continued to resist while also waiting. It was not alone, it had reinforcements. Within the churning mist, another figure slowly appeared. It was a living being. It was similar in appearance and aura to the several entities nearby. It's actually these skeletons' reinforcements, Tisk. Orochi's gaze darkened, but since there was only one newcomer, it wasn't too worried. The figure in the mist gradually became clearer. One skeleton, one sword, one cloak. A perfect domain enveloped the world. The holy mountain projection emerged, effortlessly crushing the divine domain, annihilating it. This undead was not to be trifled with. The Orochi servant, despite enduring dozens of attacks and feeling that its combat power was still sufficient, believed that the moment it seized an opportunity it could instantly refine these few living beings. But at this moment, it sensed a crisis of death. In the soul realm, someone could actually cause it to die? The Orochi did not believe it, yet it still followed its inner intuition. It roared fiercely, and its entire body suddenly expanded in size, while a skin resembling a canopy that could cover the heavens and earth shed from its body. In the blink of an eye, the scaled-down Orochi had already transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the distant mist to escape. Bone 2 and their party were blocked by the overwhelming snakeskin, and by the time they tore through this skin-made barrier, that Orochi had already fled far away. They couldn't catch up, nor did they intend to pursue. After all, the boss had already arrived. Dead Bone watched the receding figure, and the wailing death slowly rose. An emblem of utmost mystery, seemingly symbolizing the death of the heavens and earth, appeared on its forehead. Black patterns crawled along the arm bone and up the sword of death. In the distance, the massive fleeing body also began to show mysterious black patterns within Dead Bone's vision. The black patterns spread outward like petals, they were as splendid as petals. This was the beauty that symbolized death, each line representing a possible type of demise. Dead Bone did not pursue but simply let the sword gently fall. Hiss! The fleeing Orochi servant felt the death omen within its heart suddenly surge to a peak. No, it was not an omen, it was dying, it had already died. It was already dead. In the instant before its god soul dissipated, the Orochi servant suddenly remembered that familiar black-armored skeleton. The skeleton that had, during the elite level phase, created its own domain and fought back against its descending incarnation. More than a year had passed, and it already possessed power that surpassed that of world-level entities? Could it be, was this a Legan? Its eyes widened as its body and god soul were utterly extinguished. This is the concept of death, from the root, directly granting a target death. Dead Bone murmured. This was also its first experiment on a high-realm adversary. My concept of death has already stepped into the second realm, where I can directly lock onto a distant target and execute a conceptual-level intervention. I even have the power to cause instant death on the spot, it explained. However, this move can only be used on weaker targets. To it, the true form of the Orochi was just such a weaker target. Against an enemy of the same rank, it certainly couldn't impose death directly, but it could lock onto the possibility of death through many battles. Wither Kingbone, Emperor's One Sword, Tide of Death, and many other lethal moves, provided more possibilities of death. As it reflected, it did not sheath its sword. This one sword did merely sever the Orochi's body, spirit, life, and god soul, but that is not enough.
Soul realm beings possessed the ability to resurrect. For as long as one could sever a divine soul fragment in advance and lay out precautions, they could be resurrected even after falling.
Of course, resurrection required time and resources, and a fall was a significant loss to anyone. Among them, the fallen god's servants would resurrect faster than other world-level strongmen. In the past I did not have the power to prevent such a terrifying enemy's resurrection, but now. Dead Bone concentrated. At the place where the Orochi perished, and death took hold, there was a faint, intermittent line of concept, extending into the unknown. This was the inevitable conceptual connection between the Orochi's true form and its contingency for resurrection. The line of concept was blurring, breaking. As time passed, this associating concept would eventually vanquish completely. Dead Bone stood still in the wasteland, focusing intently for a dozen seconds. Suddenly, caught you. The gaze followed the concept's causality over mountains and ridges, leapfrogging domain after domain, world after world. In the blurred vision, Dead Bone saw a sparkle from a fragmentary god soul, which was in the process of recovering, with the flesh starting to take form. Sever. The pure concept of death spread along the causal connection. On the ancient and bloody altar, the consciousness of the Orochi servant was reawakened, with shards of memory flooding in. Just now, that undead must have been a Tran. Its burgeoning consciousness began to clear. The Orochi was about to open its mouth. The Black Death descended. The valley, a hidden sight, regained its peace in a blink of an eye. As quiet as death itself. Within the opportunity structure known as the Divine Tower, there were no skylights to let in any sunlight. When the doors closed, all that was left was utter darkness and silence. In the silent space within the tower, Mu Yuan sat quietly. His body seemed to settle down with the tower, while his spirit burst forth with a brilliance far exceeding its normal state. The Divine Tower, this treasured building, had no barriers on the outside, allowing anyone to enter. However, practicing within this high tower came with dangers even greater than those of the Four Extremes Ascension altar. Through the stillness of the body, the spirit's light flared brightly. It was like when one's five senses are sealed, their sixth sense becomes keener. When the body lies dormant and life is drained, the spirit struggles in the mire, sparking a different kind of radiance. This process was very dangerous. If one was not careful, the body could truly enter a state of dormancy, leaving behind damages to the foundation that were difficult to recover from. The radiant spirit was like a flame suddenly fed with fuel, burning fiercely. This flame was sourceless and could exhaust at any moment, leaving nothing but a flickering wisp in the wind. This was information from a predecessor of Taizan. Upon stepping into this place, heaven and earth also imparted faint hints. Balance your own body, support it for a longer time before complete dormancy, and moreover, use the light of will to stimulate your spirit to keep burning and growing within the flames. This was the method of cultivation for the Divine Tower, Treasure Land. It wasn't complicated, however, if it were just this, it naturally wouldn't be possible to rapidly and without side effects enhance the spirit. The entire process of cultivation not only squeezed one's own body but also forced the growth of the spirit. With just this method, the spirit might grow substantially, but it would ultimately be more detrimental than beneficial in the future. The key was that the Opportunity Land offered not just the environment but also fuel. This was akin to the divine power that descended during a heaven and earth baptism. This was also why such structures were rarely privately controlled by a lord, as their operation was linked to the power of the world. Mu Yuan thought to himself, gradually dispelling distractions and focusing wholeheartedly on cultivation. Golden flames danced, and his spirit rose inch by inch. Practicing within a world-secret realm was, in fact, a very dangerous thing, not to mention that the Divine Tower had no rules to keep out external threats. If he were alone, he wouldn't dare to cultivate in such silence. Even lords who had arranged for division generals to guard outside would inevitably feel anxious. After all, with numerous strong individuals emerging from within secret realms, how could a few division generals truly offer protection? Unless there were several world-class strongmen. Tianyuan City had such strongmen, and Lord Shepherd felt very at ease starting his silent cultivation. His spirit became more and more dazzling, the shining golden consciousness within him beginning to illuminate the pitch-black space inside the tower. My spirit has grown threefold compared to before, comparable to most of the peak strongmen, who have immersed themselves in the soul realm for many years. However, this is just the limit for most people, not mine. I have the perfect domain, perfect divine base, and naturally, can also refine a perfect divine soul. The spirit, unlike the domain, isn't limited by the heaven and earth rules, hence even between perfect divine souls, there is a disparity. Being a legendary life, he was fully capable of aiming higher. It's just that this divine tower might not provide enough divine power, that's all. So, let's continue the cultivation. Mu Yuan murmured silently, immersing his heart and soul completely into the practice once more. At approximately the same time, in the Ten Directions Island domain, Isloa No. 2 stood on the window ledge of the epic building, Staff of Divine Right, gazing toward the distant edge of the land. There, it seemed that a vague line of darkness was emerging. The monster tide has indeed arrived, and this seems to be no ordinary tide, but one with many legendary realm beings hidden within. Isloa murmured, her eyes calm, showing no sign of surprise. Beside her, a Starlight Scholar in epic form, who was responsible for maintaining the Staff of Divine Right, asked, "Should we sound a first-level alert and inform Lord?" The person in charge was somewhat nervous. After all, most of Tianyuan City's generals were not present at this time, and those like him were normally just following orders, lending a hand. If they had to make decisions on their own, it would truly be overwhelming. Thankfully, Lady Isloa was still in the city to oversee matters. "No need, triggering a second-level alert will do. We can handle the extinguishing of this enemy's attack on our own," Isloa said. Their lord left a perfect avatar in the city, along with several temporarily sculpted starlight avatars. Yet, whether it was a perfect avatar or a starlight avatar, they essentially shared consciousness with the principal. Just like her, when her many avatars were at work, it was essentially multi-threading of consciousness, capable of being multitasking dozens of tasks. To handle some paperwork, stroll the streets, attend meetings with subordinates, inspect construction sites. Such tasks didn't make multiple tasking difficult. But if she was confronting an extremely powerful enemy, she would have to cancel these avatars, retracting her projected consciousness, focusing her mind to exert her full strength. The Lord was cultivating in the Divine Tower, focusing entirely on enhancing his spirit, and of course, he should not be disturbed at such a time. Well, compared to cultivation, the safety of his domain was more important, but it's just an expected attack from Dragon Sleep Valley, we can defend according to the plan. "It seems we are soon to arrive at the legendary Tianyuan City," said a voice. "I've heard that the Lord of Tianyuan City, in just a few years of pioneering his territory, has nurtured many warriors of the legendary realm, and even boasts the presence of beings like the giant spirit god, who has a place of his own on a global scale. In their vast gem country, such a figure would stand almost second to none, towering above countless others. A huge dark green purple-winged bird flew across the vast wilderness. Inside, hundreds of people each performed their duties, maintaining the operation of this powerful weapon. In the weapon's core area, several powerful individuals with gemstones embedded in their foreheads conversed. These were the members of the subhuman species Gemstone Clan, the mainstream living beings of the Gem Country. A legendary realm warrior with a radiant teal gemstone on his forehead spoke up. "We've already requested a batch of assistance supplies from the Tai Zan Alliance, and Tai Zan has agreed to send more troops to aid our country. However, this is still not enough. We must find a solution on our own." The Gem Country suffered a severe disaster, but the Tai Zan Alliance was likewise afflicted and could not spare much strength. The solution thought up by the Gem Country Envoy Group was to seek assistance from Tai Zan's powerful lords, paying a price to have these top-level lords take action. Top-level lords still had some strength in their hands. They contacted several territories in a row, ones that had previous cooperation with their Gem Country. However, several lords indicated that they were unable to spare any efforts in such short notice, all preoccupied with matters of greater importance. Their thoughts turned to two powerful individuals they had encountered on the outskirts of the alliance. The warriors from Tianyuan City, one of whom had slain a Grand Duke of the Hunt and was rightfully a world-class strongman. After some hesitation, they set off for Tianyuan City. After several days of trekking over mountains and ridges, they were finally about to reach this city, renowned within the Tai Zan Alliance for its many legendary achievements, and the source of curiosity for countless people. A legend of the Gem Country spoke up. "Tianyuan City seems to have many legendary realm warriors. If we could get just a few of them to take action, it would greatly ease the situation in our Gem Country. And if we could persuade the giant spirit god to help, that would truly be cause for celebration." Their Gem Country did have warriors of the Law Realm as their pillars. However, below the Great Lord, Kai Xinglian, their entire Gem Country, with thousands of miracle territories, could not nurture even a single world-level strongman. They also had few God Soul Realm warriors and were unable to stop the increasingly fierce monster tide and the fearsome monsters lurking within it. By contrast, Tianyuan City, a miracle territory and even a newly established territory, already boasted countless victories over powerful monsters. Considering this, these several legendary realm warriors, also lords of the Gem Country, all felt somewhat ashamed. They were incompetent, unable to cultivate enough warriors and leaders, and they themselves were not strong enough, only capable of pinning their hopes on external support. Fortunately, Tianyuan City was a newly established city, presumably not wealthy, and its demand for various materials and treasures far exceeded that of other powerful territories. There was still hope in asking for Tianyuan City's strong people to help. Before their departure, they had thoroughly investigated, listing out all of Tianyuan City's potential needs and prepared to the utmost. The several legendaries felt almost certain of their success, the only difference being how much they would have to pay. Only the leader of this group, a successor of the Gem Country with a ruby embedded in his forehead named Hong Shijing, was not as optimistic as the others. He said, "Have you not noticed the monster tide gathering in the distance? The creatures here are becoming more ferocious. But it's the period of the Sky Rift disaster, and waves of monsters appear from time to time. Isn't that to be expected?" asked the warrior with the radiant teal gemstone. Hong Shijing's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Indeed, monster waves are not uncommon, but within the wave, I vaguely sensed the aura of several monster legends. They have probably noticed us too. What's strange is that they quietly retreated. If I'm not mistaken, Tianyuan City is about to be attacked by some powerful overlord power," he continued. In such a situation, where could they possibly find reinforcements? They had no way back either, as their retreat was likely already cut off by the wave. Soon, the grand Tianyuan City came into view for the people of Gem Country. The city was majestic, surrounded by rolling mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist. The dark green purple-winged bird descended slowly as the Gem Country envoys submitted their visitation requests. Hong Shijing looked into the distance. As expected, Tianyuan City has detected the converging waves and has sounded the alarm. Wuan Wan. The second-level alert had been sounded in Tianyuan City, causing many residents to be taken aback suddenly. An alarm? Is there a monster attack? This is a second-level alert. I've heard it during drills. We need to. Many people panicked. The majority of people in Tianyuan City had experienced the catastrophe of a city in ruins and people dead. The fear of facing monsters had been etched into their very bones. However, those panicking were only the newcomers who had settled in Tianyuan City within the last month, while the old-timers listened to the sudden alarm with casual dismissal, waving their hands. Just a second-level alarm, steady now, no need to panic.
Since most of Tianyuan City's work was done by old-timers mentoring newcomers, seeing how nonchalant the old-timers were, the newcomers' trembling hearts also steadied a lot.
They were still somewhat worried and couldn't help but ask, "Old bro, are you sure it's all right?" The old man raised his chin proudly. "Just a monster wave. What's there to fuss about? Not only has our Tianyuan City repelled monster waves many times, I've even followed warriors from the city guard corps outside the walls and touched the carcasses of monsters with my own hands." He grew more excited and proud as he spoke. The carcass was as tall as a small hill, and such terrifying monster carcasses were everywhere, sprawling across the wilderness outside the city. That scene, tisk. You only have to see it once, and you would never fear monsters again. Upon hearing this, the Greenhand Territory citizens all took in a sharp breath. Could the warriors of their own city be so formidable? Carcasses strewn across the entire wilderness, wouldn't that be too exaggerated? But such accounts came not from just one or two veterans. It seemed that such a scene was not an overstatement. "So elder brother, what should we do?" "What to do? Let me think." With the second-level emergency alert, other than not being able to leave the city, everyone should go about their business as usual within the city. Besides that, we just need to trust, and trust some more. Well, of course, if you were really worried, you could also head to a nearby shelter. In southern Tianyuan City, adjacent to the Central Plaza and home to the Tianyuan First Hospital, Tianyuan Restaurant, and Tianyuan City Cathedral, the First Avenue undoubtedly constitutes the busiest, most prosperous, golden land of Tianyuan City. Even without official initiatives to recruit commerce or attract thousands of professionals to work and struggle here, many medium and small-sized shops had opened on both sides of this street. Most of these were run by territory citizens and included basic establishments like tailor shops, grocery stores, carpentry workshops, and tea houses. Some were businesses personally set up by the soldiers of Tianyuan City's direct lineage. Even though the various kinds of soldiers possessed self-awareness, many of them were not adept at fine work, let alone running a business. For them, this was a torment. Yet, a few were enthusiastic about it and didn't aim for profit. General Duo Lai had opened a large, slime barbecue restaurant. No, it did not serve grilled slime, but instead featured unique slime waiters, although grilling slime condensed liquid was also an option. The restaurant's biggest highlight was its variety of ingredients, particularly some rare and bizarre items. Apart from the official and private ventures of the division generals, there were also businesses set up by foreign merchants within Tianyuan City. There were offices established by the neighboring Great Domain, the Gemstone Duchy, and the Golden Commonwealth. There were also business points of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce of the Tai-Zan Alliance. Moreover, buildings like Cold Moon Pavilion, Linglong Treasure Store, Ba Long Fitness Club, and White Shark Chamber of Commerce were also quite prominent here. These were built by acquaintances who were lords. In places like the Cold Moon Pavilion and Linglong Treasure Store, there were several administrators from their respective territories hiring workers within Tianyuan City. At this moment, these administrators, upon hearing the sudden piercing alarms ringing through the city, couldn't help but feel anxious. But then they saw their own store employees busily working as if nothing was amiss, even more composed than themselves, the store owners. Store owner. This was a city-wide emergency alarm. Monsters were approaching in vast waves, and it was possible that multiple monster legends might attack. Do all people of Tianyuan City have such strong nerves? No way. After some thought, the store owner felt that it wasn't right to be so indifferent. Normally, when a city-wide alarm sounded, their shops also had an obligation to assist the local lords in defense as a form of self-help. Though usually, it would be the city defense army coming to notify them to prepare for defense.
Tianyuan City was anything but usual. Inside the one-handed Chamber of Commerce, a burly man with flaming red hair sat in the chief seat. His presence was overwhelming, and he was a legendary being, not just any legend, but a super senior legend realm, who was one step away from reaching the heaven and earth realm peak, Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong.
He was not the one-handed Chamber of Commerce's manager stationed in Tianyuan City. The Chamber of Commerce was not so extravagant as to assign a legend to oversee a city with not so much business. Fiery Fire Pom Yang Kong had recently accompanied a convoy bringing supplies to the city. Those below legendary stature might still hide in their shops and act as if nothing happened, but he was a respected legend. With esteemed status came corresponding responsibilities. If needed, he would take action. Go, inquire about the situation in Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City, troops of elite soldiers had already assembled. Hundreds of kilometers outside the city, the red mist drifted, and the tide was upon them. After the catastrophe of the Sky Rift emerged, Tianyuan City relocated various mines and fully contracted its defense lines. This indeed made the defense of the territory much easier, no longer worrying about any location or stronghold being attacked by legendary creatures of the enemy, but likewise, Tianyuan City's control over the wilderness areas beyond the Tianyuan City defense circle greatly declined.
Monster tribes proliferated in the wilderness, with one camp after another sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, not to mention the succession of wild legends entering the 10 Directions Island domain along with the influx of the red mist.
They might come from neighboring domains or emerge from the Crimson Sky Rift River. According to some intelligence obtained by the exploratory team, there were wild legends that had subdued a large number of monster tribes, forming overlord powers capable of ruling vast territories. The overlord powers identified by the exploratory team numbered as many as 6. Based on estimates, there might be a dozen or more overlord powers existing in the 10 Directions Island domain at the moment. Some were weaker than the Fang of the Jackal Wolf and the Bloodsnake encase, while others were even stronger. Their rulers could be in the peak heaven and earth realm or even the soul realm. Even though these overlord powers belonged to different forces, camps, and factions, they often waged wars against each other, and the overall environment of the 10 Directions Island domain became much more dangerous than it was a year ago. After all, back then, the vast 10 Directions Island domain only had one peak heaven and earth realm creature, the Blood Tree King. Tianyuan City had limited forces and usually only secured the rear, ensuring that the path to the Twilight Dominion was clear, while the central, northern, and western parts of the 10 Directions Island domain had long been a chaotic dance of demons. Each overlord power sought to devour one another to establish a more enormous empire and rise to an even higher status. Until, a few days ago, an envoy from the supreme overlord power of Dragon Sleep Valley personally descended on each overlord's stronghold and persuaded all of the overlord power rulers. Just the thought of that day filled the horror demon Wolfman with fear and relief that he hadn't resisted. Otherwise, his modest heaven and earth realm body wouldn't have been enough for a giant dragon to swallow in a few bites. However, the horror demon Wolfman looked around. This was where the Overlord Council convened, formed jointly by more than a dozen overlord powers and consisting of 33 seats. His horror Wolf Hill could only occupy one seat here. Among them, there was a hell demon with horns ablaze with hellfire. There was a queen riding atop a massive spider. And there was a black titan, massive in size and as unfathomable in presence as the abyss. Any one of these individuals made the horror demon Wolfman tremble with fear, but he couldn't understand why they would attend the Overlord Council and accept subordination to Dragon Sleep Valley. Dragon Sleep Valley indeed had a notorious reputation and held a pivotal position even within the Eternal Life faction of Tianji, but if they were cowed into submission by mere infamy, they would not be monsters anymore. Great monsters were born between heaven and earth. How could they languish below humans for long? No matter how strong Dragon Sleep Valley was, how much influence could it possibly extend over to this island domain? The horror demon Wolfman, along with many overlord rulers present, couldn't understand it. HMPH, foolish. The hell demon, with crossed arms, gave a cold glance at these insignificant ants. The ants could not comprehend the terror of Dragon Sleep Valley. The envoy from Dragon Sleep Valley who descended into their Hell Abyss Valley was alone. Yet that one was the Grand Duke of the Hunt, notorious across the world. The arrival of a single Grand Duke of the Hunt could completely suppress their Hell Abyss Valley, leaving them unable to utter a word of rebuttal. He believed that the same situation applied to the Spider Queen's nest and the Titan Fortress. Furthermore, the Hell Demon said to the legends present, the human power to the south should not be underestimated. Wouldn't it be easier to let the mighty ones of Dragon Sleep Valley annihilate that human city than for us to fight them directly? He cast his gaze into the distance. Across continuous mountains and surging rivers, a towering castle could be faintly seen standing on a mountaintop. The Hell Demon had tested this human force and was very aware of the thorniness of Tianyuan City. This time, being able to exploit the heavy hand of Dragon Sleep Valley to uproot this nearby adversary was indeed good fortune. He clearly understood that Dragon Sleep Valley wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to fight against the human powerhouses in a deadly exchange. But so what? Even if all the legends of Hell Abyss Valley were to perish, as long as he himself could survive and become stronger through this opportunity, that was enough. Dragon Sleep Valley might be using them, but he was also using Dragon Sleep Valley, wasn't he? Kekekekeke, laughter echoed gratuitously throughout the council ground. At the same time, in Tianyuan City, beside the North City Wall, atop a towering watchtower that soared over 100 meters. The emissaries from Gemstone Country, like Fiery Fire Pom Yong Kong, arrived here one after another with permission. From this position, they could not yet see the surging waves of monsters. However, they could already faintly perceive the tendrils of red mist drawing closer, and the air was filled with a thick, oppressive atmosphere that could not be dispersed. Red Shijing, the leader from Gemstone Country, had detected the gathering tide before arriving at Tianyuan City, including glimpses of monster legends within it. If such a small cluster was already like this, how terrifying would the impending massive monster tide attack be? He couldn't imagine, only knowing the battle would not be easy, and no matter what their intentions, it would be difficult to remain aloof from the affair. Yang Kong from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce didn't know the situation of the monster tide, but he was very clear about the plight of Tianyuan City, facing the dreadful supreme overlord power, Dragon Sleep Valley. Even if Dragon Sleep Valley wouldn't target a territory too specifically, even if Dragon Sleep Valley's power would be limited when extending beyond the Red Mist Land, it would still be terrifyingly formidable. Not to mention, it was chosen when the Great Lords were ardently exploring the world's secret realm. This was going to be a tough battle. I am Fiery Fire Pom Yong Kong, willing to join the defense battle. He looked toward the person in charge of Tianyuan City. Glancing left and right, he saw no sign of the Lord of Tianyuan City. He suspected as much, and indeed, the Lord of Tianyuan City was not in the territory, making this battle even more difficult. At this time, there was no doubt that Isloa was in charge of all city affairs. Lulu, Dead Bone, and others could cast their gaze through the hero's right or control the miracle building of the territory, or micromanage the core that had not yet run out of the territory. But only Isloa could make an appearance. The monster tide is approaching, but do not worry, we of Tianyuan City will sniper it firmly outside the city, including the monster legend. Naturally, there is no reason for us in Tianyuan City to ask guests to take action. Isloa guessed these people would be nervous and worried. Rather than letting them continuously speculate and let the seeds of worry ferment in their hearts, it was better to directly bring them to the lookout tower. She now had no time to entertain any guests. Besides, compared to entertaining and conversing, a war that crushes the invaders without leaving one behind could better demonstrate the majesty of Tianyuan City. She knew very well that their lord had long cast out bait, just waiting for the people of Gemstone Country to take the bait. Her gaze swept over. With various covert detection methods in the territory, She had discovered that the group from Gemstone Country was indeed not weak. There were fewer in the legendary realm left in the city than this group. Currently, Tianyuan City was indeed lacking in legendary combat power. Protection was much more difficult than destruction, especially since they were bound to face stealth attacks by the monster legend. With few legendary figures in the city and the elite main force absent, Isloa's confidence was not merely because she knew Lapis was in charge. Lapis was after all just one person, and relying on one person to protect a city was very risky. Her confidence stemmed from the Radiant City defense barrier, which made Tianyuan City intact and fearless of destruction. The legions of Tianyuan City had already assembled, and they had not climbed the city walls but rather swarmed out from the raised city gates. Awoo! For the Lord, one corps after another surged out, charging in every direction. The times had changed. According to the new instructions of Tianyuan City's defense plan, they would no longer defend from within the city. The territories 1 to 200 li outside Tianyuan City were all mining areas. Whether to protect the environment around Tianyuan City or to minimize losses, they would try to set the battlefield outside their homeland. This was not Isloa's strategy. She did not need to command this battle. Everything was just proceeding according to the set contingency plan. Only those on the lookout tower did not quite understand. Tianyuan City must have some deep tactical meaning for doing this, right? No matter what, when the situation becomes critical, this commander of Tianyuan City will have to ask them to take action. Of course, it would be better to quietly and calmly eradicate this monster tide. The army of Tianyuan City had almost entirely come out, meeting the monster tide at the frontier wilderness. The army included the various main corps, secondary corps, reserve corps, totaling over 10,000, which was very small compared to the at least 7-digit number of the monster tide. However, even though hundreds of elites followed the Lord to battle in the world's secret realm, the remaining main force of 4th Order strongmen still exceeded 2,000 in number. The rest were mostly 3rd Order and a few 2nd Order. Just picking 1,000 warriors from among them could form an Army Spirit Legion that was more elite than most territories' Army Spirit Legions. 1st Battalion, Bone Spur, Wave Stack. A skeleton battalion suddenly stopped its charging steps, the first row of skeleton warriors squatting down, one hand supporting the elbow, the other hand with fingers slightly spread forward. The next moment, their finger bones snapped, whistling like cannonballs across the sky. Whizzing sounds. The advancing monsters fell like cut wheat. Even those cloaked in thick scale armor like the Earthrock Dragon could not withstand the simple bone spurs. The second row of skeleton warriors opened fire too. Then the third row, and then it switched back to the first row. Rows of skeleton warriors continuously shot out finger bones, unending like surging gray waves. He chanted loudly, infinite firepower. Like a surging river, a barrage of artillery rained down. At various high points, gunner masters and gunpowder experts were bombarding tons of artillery shells, repeatedly cleansing the ground. Meanwhile, outside the fortress of Dragon Head Mountain, dozens of sniper towers stood tall, and figures stood proudly atop these towers, bracing against the wind. They were the Arrow of Polar Star, the constellation leaders. The leading Arrow of Polar Star drew his bow to the full, facing the distant sky covered with dark clouds. 10,000 arrows treasure, tens, dozens, hundreds of starlight points slowly emerged in the surging wind and clouds. That volley of arrows pierced through the sky. This was not a resistance, it was a one-sided slaughter. Even though the monster tide also contained a considerable number of 4th Order monsters, how many were left in any given wave? Could they withstand the cries of the Tianyuan City warriors? Especially the secondary corps, the soldiers within the reserve corps fought fiercely. Previously, the main army had monopolized the battle. They had never had the chance to fight at the front line. Lord Shepard's no-expense-spared training was already bearing fruit. Somewhere, suddenly, boom, a terrifying aura rose within the chaotic monster tide. A dark green domain instantly opened, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to pause momentarily. Immediately after, this figure crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and struck fiercely. Heaven and earth handprint. Boom! A whole skeleton battalion's formation was shattered, and countless skeleton warriors were sent rolling through the air. This was the might of a legend, yet, what astonished this legendary strongman was that it seemed not even a single skeleton warrior had been killed by this powerful strike. The skeleton warriors, tumbling to the ground, quickly retaliated the next second. Dozens, hundreds of bone spurs were shot forth. Just mere bone spurs. However, he quickly changed color and could only maintain the dark green heaven and earth ring to block the relentless rain of bone spurs. The heaven and earth ring continuously vibrated. In the distance, a faint phantom appeared and a slash that gathered the power of numerous skeleton warriors sundered the heaven and earth ring. The monster legend was sent flying, a several meters long black wound in front, burning with deathly flames. Hundreds of bone spurs then engulfed his flying figure. This scenario happened all over the battlefield. Seeing the tide fall like cut wheat, unable to advance, the hidden monster legends reluctantly had to take action. They were swiftly killed, in a war of this scale, in front of dozens, hundreds of fourth-order strongmen, under the power of the army spirit. One or two legends could not play a significant role. Of course, they were still legendary beings after all. Tianyuan city warriors could not always maintain the army spirit, and among them, there were even some merely elite-level weaklings. Casualties were inevitable. The legendary strongmen fought with their lives and caused considerable losses to various corps of Tianyuan city. Thus, within Tianyuan city, in a secretive, secluded place. This was where the Hall of Martial Souls was located. In the Grand Hall, lights symbolizing souls sparkled like stars, adorning the night sky like dome. Among them, some lights suddenly shone brightly, and threads of consciousness reawakened within them. Did I die? Damn that monster legend, hurry, hurry, quickly reshape the body? Hundreds of kilometers away from Tianyuan city. At the site of the Overlord Council. News from the front lines was continually relayed back here. The situation isn't ideal, our tide has encountered sniping, and already over a dozen legends have fallen. The reporter said so. The Hell Demon asked, how many legends did the humans dispatch? The reporter hesitated but still said, none, the monster counselors. Atop a nameless high mountain, where monster rulers of various overlord powers reigned, there pervaded a moment of silence. Without legendary realm interference, their own legends repeatedly failed? Was that reasonable? Yet through various means, when they glimpsed the dominance of the human legion, they felt it indeed made sense. Ordinary legends couldn't withstand these elite living beings that cooperated seamlessly and possessed various trump cards. Even they themselves, facing these elites, wouldn't dare to be careless.
The trump card legion of human power was truly terrifying.
Some monarchs of overlord powers secretly felt fortunate that they hadn't advanced their armies southward to clash with what was clearly the tough nut that was the human city.
Thank goodness for the old master from Dragon Sleep Valley to aid them.
At this time, the bitterness of the powers leaders about being forcibly unified by Dragon Sleep Valley had almost vanished. However, the lords of Dragon Sleep Valley have requested that we push the battle line to the walls of Tianyuan city, the Spider Queen said with a light laugh. Those esteemed ones don't require us to break through Tianyuan city, but we can't fail to meet such a simple demand, can we? Before this, they had thought it a simple request. They only needed to follow the surging monster wave to the base of Tianyuan city, conjure the power of heaven and earth and launch some attacks. How easy that would have been. But now it seemed, the vast monster wave had been forcefully curbed, like waves dashed to pieces. In that case, it's time for us to take action. We'll win, won't we? Of course. Tianyuan city's domain. Beyond an atmosphere filled with a subtle heaviness, one could see threads of red mist and heavy dark clouds from afar, yet it remained peaceful and serene. No traces of the monster wave, no deafening roars, nor ascending energy clouds and ground-shaking explosions. It seemed, the monster wave was blocked far away. Well, this incursion from monster power didn't seem serious. It looked like Tianyuan city would soon smoothly eradicate the tide. Visitors from other lands thought to themselves. No sooner had they entertained this thought than a few legends on site sensed something. At the world's end, beyond sight, one after another formidable aura ascended rapidly, nearing at great speed.
Monster legends have appeared. And more and more powerful auras were caught, rendering the elemental particles throughout the world restless and uneasy.
10, 30, 60, 100, boom, domains expanded, and legendary beings wielding heavenly and earthly great power streaked across the sky. He glanced at the human legion resonating with army spirit in the distance, snorted coldly, and sped up without any intention of engaging in combat. This was the strategy agreed upon by the Overlord Council. If the monster wave was unreliable, then it was no longer to be relied upon. Though these human elites were capable and could resonate with one army spirit after another, bypassing them wouldn't be difficult if their hearts were set on it. Legends commanding great force, how could they possibly be pursued by cumbersome legions? Moreover, while human elites were scattered across various open areas sniping at the wave, they only needed to harness the power of heaven and earth to leap from certain strategic points, easily avoiding them. But for legends to avoid mere mortal legions was laughable when spoken aloud. Strategy, it's all about strategy. Once we bypass these human elites, Tianyuan City will have no defensive strength left, right? Soon, the human city on the horizon was faintly visible. The first legend to attack the human city, the master of Dragon Sleep Valley, will grant a piece of tainted blood source. Charge. One monster legend roared, his gaze fervent. Roar upon roar resounded.
From all around, over 100 monster legends descending in a semicircular formation toward Tianyuan City, like rounds of a black Dari approaching, spread a terrifying aura that sent chilling fear into the heart.
Over 100? The envoy from Gemstone Country shuddered. Among them were existences that caused bone-deep horror. Fiery Fire Pom Yong Kong also couldn't help but inhale sharply. But he glanced and saw that the administrators of Tianyuan City remained calm. Islois simply felt a bit regretful. They've dispersed? If the monster legends had converged into a joint force, it would have been more difficult to deal with, but there was also an opportunity to slay a large number. Now, let's start with Tactic C3. The Legion didn't need her command, but she too had her mission. Staff of Divine Right War Magic Fall, booming rumble. The azure skies suddenly grew dark as countless clouds gathered, lightning flickering and thunder resounding within them. This was the large-scale magic, 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. As the needs of Tianyuan City changed, techniques like the water curtain barrier, night illusory curtain, and 10,000 wood city wall were no longer needed. Stored atop the Staff of Divine Right were all destruction-focused Thunder Dragon techniques. The technique had also undergone iterations of advancement. Nevertheless, as technique provider, General Duo Lai's combat power continually improved. The 9-headed roaring Thunder Flame Dragon had long reached the carrying capacity of the Staff of Divine Right structure, unable to possess the 100-fold might of a full-force blow from General Duo Lai. It was just stronger than in the past. A direct hit could easily obliterate a being of Soul Realm without strong life-saving methods. But the Staff of Divine Right was designed for war magic, more adept at annihilating numerous enemies than facing a single target. Yet without the monster wave cover, locking onto the legends was particularly easy. Ferocious dragon heads emerged from the dark clouds, swiftly transforming into 9 terrifying thunder dragons that streaked across the sky, biting towards the monster legends who were racing through the air. Boom! A massive ball of thunder and flame erupted in the sky, with fire rolling and thunder constantly intertwining. The monster legends enveloped in the brilliance of thunderfire couldn't struggle even momentarily before their robust bodies were obliterated within it. 1 kill. The second monster legend faced the monstrous roaring thunder dragon as the space around it, locked by the thunder dragon, became stagnant. It let out a fierce roar, unleashing some kind of desperate secret technique. Their domain burned inch by inch, and the monster legend, having grown in size, seemed to break free from some form of shackles. It shot upwards with a bang, narrowly evading the vicious thunder dragon's bite. Before this legend could catch its breath, a gleaming light illuminated its face. The ferocious and massive thunder flame dragon, somehow defying the powerful inertia, was reversing its course, rising upward. The thunder dragon raised its head. The second ball of thunder glow blossomed high in the sky. This is the power of microcontrol. When Lord Shepard was weak, he couldn't manipulate the overall technique at all. But now, even if Isloa split the technique into parts, controlling 9 massive frenzied energies at once, she still did it with ease, both restraining the Thunder Dragons from exploding prematurely and maneuvering them as nimbly as fish through water. After all, she excelled at microcontrol from her humble beginnings, maximizing the use of her limited energy. And now, she was a Soul Realm strongman. Even if what stood here was merely a starlight avatar, under the great force of the starry sky scepter, it could wield power not much weaker than the true body. Beneath the starry skies, wherever the starlight reached, extended her power. Bursts of thunder glow exploded within the dark sky shrouded by clouds. Suddenly, "King, save me! Save me!" a monster legend cried out in shock. The roaring thunder dragon had already locked onto him, the heavens and earth seeming to be sealed off, the space heavy like shackles. Then, an immense black hand appeared, as if a world millstone, merely reaching out to snuff out that hundreds of meters long thunder flame dragon with a snap. A dark titan stood towering against the azure sky, casting a distant gaze. That gaze chilled the soul. It seems to be a strong man among the soul realm. But so what? Isloa maneuvered the thunder dragon to avoid this strong man and continued her assault on the surroundings. Soon, the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon was completely spent. This large-scale magic in her hands achieved a terrifying battle record of 8 consecutive kills. One move, 8 consecutive kills. Even though facing the throng of over 100 legends charging forth, annihilating 8 was not too many. Yet, no one dared to underestimate the value of 8 continuous kills. Even a world-class strongman could not have slain 8 legends in such short order, right? As the spell ended, the thunderclouds that had gathered high in the sky quickly dissipated, along with the pervasive aura of destruction that had filled the heavens and earth. Seeing this, the momentarily daunted monster legends rallied again, shouting things like, "Attack!" and "Charge!" as they continued their headlong rush forward. The next moment, thunder comes. The thick clouds that had just dispersed gathered once more at a rapid pace, with destructive thunder glow flickering as the second batch of 9 thunder dragons emerged from the dark, heavy clouds. 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, volley 2. One burst after another of blinding thunder and fiery brilliance bloomed high in the sky. This time, Isloa chose even more suitable targets, achieving a glorious record of 9 kills with a single strike. These fierce and formidable monster legends, capable of subjugating many monster tribes, were annihilated instantly like insects. The monster legends of the monster legendary realm, still in their flight, had to slam on the brakes again. Fear and panic set in. Even though they still held the absolute advantage in numbers and could even guess that the human city had only a few legends left. If not, they wouldn't be firing off these foundational killer moves like they were free. But even so, as another dark thundercloud surged, the monster legends all feared that the next thunder dragon might descend upon them. This was the great terror of death itself, reaping lives, with being targeted meaning certain death, even if only one died. They hesitated, their own lives mattered more. But the hesitation didn't last long. The monster legends, as if compelled by some irresistible force, once again. No, with even greater speed and a more desperate determination, they flew towards the human city. Some monster legends hastily gathered together, hoping to join forces to stop the terrifying thunder dragon. Boom! The 9 thunder flame dragons did not split apart this time, but instead merged into one and crashed down onto a point in the azure sky. First, the radiance collapsed into a single point, and then, it exploded with an even more dazzling display. A terrifying energy cloud soared, and visible rings of white waves swept out dozens of kilometers away. Within this range, all clouds and mist were swept clean. When the energy cloud gradually dispersed, the dozen or so monster legends that had been engulfed within it had already vanished without a trace. This attack had killed over a dozen. However, this did not frighten the monster legends in the slightest. Unbeknownst to them, the eyes of these monster legends were also filled with complete crimson, and blood-red lines even spread beyond their eyeballs, rampantly crawling across their cheeks. They looked just like ordinary monsters that had gone mad under the red fog disaster moon. They were legends, but now they were no different. A few legends still retained a bit of rationality amidst their fury. Wrapped in a burning dark red flame, with two horns on its head, the demon's eyes, red as dripping blood, were fixed intently on the pink-haired figure standing on the high platform. He would utterly crush this human, flay her skin piece by piece, make her kneel and watch how the human city would meet its doom, and see how he would enslave the people here as his own livestock. Awe, fury, bloodlust, various emotions were pounding in his mind.
This figure flew sweepingly across the sky, arriving in front of Tianyuan City in the blink of an eye, its presence surging towards him like an abyssal sea.
ZZZT. ZZZT. Boom. The thunder magnetic coil tower, charged to the extreme, suddenly burst forth with light. A pool-sized pillar of thunder glow tore through the sky, crossing thousands of kilometers. Boom. Thunder and fire collided mid-air, and the dispersing forces carved trenches into the distant earth. The hell demon burst out from the smoke and dust. Two dazzling lights shot from afar. Holy slash. Get lost. The dark red hellish nether flame swept across thousands of kilometers of sky. Two figures shrouded in blazing white light were sent rolling and flying out. Four-winged angels. But these two four-winged angels at the peak of the heaven and earth realm were completely unable to stop the frenzied hell demon. Even though they were bathed in holy light, wielding holy swords, they still retreated in defeat. The demon grew fiercer. A beam of Yaoguang suddenly appeared as if teleporting across thousands of kilometers of space, appearing near the hell demon. Yet another angel had appeared. Upon arrival, a vastly larger tens of thousands meter level domain unfolded, and the overwhelming holy light instantly dispelled the darkness. Holy judgment purification. The angel clasped the sword in both hands, with a pure and holy radiance, and struck down upon the hell demon who had no chance to counter. The rolling dark red flames of hellish netherflame, under the purifying light, melted away like snow, exposing the unprotected body of the hell demon. The holy sword descended. The demon attempted to block, but the slight power it had just gathered in its claws was cut through like cardboard by the pure holy light sword in front. The light sword diagonally sliced open his armor and stirred viciously within the demon's body, with the power of holy light exploding inside. Large clumps of blood splattered, only to be thoroughly purified as soon as they flew out. The angel unfurled 3 pairs of pure wings, without a moment's pause, withdrew the sword and struck again. This time, the hell demon's head, with eyes wide open in horror and unable to close, was sent flying high into the air, after which it was pierced by the angel's sharp sword. Holy flames erupted, and seconds later, the entire head was reduced to nothing but ash floating down. This wild god soul realm being, with no chance of resurrection, was extinguished on the spot. It was only now, bathed in pure white light, that the figure was fully revealed in the high sky. Golden white full body armor, a holy sword burning with golden flames, and the 3 pairs of sacred, noble, and magnificent white wings fully spread out. This was an angel, above the azure sky. The being that was slain, shrouded in dark crimson netherworld flames, was none other than the legendary angel. And this was no ordinary dual-wing angel, but a 6-winged great angel who commanded a high position among angels, distinguished and extraordinary. The people of Gemstone Country widened their eyes. There were many legends about angels. Those recognized by angels must be of noble character. Those who can make a great angel submit and willingly serve are embodied with a kingly demeanor, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Such small stories and fables related to angels are as numerous as the stars. In the eternal world, angels are rarely seen, and most people never witness an angel in their lifetime. However, from nobles to ordinary citizens, many have heard tales of angels. These kinds of rumors are basically spread by the Holy Griffin Empire, Fiery Fire Palm Yong Kong thought privately. He held a high position in the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, an organization accustomed to collecting various pieces of information for sale. Its founder, first-hand intelligence trader no middlemen gaining the difference, was true to his name, dedicated to acquiring all kinds of first-hand information and knowing many secrets. The special status of angels among other epics, the distinctiveness of those recognized by angels, all stemmed from the build-up by the Holy Griffin Empire. The reason was simple. Only the royal family of the Holy Griffin Empire had the means to recruit angels, unique in the entire world. Outside of there, the presence of angels in the entire eternal world was sparse, much rarer than giant dragons by hundreds, thousands of times. The rumors related to angels are indeed shamelessly propagated by the people of the Griffin Empire to highlight their nobility, orthodoxy, and so-called noble character, which has nothing to do with it. However, Yang Kong thought to himself, but the Lord of Tianyuan City does not have the means to recruit angels. He is truly recognized by an angel and loyally serves them. Perhaps these legends, when applied to the Lord of Tianyuan City, are not false. At this moment, the crisis was far from over. But neither the legend of Gemstone Country nor Fiery Fire Palm Yang Kong proposed to fight anymore. After all, the enemy's momentum was too fierce. They might not be able to play much of a role if they went up. On the contrary, Tianyuan City, despite not having many legends stationed, has seen only this, Lady Isloa, and a few angels take action but has already destroyed dozens of legends, achieving miraculous results. Legends were still charging fearlessly. Aside from the fallen Hell Demon, the Spider Queen, Dark Titan, and a few slightly weaker Soul Realm beings were charging the city with faster and stronger momentum. Facing them in Tianyuan City were 8 guardian angels. Among these angels, 6 were 4-winged angels and 2 were 6-winged great angels, all within the legendary Earth realm. They could not gain much advantage in the face of the overwhelmingly strong monsters. City defense weapons and defensive structures within Tianyuan City continuously unleashed rolling firepower. Fueled by energy wells, the defensive structure's firepower never ceased, attacking wave after wave with unmatched bravery. Isloa took the opportunity while the angels were entangled with enemies to immediately strike down with twin releases of the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, instantly annihilating the Spider Queen and 2 Soul Realm beings. Of course, the 3 4-winged angels and 1 6-winged angel fighting alongside also perished in the process. The next moment, Group Resurrection. The remaining 6-winged angel repelled the Dark Titan and raised the sword bathed in holy light high. A gap opened in the dark sky above, resembling sunlight but purer, a holy white radiance falling precisely over the frenzied area where the electrical arcs had just dissipated. The rising energy cloud and the expanding cloud of smoke were also enveloped by the pure gap opened. Inside, tens of thousands of pure white light points converged, weaving into 4 large white cocoons. The cocoons quickly shattered, and 4 angels clad in silver war robes, wearing gold-edged capes, and carrying holy white wings, emerged unscathed. Even their slightly worn armor was restored to its original state. In fact, the resurrection of angels did not restore the equipment to its original state. It was a salvation of life, not a reversal of time. Great Lord Shepherd had experimented with this. But these few angels were different. Strictly speaking, they were architectural beings, indistinguishable from real angels, yet able to restore their armor upon resurrection. The resurrected angels immediately charged their surroundings. And the great angel who had just used the resurrection skill and was hugely depleted, switched tactics to fight the Dark Titan in a life-for-life battle. She was too depleted and disregarded her own defense, quickly falling on the spot, only managing to inflict severe injuries on the Dark Titan. This severely injured Dark Titan vented its anger, wanting to annihilate the fallen Great Angel's corpse completely, but saw the fallen Great Angel instantly dissipate into specks of light. Before long, an identical 6-winged angel emerged from Tianyuan City, turning into light and flying out, slashing at a distant monster with a sword. The 6-winged Great Angel returned to the battlefield. They have a dual resurrection method, death-defying angels, shattering all darkness with thunderbolt. Under these 2 lethal tactics, the balance of the war visibly tipped. The emissaries from the Gemstone Country could see that victory was within reach, with almost all of them showing joy. Only the team leader, Hong Shijing, felt something was amiss. It wasn't too smooth. Rather, these monster legends, some seem too unafraid to die. He frowned. Yang Kong of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce agreed. Your Excellency is correct. A top overlord power like Dragon Sleep Valley certainly has the authority to command monster legends, making them fearlessly rush to their deaths. But, even for Dragon Sleep Valley, legends aren't expendable cannon fodder. At least, they shouldn't be continuing to sacrifice these legends in such a blindly courageous charge under these clear, hopeless circumstances. Not only that, throughout the battle, we've almost only seen wild legends, legends of various races. The primary forces of Dragon Sleep Valley's direct lineage, the flesh giant dragons, are few and far between, and not a single world-level Grand Duke of the Hunt has made an appearance. He paused and continued, logically speaking, in a war of this level, Dragon Sleep Valley would deploy a large number of flesh giant dragons as their main force, and there should be at least one Grand Duke of the Hunt overseeing the situation. To command such powerful creatures as Hell Demons and Spider Queens, none other than a Grand Duke of the Hunt would suffice. At this point, a few other legends from the Gemstone country also realized something was off. Indeed, the direct lineage forces of Dragon Sleep Valley were quite distinctive, yet almost absent from the battlefield. This was very strange, as if there was some conspiracy at play. Hong Shijing furrowed his brows, but still could not figure out what the conspiracy could be. What kind of scheme could possibly lead Dragon Sleep Valley to willingly sacrifice one legend after another? Yang Kong's sense of unease deepened. If a Grand Duke of the Hunt appeared, even just one, Tianyuan City might have a chance to hold out. But if, he swallowed hard, voicing the unsettling guess in his mind, I think this might be some kind of ceremony, some sort. Some kind of ritual that could bring forth a higher being. The fall of these legendary creatures is the ritual. But such a vague concept cannot support a proper ritual. There must be more precise, specific steps in place to establish a connection with a definite entity. He had thought about stopping the fall of the monsters, but it was impossible. Dragon Sleep Valley sending these legends to their deaths was an overt plot. They couldn't prevent such a plot. To not annihilate the monsters, would they just let these terrifying legends flatten Tianyuan City? Allowing these creatures to wreak havoc might also activate the ritual's backup plan, preparing the enemy even more. This couldn't happen. We must discover this more precise ritual concept and destroy it, otherwise. Sweat began to bead on Yang Kong's forehead. Such as a person from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. Isloa praised. Not long ago, she too had guessed and gradually confirmed the existence of a ritual in progress. But as Yang Kong, the legend, had said, merely detecting the presence of the ritual wasn't enough. They had to find out the key element of the ritual and destroy it, or else, perhaps a great terror would descend. What exactly was this key element, this more precise concept? Isloa also furrowed her brows. Legend after legend, the monsters flew towards the flames like moths to a light. Violent energies collided and burst into fireworks high in the sky. Lightning and fire intertwined mid-air, the burst of flames turning the darkened sky red. Fire. Perhaps it is fire. Perishing within fire, the flames interweaving in the sky, all becoming. Her words trailed off. At that moment, between heaven and earth, throughout the vast space of Tianyuan City, the previously faint and subtle conceptual power suddenly erupted like a tsunami, sweeping across the world. To ordinary people, even legends, this concept was invisible. But to outsiders, at this moment, the moths flitting towards fire froze mid-air, flames from inside out enveloping them. The falling corpses of the legends, catching fire from the friction with the air, suddenly grew 100-fold, like a small but scorching, surging sun. The fireworks caused by the energy collision in the sky continued to hang high, rapidly expanding instead of fading away. Star fire, thunder fire, light fire, flowing lights. At this moment, all forms of fire first paused in midair, then quickly magnified, and then, like a multitude of rivers flowing into the sea, plunged into the azure sky above. Now, the whole sky was ablaze, redder than a burning cloud, looming over Tianyuan City, spreading beyond the city limits, reaching as far as the eye could see. Standing on the watchtower platform higher than the city walls, The legendary figures still could not see the end of the endless flames. It was as if the whole world was enveloped in fire. Hundreds of miles? Thousands of miles? They were not sure. Only Isloa, through special observation, faintly perceived the red flame clouds spreading over thousands of kilometers, taking the shape of a pair of wings. It was as though a fire tyrant, too enormous to describe, had descended upon this place, spreading its wings. Indeed, within the massive fiery wings, there was an incredibly terrifying aura rising swiftly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A lightning-fast conjecture flashed through Isloa's mind, catching a glimpse of the form of something, an entity, and then the flames covering the azure sky crashed down with a thunderous roar. All that remained between heaven and earth was the scorching red, the blazing red, the burning red, the endless red. The envoy from the Gemstone country, the legendary Yang Kong, instinctively heightened his aura. In the next moment, they realized the flames that seemed to burn the entire world had not actually fallen upon Tianyuan City. A thunderous boom, continuous explosions, yet not even a hint of heatwave hit their faces, and even the piercing red flames seemed less intense. An illusion? No, it was simply that the red fire covering the entire Tianyuan city was blocked outside a faint golden light screen. At this moment, Tianyuan city was like sinking into endless magma. While terrifying and unsettling, one could also see that everything around was unscathed. This is the High Hunting Duke Firewings. Yang Kong from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce trembled as he spoke. He looked around. Tianyuan city was protected by a city defense enchantment, which was indeed reassuring on normal days, but now they were faced with a High Duke. A High Duke who could easily traverse the great domain, whose breath could destroy a town with just a spark. The unease in his heart ultimately became a reality. Isloa's tightly furrowed brows, however, slightly relaxed. It was better to have the enemy reveal themselves than to be hidden and unpredictable. Indeed, she had not anticipated that the Firewing Duke would appear in such a manner, and there wasn't even time to react in this sudden event. Of course, being a civil officer, she was no match for such a fierce and terrible High Duke. This level of battle was meant for. The moment the flames appeared, the moment unease began to spread, and the many civilians who had not yet hidden in their homes were just starting to scream, suddenly there came a reassuring feeling that spread throughout the city. People, still afraid and anxious, no longer panicked but simply prayed silently. Praying for a miracle. When the wishes of living beings are strong enough, miracles will appear in the world. This was the truth inscribed inside the cathedral. Following the earlier instructions from the Lord, Lapis, holding the sword of judgment, slowly walked out from the depths of the cathedral. Her eyes, shining with a lustrous golden light and immeasurably deep, looked towards the azure sky, locking onto a certain position within the sea of flames. Clang! A low hum of the sword rose, soon becoming loud and clear, echoing like the sound of heaven and earth throughout the city. Whiter than white, a holy light, at some unspecified time, had split the sky's blaze. A vast river of light at least a few kilometers wide, and over 1,000 kilometers long, had already run through the entire domain's sky. The sun, reappearing in the world, was just a small dot beside the mighty holy river, dimmed in comparison. The river of light spread, rapidly purifying the flames. The conceptual power, the endless light, illuminated the world. The flesh giant dragon, fiery red and fierce-headed, mountainous in size, could no longer hide. The river of holy light surged past. Blood spurted from the dragon's back. Those massive golden red dragon's eyes suddenly constricted, the pupils like needles, fixated on a figure who had appeared at an unknown time, standing proudly barefoot amidst the holy light in the sky. A Law Realm angel. Firewing Duke's pupils constricted as the unexpected occurred again. He had anticipated such situations. When Ice Burial Duke attacked the human battle zone, it was unexpectedly defeated by a Law Realm undead. Although all clues suggested that the undead was merely passing by, Shattered Isles wasn't far from the ruined undead domain covered in absolute silence. But it couldn't be ruled out that the Law Realm undead was a long-prepared trump card by humans, closely linked to the humans dominating the battle zone in Tianyuan. Fire-Winged Duke feared the worst scenario would be encountering this Law Realm undead obstructing his plans during the assault on Tianyuan City. My goal is to annihilate Tianyuan City, not to battle a powerful Law Realm being. As long as the Lord's altar is destroyed, the objective will be achieved. Thus, he awaited the right moment. Indeed, entering the Ten Directions Island domain wasn't easy. It required a sacrifice ritual to break the world's resistance. But more importantly, he didn't want to repeat Ice Burial's mistake. He descended directly above Tianyuan City and deployed his devastating power without reservation. The unexpected occurred inevitably. However, the being that appeared wasn't the Law Realm undead he anticipated, but a Law Realm angel. First, an undead, and now an angel? Does this human possess two Law Realm combat powers? No. He, Firewing, believed he was well informed about the Tai-Zon alliance. Within the entire Tai-Zon alliance, only a scant dozen territories were worthy of his attention as a High Duke. Tianyuan City wasn't one of them. The Lord of Tianyuan City was merely a newcomer in the Tai-Zon alliance. Moreover, a high-ranking undead and a high-ranking angel couldn't possibly serve the same master. At least one of them was an accident. Compared to the undead that suddenly appeared and vanished in the Shattered Isles, this angel, if he hadn't seen wrong, indeed emerged from within Tianyuan City itself.
It was truly a Law Realm power originating from this human city.
Fire-Winged Duke squinted, observing the faintly discernible conceptual power surrounding him, and realized, so it is, a construct life. A building angel. This human city truly enjoys special favor from the world. His fiery gaze focused on the city below, at that moment. A magnificent beam of light once again cleaved through the world's darkness, eliminating all filth and fear. Compared to the light that previously split the sky concealing Flame Sea, this beam was more refined and swifter. With no gush of blood, the tremendous light column pierced through the reluctantly sidestepping yet incompletely avoided giant red mass on those mountainous shell-like huge wings, tearing open a massive inverted V gash like an eraser fiercely scrubbing away a red pencil drawing. The splendid column of light then, with undiminished momentum, shot towards the higher reaches of the azure sky. The path of this blazing light stretching as far as the eye could see, slowly dissipating in the crystal-clear blue sky a few moments later. At that time, the Angel King, arms spread wide with 3 pairs of wings, pointed the holy sword forward, the sword tip bubbling with contracting light particles. Did it hit? No, it didn't truly strike a vital area. Indeed, at the torn spot on the giant dragon wing, flames blazed vigorously, and in the next moment, the entire dragon wing restored itself to its original state. Is this some sort of conceptual power that transforms flames into flesh? As long as this concept persists, the body can eternally rejuvenate? Lapis pondered. Her attack just then hadn't used full strength, merely deploying conceptual power first phase senior level power. She also merely spread 6 wings, not 10. This was the Lord's directive. If the aggressors from Dragon Sleep Valley are merely on a par with Ice Burial Duke, then use the first stage conceptual power against the enemy. We and Dragon Sleep Valley are neighbors, and it's unclear what powerful means they possess. Thus, we need to reserve more strength to mislead the enemy, having a trump card against powerful foes at the crucial moment. Lapis didn't quite understand. After all, she only needed to slay the invading foes, but the concerns of her master were indeed numerous. Purify. Holy Judgment. Wings extended for dozens of meters, sword tip swirling light particles like a light cannon piercing through heaven and earth blasted out. Dozens, hundreds of light columns, only slightly smaller than before, whistled out continuously as if they cost nothing. And indeed, they cost nothing. At the Law Realm, powerful moves could span several tens of miles, with just the power of heaven and earth already far insufficient to support the consumption. Thus the importance of personal energy reserves increased. Lapis's energy reserves equals Tianyuan City's energy reserves equals infinity. The flames were extinguished by the light column, then pierced through. The mountainous giant dragon's body became riddled with holes, like a mountain range continuously bombarded till it crumbled apart. Chunks the size of hills tumbled from the sky. Piece by piece, friction with the air ignited flames. These chunks, wrapped in flames, resembled massive meteorites plummeting downwards. Killed this High Duke? Yang Kong was shocked, but the next moment, he saw those meteoric flames sketch the contours of wings. Fire plus wings, the conceptual equation fulfilled. A giant dragon, larger than Tianyuan City and reformed from the flames, lay its dragon head down as its enormous claw the size of a city block fell towards the pale golden thin veil. Just like a demon god seeking to tear apart a thin veil. From the very beginning, the Fire-Winged Duke's target had been Tianyuan City. Above Isloa, one could see dragon claws resembling endless mountain peaks, upon which burned a bright orange flame capable of piercing through space and destroying all things. The glow of the enchantment at the zenith started to flicker rapidly, causing intense ripples to surface, and the entire enchanted canopy seemed to be caving in, as if it were about to be torn apart. Despite Lapis possessing the complete legacy of the Angel King and having instinctual combat experience, she was ultimately too newly born. Her strategic wisdom was still insufficient, and she was easily tricked by an old monster like the Fire-Winged Duke. The Fire-Winged Duke's massive body became entangled with Tianyuan City. Suddenly, musical note. The clear and loud chant reverberated through heaven and earth, and a blazing white light once again shone upon 10 directions. The Fire-Winged Duke kept pounding on the enchantment below him, which at some unknown time had transformed into a milky white domain. A space that seemed endless. Hundreds and thousands of angelic silhouettes singing high, with hands clasped in front of their chests. Those white buildings that stood tall on the ground yet reached higher than the azure sky. Earthly heaven. The paradise of believers, the hell of heretics. Countless angels merging into one, a towering angelic figure stepped upon the ground. At the same time, it really is impressive to be a high-hunting duke. Isloa marveled and then turned her gaze elsewhere. With the arrival of the Fire-Winged Duke, which drew away the vast majority of the attention and firepower, the main forces from Dragon Sleep Valley had also silently emerged. They had entered the territory of Tianyuan City. One after another, dreadful giant dragons over 200 meters long no longer hid themselves. They roared into existence, holding massive breaking boundary stones within their ferocious maws. At this moment, the six-winged angel, Lapis, had trapped the Fire-Winged Duke, but without a doubt, she too was restrained elsewhere by this High Duke. The Fire-Winged Duke still had tricks up his sleeve. Whoosh! The ground fractured, and thick, dark green vines broke through the soil, spreading thousands of meters, dancing wildly outside the city like dark green dragons. The Crimson Dragon fled, the Green Dragon pursued, and the Blood Dragon found itself unable to fly. Peefed, kilometer-long vines pierced into the bodies of the giant dragons, rapidly splitting inside like countless growing branches, pulling the impaled dragons to the ground. Boom! Dust clouds rose as smaller vines burst forth from the earth, quickly entangling the fallen dragons. Slash! A black dragon head, akin to a massive scimitar, spiraled and shattered these incredibly tough vines. This was a Grand Duke of the Hunt. The sea of trees suddenly boiled, and in the residential area to the east of Tianyuan City, people could see the forest swaying, rustling, and roaring as if alive. An even more vigorous surge of energy quickly converged, following some conceptual connection, and was transmitted to the outskirts of Tianyuan City, where the Black Dragon roamed. A vast forest of trees appeared. Ancient trees a kilometer tall, as if existing from time immemorial, waited for the tiny prey to plunge into this boundless woodland.
The shadows of the trees swayed. The shadows of the trees were eerie.
The shadows of the trees revealed their fangs. With 1,000 times more vines, roots, and branches than before, they grew and spread ceaselessly towards the black figure. Torn to pieces, then regrowing. In just a few seconds, the black giant dragon was covered by the wildly growing greenery, as if swallowed whole by the gaping maw of the forest. The forest shook, then after a while, calmed completely. Elsewhere, the magnificent tower cast down endless brilliance, akin to the city defense barriers trapping power and the power of Seal comparable to Wraith's Sacred Mountain, enveloping 2 Grand Dukes of the Hunt. This was the epic Mage Tower. Inside, Isloa #1 sat at the central console, responsible for the command and control of the entire Mage Tower. Her 11th to 19th incarnations were also stationed at vital points within the tower, allowing this epic Mage Tower to operate at full power. Advanced Mage Tower large-scale magic endless stars. The starry sky engulfed everything except for earthly heaven. Within these stars burst forth starlight, and inside each burst was a formidable surge of energy, chilling to the bone. The gleaming stars began to detonate. World Secret Realm. Outside the Divine Tower, a chance treasure trove, Isloa reclined against the wall, her eyes tightly shut as if she had fainted, appearing extremely delicate. She was, for all intents and purposes, similar to being unconscious. To maximize the power of the epic Mage Tower, Isloa had no choice but to concentrate most of her mental strength and consciousness onto those 10 incarnations. Allowing the main consciousness to sleep made it more convenient to transfer mental effort. Mu Yuan stood guard by her side. He had long emerged from the Divine Tower and, given the war concerning his own territory, he remained unwavering in his protection of his capable hero. Dragon Sleep Valley really struck. The faint sense of being watched before wasn't an illusion. Moreover, the one attacking my territory this time is a fearsome high-hunting duke. His Tianyuan city was but a small and green domain that hadn't been operated for even 2 years. How did it provoke the invasion of a high duke? It was utterly chilling. Now it was a high duke. What about next time? Or the time after that? Even though a high duke's entry into the 10 Directions Island domain required the deployment of many tactics beforehand to truly descend, let alone stronger entities. But Mu Yuan didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to bet on the extent of Dragon Sleep Valley's regard for him, nor did he want to gamble on whether Dragon Sleep Valley possessed even more unreasonable methods. He could only make more extensive preparations to confront the potentially even more terrifying shocks of the future. He had tread on thin ice all his life. Dragon Sleep Valley is truly too mighty, too terrifying. The bodies of the 2 Grand Dukes of the Hunt were shattered, completely sealed to the ground by one celestial body after another. Sacred vines broke through the soil, binding the remains of the 2 giant dragons that hadn't had a chance to heal. At the same time, within the earthly heaven, resplendent with holy light, countless indelible, colossal luminous scars covered the body of a red giant dragon larger than mountains. These scars seemed like a part of the giant dragon's body, eternally imprinted there. Overwhelming purification and the power of judgment continuously surged from these scars. This was the judgment. The complete body of the red giant dragon was also in tatters.
Angel. The Fire-Winged Duke was unaware of the situation outside. He only felt that this Law Realm angel was more powerful than he had imagined.
Or perhaps, his flame replacement could no longer repair his own body. And the angel, she could keep reviving, bringing herself back to peak condition. Is this the troublesome aspect of angels, truly worthy of being the pillared troop of the sanctuary? I have lost, but after all, I am merely a high duke under the Twilight King. He looked towards Angel Lapis. Or rather, he looked towards the human lord who had won the angel's recognition and submission. This human was indeed extraordinary. Even with the favor of heaven and earth, even with this angelic construction, angels are angels. Not just anyone who is lucky enough to have them can command the proud angels. Especially, a Law Realm angel. O Lord of the Angel, let me give you another gift, ha ha ha. The dazzling holy sword descended, a thousands of kilometers long sword light piercing through the bright daytime. The god soul, consciousness, and life of the Fire-Winged Duke completely ceased to exist. The Fire-Winged Duke, who should have been able to hold on for a while longer, fell. His mountainous body, like crumbling rubble, transformed back into the ritualistic flames of his descent, about to dissipate, yet from these faint flames, an orange-red Yaoguang unexpectedly burst forth, expanding continuously. In just a moment, the orange-red flame grew 10,000-fold, turning into a scorching blazing sun. In just 2 moments, the orange-red flame expanded another 10,000-fold, as if the true blazing sun from the azure sky had plummeted to the earth. That endless light was even more glaring than heaven's light. That endless heat twisted the entire earthly heaven, the whole space of heaven and earth. This was pure energy, perhaps 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold the energy that the fire-winged Duke had in life. The orange-red flame light penetrated the blockade of the earthly heaven. The blazing sun, seemingly larger than Tianyuan City, its blinding light visible from half of the 10 Directions Island domain. The legendary monsters that were still alive no longer had red eyes, they fled in terror. But the sign of death pursued even faster. No one would doubt that once this destructive sunwheel exploded, the entire area, perhaps hundreds or thousands of miles around, would become a dead zone amid the endless light and heat. Self-destruction? No, the force of self-destruction was not so exaggerated. The fire-winged Duke descended through a sacrifice, but this ritual could also use himself as an offering, to release the most pure, the ultimate burst of flame light. The destructive sun wheel. Before the ultimate sun wheel, the insignificant wings of the angel unfolded. A bare hand reached out, within which the energy to protect and embrace all things surged. The palm contained the world covered the sunwheel. In a blink, she stepped onto the pure white ground of heaven, in the hand that had just been stretched out, between the thumb and index finger, gently pinching a golden light orb the size of a pebble. Flickering with the precious light of a gem. Enveloped above Tianyuan City, the pale golden thin film in a cubic shape had already dissipated, with gentle sunlight continuing to shine above the city. People gazed from afar, feeling as if the light was brighter and more beautiful than usual, sacred. They could almost see white feathers gently falling through the air. Tianyuan City had once again returned to calm. Only a few epic craters created by the epic mage towers outside the city, the scorched marks from thunderbolt strikes, and the land torn and shattered by dark green tendrils revealed the ferociousness of the battle. Before leaving, Angel King Labis picked up a holy white feather and gently blew on it. Whoosh, it seemed as though thousands of rays of light shot down for hundreds of miles. At the front line of the defense against the surge, the warriors of Tianyuan City, who were not undead, were instantly resurrected from the light. They wore their tattered armor, bursting forth with an unstoppable heroic spirit. This light also enveloped other warriors who were not undead. Their physical strength restored, injuries healed, and spirits radiant. Warriors who had been in battle long were reinvigorated with endless energy. Except for the undead. The fallen undead could only honestly traverse the passage of the Hall of Martial Souls for resurrection, enviously watching their comrades still fighting on the front line. Previously, it was the undead who would resurrect instantly, fearless in battle, but times had changed. A battle between life and death is what truly unleashes the warrior's potential. Even reserve troops can transform radically after such a battle. Mu Yuan stroked his chin, revealing a smile like that of a proud father. If not for having the mindset to temper the warriors, he actually had numerous strategies to entirely annihilate these waves of monsters and those of legendary monsters. To not speak of distant measures, just letting Labis take a flight could easily exterminate millions of ordinary monsters. But there's also no need to wipe them out entirely. These monsters' existence is also a kind of resource. Thus, Mu Yuan did not demand Labis and the angels pursue and kill the fleeing monsters of legend. The elites of Tianyuan City had indeed gone through countless battles, emerging bloody from a series of tough fights. Seasoned unbelievers could smell the air of bloody murder wrapped around them from hundreds of meters away. However, in reality, these elite warriors had rarely experienced true, life and death battles or battles where the weak overcame the strong. Hundreds of elites working together to kill ordinary monsters of legend was not overcoming the strong with the weak. It was merely suppression by numbers. This blame had to be shouldered by Great Lord Mu Yuan himself. He had always created, fighting the few with many, fighting the weak with the strong. He did this to avoid his elite warriors from falling into dangerous circumstances as much as possible. Of course, this was correct. Any lord, if capable, would do the same. To raise an elite to the third or fourth order requires immense resources. How could one let such elites enter danger carelessly? But the lords could not deny that huge insights and breakthroughs occur between life and death. Especially at the Great Barrier from the Fourth Order to the Legendary Realm. If a fourth-order limit warrior could experience several to a dozen real life and death battles of survival from the brink of death, it's highly likely they could ignite the light of will and establish their own domain. Although, more likely, they would die early in one of the battles. But Tianyuan City has such conditions for tempering. Going forward, exploring and developing the Ten Directions Island domain can entirely be undertaken by elites below the legendary realm. Let them, with their mortal bodies, directly face legends among the monstrous tides, and likely the path to legend would be significantly shortened. Even those elites who had entered the world secret realm and obtained opportunities to create their domains, many of them had still not ignited their light of will. They still needed tempering. Previously, the Ten Directions Island domain was too safe. Any sparse monster legends daring to appear would be encircled by elite exploratory teams, chased and defeated. But now, after the catastrophe of Sky Rift arrived at the Ten Directions Island domain, the level of danger was just right. There were plenty of monsters, some openly forming overlord powers, others lurking in the shadows, a variety of legends. Mu Yuan had thus spared the fleeing monsters a scrap of life, left for his own elites to temper themselves, adventure, and level up by fighting monsters. Of course, this was possible now because Tianyuan City held great power and had deep resources, which provided them confidence to do so. If it had been earlier, even with the existence of the Hall of Martial Souls, he would have eradicated them completely, ensuring not a trace was left. The warriors of Tianyuan City were still exterminating the remaining monsters in the perimeter. But at this time, with the legendary monsters having scattered, the area around Tianyuan City for 200 to 300 miles had become completely serene. Only some massive monster corpses were partially buried in the pits. As far as the eye could see, there were also spheres emanating green or blue glows, drifting in the wind. For these rare level and superior treasures, Mu Yuan no longer paid much attention. Occasionally a superior architectural drawing would emerge from within, considered a happy surprise. He was more concerned about the small sphere Labis held in her hands. At first glance, it seemed to have restrained Firewing Duke's sacrificial explosion. Lapis blinked her eyes. Is this a treasure? She didn't have this information in the inherited knowledge she had received.
Here, it's yours. She threw it straight to Isloa, who looked eagerly at it, and then clattered back to the private mansion within the residential area behind the Grand Cathedral, which was hers alone.
Lapis plopped onto the big bed and picked up the tablet she'd hastily thrown onto the pillow. The interface was dim, with a blood-like deep red surrounding the borders. In the middle was an eye-catching blood-colored character, Noob. She had died. Damn it, it was all that hulking fire dragon's fault. She would remember this vendetta. Mu Yuan didn't know that Lapis had already been led astray by Duo Lai. He only knew about the chaotic constant sun, the upper epic treasure that had been born unintentionally. Fantastic. Before this, Tianyuan City only had 2 upper epic treasures, which had recently been donated by generous individuals. But in Mu Yuan's view, this upper epic treasure was even more valuable. It was not meant for individuals, it was better suited for the territory. The Radiant City Defense Barrier, Lapis and others, are all major energy consumers of the territory. And at this stage, the energy well supply for the territory is actually quite strained. If Lapis unleashed her true power and engaged in prolonged combat requiring the territory's energy, the balance between supply and demand would be broken. So, what about building more energy well buildings? That wasn't entirely feasible. The operating principle of an energy well building is to gather the elements of heaven and earth, or to extract the energy of ley lines, store it within a space using the well as a vessel, and supply energy to the territory. But no matter whether it was the energy of heaven and earth or ley line energy, there's a limit to the amount that can be drawn from the land of one city. Tianyuan City's land was able to support 6 energy wells drawing power continuously, primarily because they had moved a large amount of ore veins, significantly increasing the strength of the ley lines. In the future, as the ore veins truly integrate into the earth and nourish it, slowly boosting the ley lines, Tianyuan City might be able to establish a 7th or 8th energy well. Now, even if 10 more energy wells were built, their maximum energy supply would remain the same. However, the chaotic constant sun, as an upper epic treasure, was different.
The sacrifice and self-destruction of the Fire-Winged Duke were supposed to be energy rapidly expanding and erupting into a destructive force that could sink the land. This power was violent, chaotic, and from birth to disappearance, its duration was extremely short. Yet, by chance and sufficient great force, it became eternal.
The energy of the chaotic constant sun could exist constantly out of nothing. Emphasize the phrase, out of nothing. This violent energy is not suitable for the legendary realm to draw and use directly, but after being routed through the territory, providing energy for each grand miracle building, it's just perfect. Brilliant, brilliant. As for how this upper epic treasure would supply energy to the territory, the omnipotent Isloa would solve this minor issue. Mu Yuan felt the plan was solid. And moreover, Mu Yuan gazed at the surging white mist in the distance, his gaze seemingly passing through the fog, through the world's secret realm, over the West Desolation Domain and Twilight Dominion, seeing his own Tianyuan city. There, specks of miracle light were bursting from one survivor of Tianyuan city after another. The particles of light converged into a river. The colorful river of light passed through the myriad spaces, gathering in the palm of Mu Yuan's hand. Miracle power plus 500k, miracle power plus 500k, miracle power plus 500k. The plan was solid again. He had squeezed an immense amount of miracle power from his own territory citizens. This was one of the reasons not to let Lapis go all out. Mu Yuan suddenly felt a bit ashamed. This damned conscience. A significant influx of miracle power filled the miracle evolutionary pond, which was on the brink of depletion after Lapis's evolution. In some time, Tianyuan City would welcome another peak of evolution. At this time, Tianyuan City was calm, but the atmosphere within the world's secret realm was growing increasingly tense. Isloa had already entered the Divine Tower to mooch off opportunities. Mu Yuan crossed his arms and continued to wait outside the tower. Not many are bothering us. Boom! With a handprint flickering with thunder and flames, he crushed to death a powerful legendary realm monster, unable not to think so. However, the Divine Tower truly wasn't as alluring a treasure land as the Heaven Ascending Altar. The Heaven Ascending Altar helps in breaking through one's own domain limits, forging a stronger foundation, hence many heaven and earth realm powerhouses flock to it like ducks to water. But the Divine Tower merely shortens the cultivation time of the soul realm. The limit of one's divine soul when it reaches perfection is determined by the foundation forged before breaking through the soul realm, the God base. Even without the aid of such opportune lands, most divine soul realm practitioners could still cultivate to the divine soul realm peak, spending years, decades, or even longer. Although there is a tremendous gap between peaks, that is. Compared to the cultivation of divine souls, the strong prefer the treasures deep within the secret realm, which are becoming more and more precious. They are even guessing whether there exists. Deep within the secret realm, it very likely exists. If it really exists, countless people will go mad for it. Golden light. Golden beams of light soared into the sky. The brilliant radiance visible from afar, even through the thick fog. It's better to say that no matter how dense the fog, it could not block the vast golden light that exists in the form of a golden brilliance, actually an outward display of great force. Compared to the epic treasure completely hidden in the fog, this golden glow was so conspicuous that it could be seen from hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of miles away. The first tier of strongmen who had reached the depths of the secret realm were widening their eyes one after another. Golden, 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 golden light? Golden. Could it be that is? Miracle light. One invincible heaven and earth realm powerhouse after another, peak soul realm figures too, could no longer care to hide their presence, everyone bursting forth at full speed. Wild torrents surged in the white fog, colorful lights slicing through the azure sky. In the distance, at that place where the golden light burst forth, the booming noises soon began to echo, and the chaotic elements of heaven and earth quickly dissipated in all directions. The strongmen became more eager. Not far from the golden pillar, two top fighters from the heaven and earth realm. One had pierced through the other's chest. clutching the still beating heart. The other, with a war axe slantingly chopped, almost split the body of his enemy into two halves from the neck down. The two top fighters, their eyes red with killing intent, died on the spot together.
They glared with wide eyes, dying before the legendary treasure land, and could not close their eyes in death.
In the distance, a third legendary realm figure arrived at the scene, glanced at the two dying legends, and did not step forward. Stupid, epic treasure must pass through numerous barriers before they can be obtained, let alone legendary artifacts.
The golden light shone brightly in the distance. Shrouded in the golden light, the treasure inside the golden orb was unclear.
No one doubted that this was the real artifact of ascension, that even world-level powerhouses, law realm experts, and even those above the law realm would compete for it at all costs. However, the area outside the golden pillar was equally prominent. On the ground lay an enormous array map spanning thousands of kilometers in radius, drawn with millions of mysterious inscriptions.
Above this mysterious array, hundreds of large and small array maps were suspended in the air.
They were incredibly mysterious yet seemed to contain lethal traps. The arrival called forth a legendary realm puppet. Mounted on a black warhorse, the puppet charged through the air, but as it stepped onto the array ground, the first small array map lit up, followed by bangs and booms in succession. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the legendary realm puppet was blasted away, its black body covered in scratches and slashes, displaying dozens of gashes of various sizes. It crashed heavily to the ground. It seems, it had only managed to advance less than 3 meters on the radius spanning thousands of kilometers of the array map. Hiss, the legendary strongman gasped, his scalp tingling. At this time, several more, a dozen legendary realms arrived in succession. Beyond the dense white fog, strong presences were rapidly approaching from the distant reaches of the heaven and earth. The strongmen who had already arrived did not dare delay. Charge! Go for it! The chance of legend is right before us. If we don't give it our all, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. A young man in red armor with wildly dancing hair, his eyes burning with fervor. He unleashed a formidable presence, forcing the surrounding legends to retreat far away. Boom! Behind the young man in red armor rose a colossal shadow, god-demon-like in stature. He slammed into the mysterious array map with full force. Boom! The young man in red armor was thrown high into the air, pale golden blood incessantly raining down. He flew back hundreds of meters, slamming onto the ground and rolling several times due to inertia. He was spitting blood, coughing continuously, already at death's door. Several other legendary realm figures who had not exerted as much force retreated in fear. Cough, cough, cough. The barrier is too dangerous. We can't even cross 1%, no, 1,000th of the path. This treasure land, perhaps only beings of the law realm can step into it. Is a presence from the law realm needed to break the barrier and obtain the treasures? Such a conjecture lingered in the hearts of countless people. The likelihood was high. The deeper into the world's secret realm one went, the higher grade the treasures became and the harder they were to obtain. This was a principle well known to the legends. In the early days when the legends were still unable to step into the secret realm, weren't many explorers unable to even cross the barrier on the periphery of the inner circle?
Now, their inability to break through the obstruction before them and obtain the treasures was completely reasonable.
But, nonetheless, no matter their speculation, as long as there was even a sliver of possibility, they were unwilling to give up. This was a chance of legend. Many from the legendary realm had not only never seen such events, but also had never even heard of a few true incidents related to legends. Legendary life. They either vanished without a trace or stood at the very summit of the world, esteemed guests among the powers of great nations. Legendary treasures, miracle buildings, these were even rarer. Their owners concealed them fiercely, with even rumors being exceedingly scarce. With legendary items before them, how could they not be fervent? How could they not be driven mad? This was undoubtedly their only chance in this lifetime to possibly obtain legendary treasures. Indeed, perhaps the magic array chasm naturally formed around this treasure land requires great power from the law realm to cross. But if the legendary treasure appears in the outside world, then not only is Even the venerables from the law realm might lack the qualifications to compete. You're absolutely right. 37 years ago, when a legendary divine object appeared, it was clearly recorded. At that time, countless top-tier forces participated, countless high-ranking beings descended, causing the great domain to collapse and the universe to nearly perish, with at least dozens of venerables from the law realm having fallen, not to mention us, little shrimp. At this moment, the world's secret realm, which only allowed beings from the soul realm to enter, was unquestionably the stage the world provided for them. Even the heavens were looking after them. What reason did they have not to give everything they had? Those who had never seen or heard of legendary power, their eyes turned red. Those who had seen real legendary power, their eyes were even redder. Among the crowd, a prince from the Holy Griffin Empire, who had concealed his identity, stared intensely at the golden pillar in the distance, his palms clenched tightly, his chest heaving, and his breath coming heavily uncontrollably. Legend. Legend. Because he had seen it, he knew all too well the terrifying nature of legendary power. Even though he was a prince, and among the princes and princesses he was one of those highest in rank, under normal circumstances, he still lacked the qualifications to reach the legends. What could the legendary divine object be? In legends, great legendary lives, on the verge of death, might extract their entire source of bloodline with great power and send it away. If the divine object inside is a legendary bloodline, the one who obtains it might have the chance to ascend to godhood in one step. Of course, merging with a legendary bloodline was not so simple, it required compatibility and the right opportunity. If one's own bloodline was not sufficiently compatible, they could only extract a small portion of the essence. At that time, the bloodline would degrade, becoming one of the top-tier bloodlines among the epic 3 stars. But even if a perfect union wasn't achieved, as long as one employed means to absorb as much of the essence of the legendary bloodline as possible, there was still a significant chance of ascending to legend. However, if I obtained the legendary bloodline, I could only crudely use it myself. If I plan to utilize the resources of the Empire, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect the source of the bloodline. Ideally, it would be best to obtain a legendary level miracle building. In that case, I could even forego staying hidden and directly rise to the very top of the Empire, and I would even have a great chance of obtaining the supreme imperial throne. The Holy Griffin Empire indeed possessed legendary buildings, and not merely one. But could a massive empire, possessed collectively by countless top-level lords, owned by the royal family, or personally owned by a particular lord, be the same? In this place within the soul realm, there is no one more noble than I. If anyone can break through the barrier and obtain the legendary divine object, it must undoubtedly be I. The 13th prince summoned his generals back to his side. 9 legendary beings, silently standing around, their strong convictions and unstoppable momentum gradually rising. In their eyes, there was but one object, and they were determined to obtain it. Bang! A bright light flashed above the mysterious array, resembling the sound of fabric tearing and bones shattering. 10 figures were blasted out from the outskirts of the array, their bodies flung high under the imprisonment by some great power. Their black robes, which had concealed their features and aura, were already torn to shreds, and the silver armored skirts covering their entire bodies shattered, revealing figures both graceful and drenched in blood. These were angels, angels with 2 wings broken.
The 13th prince also spat blood from his mouth, his chest caving inwards, his whole body bursting with wild energy, fresh blood continuously spraying from the cracked armor.
The ground was stained red with blood, the 13th prince struggling to lift half his body, staring disbelievingly at the mysterious array. How could it be so strong, so incredibly strong? Clearly, at the last treasure site, I crossed the barrier without much difficulty, but even if this is a legendary place, the challenge set up here is far too preposterous. He was not unwilling to accept his own defeat, he simply couldn't believe that after giving everything, he was unable to cross even a tenth of the distance. He spat out another mouthful of blood and then fell unconscious. That's an angel. Is he the prince of the Holy Griffin Empire? A 6-winged angel, 2 4-winged angels, giant dragon swordsmen, radiant holy knights, and many epic leaders of the Saint of Holy Light. This lineup is indeed befitting of an imperial prince. Some envied, even though those present were influential lords with distinguished reputations in their own regions. Many of their own direct lineage leaders were still not of epic rank. Moreover, the epics surrounding the Prince of the Empire were not ordinary epics. It was guessed that at least half of them had the epic 2-star position, and there was a 6-wing angel with an epic 3-star position. But many more took pleasure in their calamity. The mighty Prince of the Sacred Empire, the leader of the 6-wing angels, was just the same as them, being frustrated. The strong men who had been disillusioned after their failures in challenging the mysterious profound array suddenly felt a sense of balance in their hearts. Time slowly passed, and more powerhouses started to gather outside the legendary stronghold. A young swordsman emerged from the array, flipping through the air and managing to land with some difficulty. The golden-armored elephant man, who had been waiting outside, hurriedly greeted him. Heavenly Termination Sword Saint also failed. But it was to be expected. Despite being invincible in the heaven and earth realm, the young sword saint is still just of that realm. He actually possesses world-class combat power, and even among world-level strongmen, he ranks towards the front. It's just that, among those who have failed the challenge lately, there were already more than 1 or 2 world-class strongmen. Some legends stayed away from the relic site, simply looking on without any intention of trying. They knew their limits. If even those renowned powerhouses failed the challenge, how could they possibly succeed? Yet, they did not want to leave just like that. Perhaps there would be some variables?
They watched one top power after another attempt the challenge, only to fail and be ejected, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment in their hearts.
A girl with a hood, black hair, and red eyes approached. Like most of the minor figures around the outskirts of the site, her clothing was unremarkable, and she seemed to be there just for the spectacle. She asked, "Lots of world-class strongmen failed the challenge?"
Yes. The big sister nearby was a warm-hearted person. The young sword saint just now was one. The team of the 13th prince from the Sacred Empire before that was another. And there was the famous fighter, 9-star magic king, from the Yongqing Empire. There's been more than just these few.
The big sister gestured towards the distance. On the other side of the legendary relic site, shrouded in white fog that made it hard to see clearly, there were vague and massive silhouettes. Over there is where the monster power resides. To my knowledge, not long ago, the world-class Hunting Duke Pupil Blade and Shadow Duke Xiao both failed the challenge and were seriously injured. The black-haired red-eyed girl looked surprised. Monsters? How come we? The big sister laughed heartily. Are you wondering why we haven't fought? At the beginning, there were indeed several fights, but with so many powerhouses assembled here, whether they were from the monster power or vitality force, there's just too many. It would take ages to fight them all. More importantly, neither the monster powerhouses nor the human powerhouses want to do the work for others. With an insurmountable obstacle in front of everyone, who would still have the spirit to fight to the death? Each one was pondering how to get their hands on that legendary artifact.
So that's it. The black-haired red-eyed girl nodded in understanding, then sighed, "It's just a pity. All this has nothing to do with us."
Yes, the big sister sighed wistfully. No matter how hard we try or what methods we use, in the end, only those with world-class power stand a chance in this competition.
Let's cooperate, everyone. The world-class 9-star Magic King spoke up. According to the intelligence we gathered, the area inside the array map is 1,000 times larger than the outside world. Not only that, once you step in, it's like entering one after another, a series of enemy defending arrays, with extreme cold ice, Kangming fire, 9 heavens thunder, and spatial cleave and many other techniques raining down.
No matter you, I, or anyone else, we will quickly become bogged down. In this situation, only by cooperating do we stand a slight chance of reaching the relic.
The 13th prince of the Sacred Empire added, "The patterns of this mysterious array seem to come from an ancient power that has disappeared in the long river of time, the Nine Rings Mage Alliance. I dare not say I can decipher these arrays, but, to some extent, I can recognize some of them. We can choose a more manageable path."
The young sword saint pondered for a moment. Count me in. No one asked what would happen after they fought their way through to the relic. Everyone had already agreed, by then, it would be each to their own. A strategy team, led by several world-class powerhouses, quickly started recruiting. The conditions were strict. Only strongmen at the level of the Soul Realm or those with comparable combat power were eligible to join the team. Many famous figures present became nobody's cats or dogs, without even the qualifications to join. They were angry, stifled, but unable to protest. Soon, an ultra-luxurious team composed of 20 to 30 pinnacle powerhouses was standing in front of the mysterious array. Will it be successful? Yes. With an unwavering belief in victory, everyone stepped into the formation as planned. In an instant, the heavens spun around, above them was the vast starry sky, and beneath them stretched hundreds of miles of expansive land. Thunderbolts crackled and flames sparked in the void. They maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, advancing firmly. Those outside couldn't see the scene in detail. They could only catch glimpses of beams of light flashing across the massive array. The brighter the technique's glimmers, the further the assault teams, over 20 chess pieces, slowly progressed on the array. Time trickled away moment by moment. The assault team persisted far longer than ever before. Many legendary observers began to hold their breath. They hoped the assault team would break through the barrier, but as they watched the team inch forward, their hearts tightened. Suddenly, when the assault team was about a third of the way through, the massive array suddenly flashed explosively. Rip! Boom! Dozens of blood-soaked figures were hurled high into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Many among them were grievously injured, their life force flickering like candles in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The 9-star Magic King, despite struggling to prop himself up, couldn't stand. His pupils dimmed, muttering to himself. Must not rush in. Must not rush in. Without reaching the Law Realm. One must not rush in. Far away from the fabled treasure land, Lord Shepherd in a white robe wandered alone across a vast wilderness where not a soul could be seen. Fabled opportunity, tisk. It really is easy to lose one's reason. Not just them, I'm envious too. The might of the observatory hall was vividly demonstrated not long ago, and that isn't even its full extent. So he felt, and naturally, many lords with no hope of advancement were even more frantic. However, people overlooked one issue. Obtaining a legendary treasure didn't mean one could keep it, did it? Most strongmen on site had their reputations to think of, and had families and businesses to run. Today, they dared to snatch the legendary treasure. Tomorrow, that lord would top the world's assassination list. Unless the lord who seized the divine artifact had a father at the great lord or true king level. This is a treasured item, but it's also like a hot potato. We lords, who can keep our sanity, would naturally stay well clear of this hot potato. Boom! Dark waves surged as a formidable figure clad in black armor and a black cloak, enveloped in a rich aura of death, rode on Stygian River to arrive at the scene. Deadbone didn't make any on-site investigations or collect intelligence, nor did he wait or recruit teammates. He stepped into it without hesitation, alone. Another strongman has arrived. Yes, the aura of might is so strong, perhaps another world-class strongman. Spectators on the periphery burst into discussion. Sophia, agreeing with her elder sister's view, said, "Yes, what can a world-class strongman do?" The great 9-star Magic King has already said, "One must not rush in without reaching the Law Realm." Elsewhere, Duo Lai, who had changed his appearance and aura and was continuously snacking, also echoed like a parrot. "That's right. I think so too. This divine artifact isn't something we can obtain, why struggle until the very end, right?" With the extremely luxurious lineup of the raid team facing failure, more and more legendary strongmen were accepting reality. This sacred site, only those in the Law Realm could trespass. People even doubted whether ordinary beings of the Law Realm could surmount this despair-inducing barrier. After all, the 9-star Magic King, the young Sword Saint, the 13th Prince, and their luxurious raid team had a bit of power to match those in the Law Realm. However, such a powerful team could only make it to 1/3 of the way. Legendaries were starting to leave the scene. Those legends supported by great forces and powerful backers promptly reported this news. They seemed to foresee a cataclysmic god-demon war, a collapse of the universe. Once beings of the Law Realm entered, obtaining the legendary artifacts was undoubtedly bound to happen, but they couldn't imagine how terrible the battle would be or how many Law Realm venerables would fall. Another strongman trying the challenge, probably those who came later and are still not giving up. Indeed, with the legendary artifact ahead, if I don't personally try once to rid myself of that damned wishful thinking, I'd probably be restless my whole life. But having tried personally and seen the despairing, heavenly chasm-like gap between themselves and success, the strongman's rationality gradually returned. They were resting, healing their injuries, and soon, they would leave this place of heartache. Before leaving, people could not help but look toward the golden column of light. And they saw. Boom, boom, boom. Legendary strongmen who had just attempted the challenge were being violently ejected, each wearing an expression of disbelief. The weakest among them couldn't even last 3 seconds after entering the array map. To think someone so weak could compete for the legendary artifact? Ludicrous. At that moment, the only one still struggling forward in the vast mysterious array was a black chess piece, symbolizing the black armored expert who had just ridden the Stygian River. That person isn't weak. Indeed, judging by the aura alone, at least a powerhouse in the soul realm, possibly possessing world-level combat power.
Only, alas, even if our combined raid teams had many more, even a dozen world-level strongmen, we still see no hope of breaking through.
Do you think the black armored expert can make it any further? I'd wager around 1/10, if he's gotten this far, he likely possesses a world-level combat power. Within the vast space expanded by the mysterious array, both in the skies and underground, extraordinary array patterns interwove and constructed this place of great legendary power. Dead Bone's pace was not fast. It eyed the array patterns above it with curiosity and thinking, but eventually shook its head. Hard to comprehend. This place was built by a great force skilled in spells and arrays. Although it had a rough understanding of positions and array patterns, its knowledge was fundamentally different from the systems here and, of course, indecipherable at this moment. Even if understood, incorporating it into its own power system would be challenging. Well, not exactly impossible. Dead Bone pondered that with some time dedicated to studying, it was confident in constructing similar array maps within the Bone Mountains using shadow power to significantly enhance the power of the Wraith Sacred Mountain. However, time was the most precious resource. Rather than spend a vast amount of time studying these magic array patterns, which weren't quite compatible with its own system, it was better to continue exploring its own legendary power. The deeper the exploration into the powers of the legendary bloodline, the more potential was revealed. The power bestowed by Lord was indeed profound. Dead Bone was already aware of the details of the large array diagram and the situations of previous strongmen who attempted the challenge. It began to speed up. Buzz, suddenly, ripples appeared in the nearby space. The ripples intensified, stirring up translucent, terrifying waves. These waves, seemingly formed from hundreds of spatial blades converging, were enough to strike fear into any world-level strongman. Even luxuriously teamed-up raid groups only dared to circumvent such areas of spatial turbulence.
In the next instant, when the spatial turbulence appeared, it had already reached the challengers. Such was the speed of space. Spatial blades could nearly cut through anything, not to mention hundreds of them striking simultaneously.
Pop! A huge skeletal frame appeared outside Dead Bone's body, catching the wave formed from hundreds of spatial blades like splashes of water, then dissipating. On the silver-white skeletal frame, the spatial wave didn't even leave a single mark.
Dead Bone, wearing the gray bone exoskeleton, marched straightforwardly through the array diagram area without dodging.
Along the way, whether it was the sudden crashing thunderbolts, flames bursting like the blazing sun, or beams filling the space like a net, none could harm the gray bone exoskeleton in the slightest. This was to be expected. The gray bone exoskeleton, imbued with the absolute defense concept, certainly couldn't be broken by ordinary attacks. Dead Bone hadn't spent much effort on this conceptual power. It had merely adapted the undying golden body from Lulu to develop a defensive method suited for its own physique. Its grasp of the absolute defense concept wasn't strong, just at the mastery stage of the first realm. But let alone the mastery stage, even at the beginner stage, it would be enough to block most ordinary attacks. Such was the high-standing nature of concepts.
However, as Dead Bone delved further, entering another complex layer of the mysterious array diagram, the heavens and earth began to manifest thin threads and strands, with an increasing amount of conceptual power appearing.
In the eternal world, the law patterns that symbolize the manifest appearance of rules were omnipresent between heaven and earth. But the power of concept controlled by the venerables of the law realm would only be born around the vicinity of the law realm users. It only appeared as fleeting wisps that the majority of those in the legendary realm could not see, could not hear, and could not affect when they used their concept killing moves. At that moment, the concept signifying wind and cutting gradually became clear hundreds of meters away. A giant wind blade of dozens of meters in length materialized out of thin air. It cleaved through space. Invisible. In the very next instant, it descended upon the challenger. This was the perspective of ordinary people. In Dead Bone's eyes, however, the conceptual trajectory of this wind blade was extremely clear.
The ability to glimpse the traces of concepts was the advantage of legendary life. Although the Law Realm Venerables could also glimpse concepts, once legendary life stepped into the Law Realm, the concept manifestations and law patterns they saw were far clearer than the rest.
An undead knight emerged, annihilating the erratic wind of cutting with a slash. Soon, the annihilation wind, destruction thunder, void-breaking blade slash, and a variety of other attacks imbued with strong conceptual power followed in quick succession.
Dead Bone did not halt for a second, surrounded by powerful undead that flickered in and out of sight, and a vast Stygian river unfolding before him. Stepping upon the Stygian river, he barreled forward through the torrent of raging killing moves, never pausing for a moment.
The outside world. The 13 princes of the Holy Griffin Empire, the 9-star Magic King, and other powerful characters had already used precious epic-level recovery treasures. In a short while, they had rescued themselves or their generals from severe injuries. They may not have returned to their peak, but at least, they could now exert 90%, 95% of their combat power. That was enough. It was time to leave. Wait, that black armored expert from just now seems to still be within the mysterious array. He's still challenging it.
The black figure charged forward relentlessly, breaking through one barrier after another.
He had already surpassed the 1/10 mark set by another strongman's bet, exceeding it by far and still advancing at breakneck speed. This seems to be even more rapid than when our siege team advanced? Someone said. The 13 Prince, the 9-star Magic King, the young Sword Saint, and a few world-level strongmen did not speak. Their eyes were fixed on the enormous array map, on the black chess piece that symbolized the challenger, unwilling to look away for even a moment. He reached the 1/5 mark. He reached the 1/4 mark. Soon, he came to the formidable 1/3 checkpoint that mercilessly crushed the siege team. Yet the black chess piece did not stop, maintaining the same speed as it continued to break through. Various colors of killing moves shone upon the array map, effortlessly torn apart by that tiny black point. This is impossible. His power alone has surpassed our entire siege team? This is impossible. Moreover, at that position, the array is covered from all directions with concept killing moves. Did the black armored expert use an upper epic treasure? No, that's not possible either. Upper epic can only exhibit its full great force in the hands of those in the law realm. The rest of us using upper epic can only draw a thread of the power of concept at most. Moreover, during their recent siege, some of them had already used upper epic treasures, more than just one. Under the cover of the waves of concept killing moves, their upper epic artifacts could not be said to be completely useless, but they were more or less ineffective. But the reality that the black armored expert has reached the 1/3 mark, and he is alone, is already established. Originally planning to leave, the powerful characters and strong teams suddenly paused again at this moment. They stared, their pupils flickering with uncertain light. Thinking. Weighing. Expecting. If they were to cooperate with this black armored expert, Could they possibly break through the rampart as insurmountable as the heavenly chasm? A sliver of hope sprouted stubbornly in their otherwise hopeless hearts. Like tenacious sprouts, they took root firmly in the soil of their spirits, growing persistently. They prepared to approach and strike a conversation as soon as the black armored expert was ejected from the array map. However, the black armored expert reached the 1/2 mark, still pressing onward steadily. The black armored expert got to the 3/4 mark, still deeply engaged in battle. This endurance was too persistent. There had to be something wrong, right? On the vast array map, the radiance grew ever more brilliant, dazzling. Burst after burst of light erupted, swallowing the small challenging chess piece completely. Boom! Within the array map's inner space, the entire heavens and earth were roaring. The space trembled like ripples, incessantly, without end. Various disordered, misaligned conceptual powers filled the area. Gravity inversion, swords cease, flames do not burn, infinite explosion. Dozens of completely different conceptual powers surged, making this vast world seem cramped. Too strong, too terrifying, indeed, it's the essence of the power left by an ancient civilization, strong enough to make one shudder. The undead murmured. Around him, one powerful undead after another shattered under the onslaught of the concept-killing moves, but in the next moment, the dust of their crushed bones drifted together, converging into a surging black tide. The necrotic plague breath death tide, a seal, both profound and mysterious, as if symbolizing the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, appeared on undead's forehead. The great tide of death swelled in an instant by 100,000 times. In the array of concept-killing moves, the tide snuffed out wave after wave, but in the next moment, rebirth several times more. In just a few blinks, the black tide filled the space of the array map. Above the most massive array map, big or small mysterious arrays, whether horizontal, vertical, or inclined, all blazed with light, buzzing and spinning to the extreme. Beyond the extreme, the boundless power of concept struck the cramped artificial space. Crack, crack, bang. Sounds akin to shattering glass suddenly exploded in the ears of the explorers within hundreds of miles. The enormous, mysterious array map around the treasure site had disappeared. The sky and earth of this area had vanished as well, leaving only dark, disordered, mispositioned, and shattered collapsing space. Only at the very center of the treasure site, a light ball radiating dazzling golden brilliance, stood unwavering in this storm. A pair of hands wearing black gloves, as if scooping the moon from the water, fished out the legendary divine object under the gaze of countless eyes. In an instant, the ascending column of golden light disappeared. The divine object had landed in the hands of the black armored expert. The divine object had been obtained? This outcome was utterly beyond everyone's imagination. The strongmen were merely intently watching the situation, but it wasn't until the array map broke and the legendary item was taken that they belatedly realized in shock.
The broken space slowly healed. The black armored expert stood tall within the cleaving space, his cape flying.
The divine object should be offered to the great gods. A large hand easily crossed the broken and cleaved space. A mighty, vague figure suddenly appeared, dispersing an aura of supreme nobility. Clash, roar, thousand hands, many symbols manifested on the body of the towering figure and then descended upon a strongman below, whose face was devout and radiated divine light. He effortlessly walked amidst the turbulent spatial stream, untainted by dust. He emitted a terrifyingly powerful aura, and from around him, countless massive hands emerged, locking down heaven and earth, crushing heaven and earth, grasping toward the small figure of the black armored expert in the distance. He was undoubtedly a world-class strongman who had not made a move until now. Up until this moment, he delivered a decisive, sharp, and incomparably powerful strike. Thump! The black armored expert turned around and cast a glance. In this 1/1,000,000th of a moment, the surrounding world seemed to fade, the disordered and cleaved space died instantly, and the world calmed down. Those countless massive hands in the distance also died at the same instant, disappearing as if they had never appeared. The heart of the divine favored seemed to skip a beat, and then his entire being, the god's soul, fell into quiet annihilation, returning to death. The wind passed. The lifeless body turned into wisps of black ash, scattering in the wind. The world also became quiet, and only the seemingly ordinary black armored expert stood tall in the half-sky. The modest stature projected into the eyes of the onlookers, yet it seemed as colossal as 10,000 feet. It was an ancient demon god descending to the world, spreading a suffocating death. The oppressive pressure of death enveloped the hearts of the strong warriors present. It was as if their souls were being tightly gripped, daring not to breathe. The favored one of the god of war and roars, dead. No, he was obliterated in an instant. In an era that had mostly lost its faith, the old gods were not considered strong, and some warriors with profound backgrounds could afford to care less. But the legendary ones favored by the gods, the blessed, the chosen, the servants of the fallen god, and so on, undoubtedly possessed combat power that far exceeded their peers. Among the blessed, it was quite easy for a world-class strongman to emerge. Regardless of their potential for future growth, their combat power was unquestionable. Just now, the god of war and roar's favored one could roam through the spatial turbulence, and with a mere wave of his hand, he commanded awe-inspiring might. Indeed a world-class strongman.
Some even recognized this favored one, who had kept a low profile until his identity was exposed just moments ago.
His combat achievements were illustrious, no mere trifle. And then he was obliterated, not even a speck of remains was left behind. Most on the scene could not comprehend how this powerful favored one had died. But whether they understood or not, at this moment, they all had a similar thought in mind. This favored one died just in time. They had almost intervened just moments before. The world's secret realm could only accommodate those in the soul realm, and the luxurious expedition group they had formed could only push forward to a 1/3 mark. Each and every one of them considered themselves the cream of the crop, yet they had done their utmost in terms of power. Their achievements fell far short of the black armored expert. Therefore, the truth could only be one: the black armored expert had found some kind of flaw. He might understand the secrets of the ancient array patterns, which allowed him to advance like a hot knife through butter within the vast and dangerous array space. Everyone was of the soul realm, all world-level strongmen. How could there be such a gap? Indeed, the gap is that enormous. Gurgle, a world-class strongman with a celebrated name, perished in an instant, like a bucket of cold water poured over their fervent hearts. In an instant, the sprouting bud of hope withered away, and all desires, madness within their hearts, died with it, leaving nothing but the chilling cold to wrap around them.
A few legends of the legendary realm, having regained their senses, no longer dared to pry, instead quietly fading away into the surrounding white fog.
Previously, the surroundings of the legendary treasure land gathered many strong warriors, and with treasures at hand, a delicate but constant balance was maintained naturally. But now, the balance was about to be broken. Whether it would be the outbreak of a great battle or the black armored expert's killing spree, this was no place to stay for long. Beneath the gray-white heavens and earth, the black armored expert gradually moved farther away. His speed was not fast, yet no one dared to make a move. The monstrous experts in the further distance, even more so, scattered in a headlong rout. Perhaps, if these heaven and earth realm and soul realm strongmen took action together, this mysterious, powerful, invincible black armored being might have trouble coping. But there was no perhaps. No one wanted to be that bird silenced on the spot. The favored one served as the cautionary tale. Suddenly, step, 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 the sound of footsteps, not booming yet unmistakably clear, echoed from afar. A slender figure appeared at the end of the vast and desolate wasteland, amidst the dense white fog. Even shrouded in fog, the figure of the newcomer was strikingly clear, as if he stood at the center of the world, soaring above all else. This was a boy who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, very young. But no one would think that he was merely a boy. Two amber-hued magnificent dragon horns sprouted from his smooth forehead. His eyes were also the color of amber, reflecting a world that seemed to be in the twilight, gradually being devoured. He had a youthful face, yet exuded an ancient, profound aura. As if a great being had descended here. As if a giant dragon cast its gaze upon them.
This gaze focused on the seemingly ordinary dead bone in the distance.
Even the faint coercion that spread out caused many in the legendary realm to turn pale. If before their pallor was due to being intimidated by a black armored being akin to a demon god, now they were experiencing the actual impact of coercive force. Dragon's coercion. I have seen a giant dragon overlord of the law realm in Dragon Valley, but even that giant dragon spread out long way seems not as terrifying as this. Dead Bone had long sensed the targeting aura from afar. The newcomer made no attempt to conceal or hide. This was a legend. A legend of the Dragon series of legendary life. Dead Bone helplessly thought, it seems I can't leave without defeating this legend. The young giant dragon in human form walked step by step. His pace was not swift, but a single step could easily cover thousands, if not tens of thousands of meters. As the distance narrowed, an excited expression surfaced on the young giant dragon's childlike features. He let out a long chant, his eyes shining with an enthusiastic desire for battle. Legendary lives often emerge alone within the same era. They are invincible, lonely, and solitary. But perhaps due to an impending great catastrophe, this era has more than one young legend. He looked towards Dead Bone. Come and fight. I have yet to encounter another legend. I believe you haven't either. We legends are too invincible. A battle that allows us to unleash our full power is something you also look forward to. There's no need to deny it. Dead Bone. I haven't been looking forward to it, thank you. It often sparred with Duo Lai, Lulu, Rakshasa, and others, already experiencing all sorts of legendary powers. It was not lacking in an ordinary battle of legends. But, an external legend, perhaps, indeed. Now that things had come this far, it would not avoid battle. It also wanted to see what abilities these children of the world, born legends, truly possessed. Dead Bone no more concealed its strength, revealing some of its power. A vast gray nether lake rapidly expanded, reaching tens of thousands of meters around. In the surging gray waves of the lake, countless undead souls wailed, with shadows lurking within. The scent of death soared to the heavens, causing everything under the sky to decay. Seeing this, the young giant dragon's fighting spirit rose even higher. I'm making my move. He held no weapon in his hand. For a dragon of legendary status, his entire body was a weapon. His divine light burst forth brilliantly, a dim light soaring to the sky. The whole world transformed along with it, as if people could see a great sun slowly descending, its orange twilight light tilting and falling upon the land, then gradually fading. Night was about to arrive. Sunset over mountains and rivers. The power of this miraculous sight shone brilliantly in all directions. This was merely an epic ability, yet it was an epic held in the hands of a legendary life.
Compared to Dead Bone's Holy Mountain range complete, and Bone 2's Dead Bone's territory, what was the gap? A millionfold.
Even under normal circumstances, the gap might not be a millionfold, but a thousandfold, a hundredfold was always there. Under the sunset of the mountains and rivers, hundreds of powerful legends in the region felt their thoughts slow, their bodies sapped of energy, as if they were aging and losing vitality and spirit.
Even though they were clearly aware that they were under influence, they were still terrified to their core.
They kept retreating while expanding one domain after another, some even possessing perfect domains. But it was futile. Under the sunset over mountains and rivers, these vast domains might as well have not existed. It's not that the domains weren't effective, but in front of this dim twilight, they simply couldn't function. Is this the power of legend? A legend muttered, trembling, yet also accompanied by curiosity. Legendary lives were extremely rare, and young legends even more so. Not to mention these individuals, even those above the law realm rarely had the opportunity to encounter a young legend. But now, the young giant dragon unfolded a projection, merely a prelude. The next moment, his fair hand extended, fingers splayed out. He softly chanted, "Dusk divine light." A massive river of twilight grandly swept across, containing enormous and terrifying power. Beneath the dusk divine river, even the ubiquitous fog within the world's secret realm, equivalent to the realm's rules, was dispersed, only this twilight river remaining eternal. As soon as this river appeared, a legend exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" his face visibly decaying and his temples turning gray. Is it decay? Decline? No, neither, it is time? This dusk divine light wasn't targeting them. But even so, even though it was just some dispersed, residual light, it still posed a threat of death to the powerful beings present. They were rapidly aging. This was the true power of legend. Uniting to confront it, catching the last glimpse in vain. Don't joke around. In the face of such a great disparity, numbers no longer mattered. They could only rapidly retreat, even the thought of spectating crushed, as preserving life was most crucial. At the center of the dusk divine light's coverage, Dead Bone, standing above Nether Lake, was slightly surprised. Truly a legendary power. Its expanding lake of the dead was fast fading. One undead soul after another, under the power of time, quietly perished, with many others being resurrected. However, the rate of extinction far outpaced that of resurrection. The vast Nether Lake visibly shrunk at a noticeable pace. And even this massive lake could not entirely block the power of the dusk divine light. At this moment, Dead Bone's body and soul visibly regressed. Even the killing moves it launched from its hands seemed like they had endured hundreds of times more time, vanishing in the blink of an eye. For instance, a sword light that could previously reach 100 kilometers away, now, its range might only be a kilometer. Twilight divine light, how terrifying it is. The conceptual power of the first and second realms cannot directly interfere with other concepts, but the great power of time inherently encompasses everything. When skills carrying conceptual power perish under time, this conceptual power will rapidly dissipate like water without a source. Dead Bone pondered and quickly recognized the terror of Twilight Divine Light. This Twilight Divine Light, within legendary power, is also ranked quite high. Of course, Dual Lies, devouring heaven and earth, is more direct, simple, brutal, and powerful. This great power itself can devour concepts, achieving an effect similar to the third realm of concepts. Faced with the terrifying Twilight Divine Light, Dead Bone made his choice. Go! In front of his forehead bone, the death mark slowly emerged. Holding Wailing Death, he didn't use any great power but merely swung his sword, delivering a plain and unadorned black slash.
An upgraded version of Shadow Slash, Death Slash. The black sword light surged mightily forth, and that legendary power symbolized by Twilight Divine Light, beneath this ordinary black blade gleam, melted away like ice and snow.
Light died. Concepts too were dying. Dead Bone possesses the death mark, significantly enhancing its own death-related conceptual power. Additionally, its death concept can slightly interfere with enemy concepts, causing other concepts to die. Twilight was melting. The scene of the sun setting over mountains and rivers was also devoured, leaving behind a silent black. The young legend's eyes widened, and the next moment he let out a long chant and fully transformed. A massive dragon, orange-yellow with a gradation to black on its scale armor, soared through the sky. His body seemed to symbolize a certain law, each scale imbued with profound mysteries. As the dragon form fully materialized, the towering and penetrating Twilight Divine Light surged in power once again. However, the surging orange-yellow light, still like a piece of cloth, was torn apart by the profound death. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Within hundreds of thousands of meters, the elements of heaven and earth were utterly annihilated, as if reduced to a dustless land. A profound, endlessly deep fissure, devoid of any light, continued to spread across the pale plains. In the sky, the great giant dragon bled, that exquisitely beautiful body containing the laws of heaven and earth now marked with a horrifying, ugly black slash wound. The majestic figure of the giant dragon, along with the remaining glow, quickly vanished at the ends of heaven and earth. Only the rumbling sound still echoed between heaven and earth. Equal in legend, you are a step higher. However, next time we meet, I will definitely reclaim this battle. My name, Twilight Dragon Shi Bi, remember it. News of the Battle of Legends, like a rocket with wings, rapidly spread within the legendary circles in just a short while. Many witnesses existed. Such explosive news was irresistible for discussion. Even many who only received second, third, or fourth-hand accounts felt as though they had seen it with their own eyes, exclaiming and discussing incessantly. After all, this was a living legend, not merely in storybooks or secret documents, but an actual legend present right beside them, before their eyes. On the communication device, Heavenly Patrol Mirror, various news about the Battle of Legends flooded the screen. Legend A. OMG, Legends. Legend B. Shocking, Legends. Mu Yuan said. Damn, Legends. But that Twilight Dragon indeed was very powerful, his conceptual realm even surpassing that of Deadbone. If Deadbone hadn't possessed the Death Mark, the outcome of this battle would have been difficult to predict. Of course, the Twilight Dragon wouldn't know that around that small piece of treasure land, there weren't just 2 legends. Instead, there were 4. Although Mu Yuan wondered, would there be more than one wild, young legend in this world's secret realm? Anyway, the legendary relic is truly and firmly in hand now. Leaving the treasure site, ensuring he had shaken off any gaze, Deadbone then activated the immensely precious legendary light ball. Ding! Prompt. Your hero, Deadbone, has obtained a legendary treasure. Ancient Mage Tower. Grade. Legend. Type. Treasures and Miracle Building. Description. One of the 9 Rings Mage Alliance's ancient powers Central Alliance treasures, a naturally born treasure of heaven and earth, possessing, subdue, command, law, heaven, numerous great powers. Information about the Ancient Mage Tower, a legendary building, synchronously appeared before Mu Yuan. He touched his chin, somewhat surprised and somewhat taken aback. True to its reputation as a legendary building, yet, its description is quite different from the observatory hall. The capability description of the Ancient Mage Tower was exceedingly concise. Indeed, it only had 4 main powers: subdue, command, spell, heaven. Considering the early, intermediate, and epic Mage Towers, Mu Yuan confirmed that inside the Ancient Mage Tower, there must also be many auxiliary powers and mystical devices. Rather, it could be said, with his current perspective, the primary, intermediate, and epic Mage Towers, these miracle buildings, are probably fashioned after the Ancient Mage Tower, a series of Mage Tower constructions. The primary Mage Tower, intermediate Mage Tower, and epic Mage Tower all had a clear promotion sequence. The former was one of the upgrade materials for the latter.
Mu Yuan wondered if there had ever been a great power being who wanted to replicate the ancient Mage Tower, and thus elevated the Mage Tower step by step through compliance with the heaven and earth rules, aiming to upgrade to a legendary level Mage Tower.
This one he held was clearly the original, a divine object nurtured by heaven and earth. The War Throne, unlimited energy, spell amplification, abilities of the epic Mage Tower. None of such descriptions can be found on the Ancient Mage Tower panel interface. Mu Yuan stretched out his hand and poked it. Finally, some more detailed descriptions popped up. Subdue. The Ancient Mage Tower possesses the great power to subdue heaven, subdue earth, and subdue and subjugate all. Command. The Ancient Mage Tower can be commanded, travels through endless space, beyond the world. It can easily traverse enchantments, treating distances irrelevant, and possesses many abilities such as size alteration and invisibility at will. Spell. The Ancient Mage Tower is a symbol of all spells, with abilities to deconstruct techniques, deconstruct concepts, and command all spells. Heaven. The Ancient Mage Tower itself is an expression of the principles of heaven and earth. The patterns within the tower are the law pattern, and it also possesses an untouchable and indestructible great force, like the law pattern.
Hiss. I always feel it's stronger than the observatory hall. What's going on? Illusion. The description of this ancient Mage Tower is still quite vague, not as clear and detailed as our Lapis.
Subdue, command, spell, heaven, did not have specific descriptions of power strength. Therefore, another line of supplementary descriptions gradually appeared. The Ancient Mage Tower cannot be controlled by ordinary individuals. With one God Soul Realm leading and 36 Legendary Realm assistants, qualified to unleash the first level of great power of the ancient Mage Tower, capable of combating the Law Realm. With one Law Realm leading and 108 Legendary Realm assistants, qualified to unleash the second level of great power of the ancient Mage Tower, capable of opposing holy gods. With one Saint Realm leading and 360 Legendary Realm assistants, qualified to unleash the third level of great power of the ancient Mage Tower, power unlimited. Mu Yuan touched his chin. His first thought was, could Isloa gather 108 incarnations to assist in piloting? He thought carefully and shook his head regretfully. I still can't stop being human. Moreover, the notion of Isloa's true form plus 108 incarnations piloting the Mage Tower to activate the second level of great power was impracticable from the start. Whether Isloa could handle a concept, replace a Law Realm being temporarily, let's not delve into that. But as hard as Isloa's incarnation might work, they couldn't act as 108 legendary beings.
Her incarnations might have legendary combat power, even God Soul combat power, but that doesn't mean they can maintain so many legendary combat powers at the same time and perform precise operations and tasks. Very soon, Tianyuan City will usher in a surge period of the Legendary Realm. Assembling 108 Legendary Realm beings isn't difficult. However, given the previous requirements of the Epic Mage Tower for drivers, Mu Yuan did not think that the ancient Mage Tower could be controlled just by being in the Legendary Realm.
These assisting legendary drivers must know some techniques or something else, right? All this could only be tested once the ancient Mage Tower officially settles in Tianyuan City. Mist shrouded, the land silent. Mu Yuan journeyed alone deep into the world's secret realm. At this time, it had been the third day since Dead Bone obtained the legendary treasure. During these slightly more than 3 days, Mu Yuan had been advancing deeper into the secret realm. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and these other powerhouses also continued deeper along their paths. However, the deeper they went, the more silent the environment of the secret realm became. No explorers, no environmental changes, nor any treasure lands. It had been 3 days without discovering a single treasure land, let alone legendary treasures. The depths of the world's secret realm were inherently chaotic in space. Forward might not necessarily be forward. Not discovering treasure lands or treasures might also be because the treasures of these regions had already been plundered. Even the inner circle outer periphery, where Sario and the others were, was now rarely seeing treasures. They simply started slaughtering monsters since monsters drop treasures, after all. There's not much time left. It won't be long before the world's secret realm welcomes a large influx of Law Realm beings. Should I leave in advance? After all, he had delved deep. Although they possessed some long-distance teleportation means, he still habitually liked to reserve some time margin. Hasty evacuation could easily lead to accidents. When explorers within the secret realm gradually dwindled, it was probably to avoid collisions with Law Realm venerables, as one powerhouse after another had already started to evacuate. They had to be cautious. Even if they were high-ranking and powerful, possibly Star Lords of the Shenyao Empire, or esteemed princes and princesses of the Holy Griffin Empire, or even disciples of legendary lives.
In front of entities from the Law Realm, they still had little resistance.
Of course, they did not want to entrust their fate to the probability of encountering a Law Realm entity. What's more, there weren't many treasures left by now, making one wonder if the world's secret realm had already reached a 100% exploration rate. Even if beings from the Law Realm arrived, they would find nothing but a thoroughly scavenged place. I, Dead Bone, and Duo Lai possess great combat power, and we are not afraid of Law Realm entities such as the Ice Burial Duke and Fire Wing Duke, but the gap between beings of the Law Realm was vast. The weak ones, like General Qinshin among the exploration generals, were known not for her combat power. A polite way of putting it. In reality, even as a Law Realm entity, Lord Qinshin was rather mediocre, having no Law Realm kill achievements. By contrast, formidable entities like the Lord of Han Yu City and Sword Lord Lu Shi, with their awe-inspiring prowess, had slain numerous Law Realm beings, probably more than could be counted on both hands. And yet, they might not even be the invincible warriors within the Law Realm. The waters of the Law Realm were too deep for Dead Bone and Duo Lai to grasp. However, I have an intuition that I am on the right path, undoubtedly heading deeper into the secret realm. I have not yet reached the deepest part of the secret realm, and there might be something. This intuition grew stronger and stronger. It was like Mu Yuan took stock of his aces, and after some thought, decided to venture deeper. Meanwhile, he signaled Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Isloa to move closer to him. Whoosh whoosh, the mist howled as one mountain after another flew past on both sides of their vision. In this boundless world with no reference points, they seemed to be circling endlessly in a loop. In fact, they were indeed circling, never able to reach any shore. The environment here, no, the whole region, the entire world ahead seems off. Dead Bone, without any concept traces in its vision, but with its death mark, had established a closer connection with the whole world. It sharply sensed that the area further ahead had a fundamental problem. It was somewhat like the Furious region, only higher in hierarchy and not easily overcome by mere violence. Violence cannot break through? Mu Yuan felt it was just that the level of violence was not high enough. It's decided then, you're up, Duo Lai, understood. Duo Lai saluted, then with a wide open mouth, an endlessly profound black sun appeared in the sky. Devouring heaven and earth. Everything in the vast world in front of them, grass, rocks, mist, space, was devoured, and it seemed that something formless and indescribable was swallowed up along with them. Within the collapsing, shattered space, a pathway was opened.
Lord Shepherd took large strides forward. He flipped his wrist, and a strand of miracle power, visible only to him and in theory not any force, energy, or concept, emerged in his palm.
This bundle of miracle power, like a flame, swayed gently, tilting slightly forward, toward the direction of the pathway ahead. Devouring heaven and earth. I devour more. After several rounds of devouring by General Duo Lai, Mu Yuan and his party seemed to step into a different region. There were no mountains or rivers here, only an omnipresent, ethereal white mist. Space seemed infinitely vast, with no distinctions between up, down, left, right, or front and back. However, deep within the boundless white mist, at an unknown distance, there was a rainbow light of 7 colors. The rainbow light was like the center and fulcrum of the world, existing here eternally. Anyone who saw it would think so definitively. Had they found the treasure? No matter how you looked at it, this place was very likely the deepest part of the world's secret realm. The existence of this other shore must be reasoned and have its value. However, Mu Yuan and his party were not the first explorers to set foot here. Under the rainbow light, not far away, a figure was gazing intently. Had someone else beat them to it? Who was it? He couldn't help being surprised.
If it weren't for Duo Lai's specialty of devouring heaven and earth, it would have taken them a long time to reach this other shore, and that was under the assumption that they already had extremely strong combat power.
Was the person in the distance stronger than them? Just as Mu Yuan thought this, the figure in the distance also turned around.
It was a male human with crimson eyes and black hair, dressed in a luxurious robe. The style of this robe seemed to draw from the imperial garments of several ancient nations, exuding nobility, dignity, and antiquity.
He was like an ancient emperor, visiting this place. However, compared to the ancient and luxurious robe and the dignified and noble demeanor, the crimson-eyed, black-haired man himself was even more eye-catching. His presence was incredibly strong. A single look was enough to evoke a powerful sense of perfection sprouting from one's mind. It was as if this crimson-eyed, black-haired young man was the most perfect life in the world. At the very least, his body was perfect. Each cell and piece of flesh contained profound secrets. It seemed that gazing upon him could rejuvenate one's flesh and blood. Something's wrong. Very wrong. The light of will within Mu Yuan sent out a strong warning. Interesting, the young man with crimson pupils and black hair spoke. There actually exists a living being capable of reaching this place. Indeed, you all seem quite delectable. His voice was very calm, neither frenzied nor icy, yet it was as if a massive mouth devouring humans was sizing up the prey. No, food on the table. Mu Yuan felt as if he was gazing upon a blood vessel as vast as hundreds, Thousands of planets, with countless enormous mouths opening and closing, writhing on it. Then, a black sword light tore the entire scarlet curtain apart. Not difficult at all. After all, this young man before him, in terms of the fundamental realm, was merely at the God Soul realm. Worthy of living beings that could reach this place. Oh, the youth legends of this era, have they all gathered here? The young man murmured to himself. He turned his head, with a fervent, longing, and reluctant gaze, took one more look at the colorful rainbow light, then said to Mu Yuan and the others, "I hope we can meet again in a few days." As if his bodily strength had been exhausted to its limit. The young man's body began to crack, followed by flesh crumbling, cells disintegrating, and his whole body exploded into nothingness with a pop, leaving only that extremely terrifying presence still echoing in this otherworldly place. He vanished? Duo Lai's eyes widened, it hadn't even made a move yet. Dead Bone's expression was extremely solemn. The God Soul realm. Could it be so terrifying? Bone is still far too inferior? Mu Yuan. He was certain that Dead Bone could affirm. This guy was not from the God Soul realm. Its origin, identity, realm, and even the form of existence, all had issues. Dead Bone just felt that it was still far from the theoretical limit of the God Soul realm. Isloa was equally solemn. This guy isn't a human, nor a living being, right? Mu Yuan nodded. There was no monster aura on the young man with crimson pupils and black hair. However, both his display of power and words proved that he was indeed a monster. And it seemed like he had stayed here for a very long time. Mu Yuan frowned. General Duo Lai immediately stepped forward to probe. Devouring heaven and earth, sky-splitting slash. Damn it! The super invincible ultimate move of Duo Lai. The brilliance of energy, the black gleam of devouring, the surge of concepts, kept exploding in this white fog of the afterworld. But to no avail. Devouring heaven and earth had already devoured the white fog, space, and the earth itself, yet the colorful rainbow light still floated there. As if the rainbow light existed in a higher dimension, impervious to whatever force they exerted upon it. Otherwise, this rainbow light would have been taken away early on by that terrifying entity appearing as a young man with crimson pupils and black hair. But now, it seemed they couldn't take it away either? This rainbow light was not a treasure, there was no light ball inside. What exactly was this rainbow light? What was the nature of its existence? How could they obtain it? Even someone as erudite as Isloa had never heard of it. She couldn't even find an angle to begin her research. Mu Yuan, however, was not so unfamiliar. This seems to be a strand of miracle power. Different from the miracle power he wielded, this strand of miracle power could be observed, and maybe even seized, utilized? He wasn't sure. Mu Yuan walked near the colorful rainbow light and stretched out his hand, showing a strand of miracle power in his palm. The colorful rainbow light remained unchanged. Mu Yuan contemplated briefly. Then, just like how he gathered the miracle orb, he cupped his hand like a lake, welcoming the falling droplets into the body of the lake. In an instant, this colorful rainbow light, as if finding its home, zipped into his embrace. Boom! Water burst above the lake of miracles, at the same time, following some mysterious connection. Throughout the eternal world, deep within the land surge of the scarlet mist tide, a speck of rainbow light flickered. Deep within the ruins of a building complex, on an ordinary broken wall, a colorful mark rippled. Between great domains, in the most destroyed and desolate places, fragments of broken rainbows drifted. And in the vast river of history, at a site touched by calamity, rainbow light also twinkled. In this moment, hundreds, thousands of miracle rainbows lights, crossed the barriers of time and space. And converged into the ocean. Phew, finally back. When he stepped through the world's secret realm's gate and landed in the bustling temporary camp outside, Mu Yuan finally let out a long breath, and the tension in his heartstrings eased at last. Just hours before, on their way back, the gate to the world's secret realm had opened to the four-order phase, making it accessible for beings of the law realm. The density of the red mist within the secret realm had thickened by dozens of times, and monsters of the law realm descended, spreading their great force across thousands of miles in an instant. The danger level inside the whole world's secret realm, how could it not have skyrocketed by 100-fold? Monsters from different top-tier overlord powers erupted into several major battles upon encountering each other. But Mu Yuan dared not pin his hopes on the civil war among the Law Realm monsters.
Once their trail was exposed, being besieged by multiple Law Realm monsters was the most likely danger.
Moreover, he had not forgotten the mysterious monster with red eyes and black hair he encountered not long ago at the Beyander's Land of White Mist. It was a close call with no harm done. This World Secret Realm Opportunity Contest has basically come to an end. Once we return to our territory, we will make full use of the treasures and constructions obtained this time to quickly transform them into our land's power. And this time's harvest could no longer be described as huge. They from Tianyuan City obtained countless superior and epic treasures, and even acquired a legendary level structure, the Ancient Mage Tower. Yet, the greatest gain was the colored rainbow light obtained at the Beyander's Land of White Mist. Or rather, it was the myriad of radiant lights that converged through this rainbow light, through this opportunity. Earlier in the World Secret Realm, hasty to evacuate, Mu Yuan had not studied it closely, but his intuition already told him that the miracle power had undergone another evolution. When I was promoted to a formal lord, miracle power was enhanced once. After passing through the promotion trial, miracle power was enhanced for the second time. After that enhancement, the evolution points from all categories had converged, and he began to delve deeper into utilizing miracle power, no longer solely relying on instinct. Mu Yuan had thought that this was the complete form of miracle power.
But today, this full form of authority was enhanced once again.
Mu Yuan closed his eyes, and a strand of leaping miracle fire appeared in his vision, as he felt it deeply. The changes in miracle power were not found in the records of the Lord's panel. But as a soul realm powerhouse, even if he had not time to fully immerse himself in the sensation earlier, now, as he traced his memories, a series of crystal clear images surfaced in his mind. The colored rainbow light fell. Miracle power plus 22,000. Immediately after, hundreds to thousands of miracle rainbow lights, whether crossing spatial barriers or leaping through the river of time, surged in one after another. Miracle power plus 36,000. Miracle power plus 14,000. Miracle power plus 25,000. Received, opportunity, miracle power massively consumed. Miracle authority has been complemented. At this moment, the miracle power he still had on hand was a staggering 9.8 million, significantly more than before.
And beyond the ability to bestow evolutionary miracles upon a target individual, I now possess another kind of miracle.
A miracle that acts upon fate. Mu Yuan took out a blue-hued treasure light ball. This light ball did not come from a treasure spot within the world's secret realm but emerged under the effect of the rules after the legendary fall of a powerful monster. Before its official opening, no one knew what was contained within the blue light ball. Theoretically, any item of excellence could emerge from within. It might be a superior material worth 50 soul crystal coins or even an epic treasure such as the hero's proof, invaluable blueprints, and top-tier remnant souls that cannot be measured by soul crystal coins. Theoretically, to obtain the hero's proof from a single blue light ball has an extremely low probability, lower than that of winning the lottery. But, ding! Reminder. You have obtained the special treasure, the hero's proof. The light ball burst, turning into specks of light that quickly dissipated in the wind, leaving behind only a medallion like the hero's proof, quietly lying in Mu Yuan's hand.
To draw out the exact treasure he desired, wasn't this also a kind of miracle?
However, miracle power minus 5,000 times 3 inches. The cost effectiveness is too low, it seems not worth it. After all, the blue light ball can only yield superior treasures, with a 0% chance of yielding an epic treasure, thus no matter how miraculous it cannot happen. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. This was the most straightforward use of miracle authority, consuming varying amounts of miracle power depending on the rank of the object affected. Alternatively, he could spend a large amount of miracle power to anchor his next action or the following period, creating a miracle. As long as there was a probabilistic possibility, it could be realized. Mu Yuan pondered how he should use this miracle authority, and he had some ideas in mind. Not only that, he also had some guesses about the miracle rainbow light and the miracle power. A miracle? Corruption? The information is still too scarce. I need to learn more. But without a doubt, the waters of this world run incredibly deep.
At the same time, in the center of the world's secret realm, the Beyander's land of white mist. A figure, identical to the mysterious youth Mu Yuan had seen before, was slowly walking into this place. We've arrived. This fleshly body born not long ago can bear the utmost power of the law realm. With strength of this level, my true self has the chance to corrupt this fragment of miracle power. Even if it was only a fragment, a wisp of miracle power that didn't seem vast.